"Come on, little Osha," he called. "Keep up. You can speak again, but no complaining." I descended the stairs, my temper white-hot and brilliant as I scowled at the back of Fisher's head.
Down forever we went. I was dizzy, and my thighs were burning when he led me out of the palace, across a covered courtyard, and into a dark, drafty building with wide doors open at both ends. On either side of us, stalls stretched off to the left and the right. Over some of the stall doors, huge horses tossed their heads, whinnying, startled by our sudden appearance. "Absolutely not," I said. Kingfisher dumped carrion onto the wet stable floor and stepped over his body, marching off toward an open door to our right that led, not to a stall, but to a feed store and tack room. "Let me guess. You don't like horses?" he said. "No, I don't like horses. Horses don't like me. We mutually dislike each other." Fisher hefted a saddle down from a rack on the wall and barged past me, carrying it out of the tack room. "You're gonna have to get over it." I followed him, stepping over carrion as Kingfisher entered one of the stalls. "It doesn't work like that. I can't just get over it." "Sure you can. Keep your ass in the saddle. Keep your mouth shut. It's easy." "Fisher!" The male placed the saddle he was carrying carefully over a monstrous black horse's back, working quickly to fasten the girth. "This isn't a negotiation. You made a blood oath, human. You're bound by it, which means you're coming with me. I swore I'd help the Avelian Fae figure out how to use the Quicksilver." He wagged a finger at me. "Think again. What did I say to you when I asked you if you agreed to the pact?" "You said you'd go and get my brother, and in return, I would help create relics for Evelia." Kingfisher pushed past me, out of the stall, heading back to the tack room. "I said verbatim, I go and I try to get your brother. You help me and assist me in any way I ask you to, and you do as you're told. You agreed to this pact?" To which you replied, "Yes, gods, I agree. Just get on with it." "But we both know what I meant." I didn't mean that I'd go traipsing off into the unknown with you in the middle of the night. Unless you're paying very close attention. What you mean to agree to and what you actually agree to are often two very different things in Fae, little Osha. You agreed to help me and assist me in any way I asked you to, and that you'd do as you were told. You sealed that deal with blood. Now I'm telling you to find a horse and saddle it up as quickly as you can, before my psychotic stepfather catches a whiff of what we're up to and murders us where we stand."
"You fucking tricked me."
"No," he said bluntly. "I taught you a valuable lesson that will serve you well for the rest of your very short human life in this realm. Always pay attention to the fine print. The devil's in the details. Now go."
Since I'd woken up in Avelia, I'd only seen the world outside through windows. A part of me had suspected the town below the palace and the forest stretching off to the mountains beyond were illusions. They were not. My mind broke a little when Kingfisher ordered me out of the barn. At first, leading the horse he'd mounted for me outside, I was mostly concerned about the animal's big square teeth. But then I looked up, craning my head back to look up into the vast darkness, and I experienced the kiss of snow against my cheeks for the first time. Really experienced it. Seeing it from inside had been one thing, but being outside? My whole life had been consumed by the need for water. I'd seen people fight for a mouthful of it, die from the lack of it, claw each other bloody and lie and betray and steal for it. A dire thirst permeated Zilvarin. That thirst was the city's heartbeat. No matter who you were or where you went, you felt the rhythm of that heartbeat like a hammer striking an anvil. It lived inside your blood. The suns beat down so hot that the ground beneath your feet turned to liquid glass, and your body grew weaker with every breath you took. From the moment you woke up until the second you fell asleep each night, you were on a clock, and that clock was ticking. Water, 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 water. You had to be willing to die for it to survive. In Evalia, it just fluttered down from the sky. I wanted to scream. Briefly, the thick layer of clouds overhead broke, and I caught a glimpse of the midnight sky beyond. A handful of brilliant white lights flickered in the black. I didn't want to ask, but the sight had stolen my breath. I needed to know. "What are they?" I whispered. Fisher moved around his horse, looking up at the sky, too. "Stars," he answered stiffly. "There are billions of them, more than any mind can comprehend. Suns, like the two that hang in Zilvaran's sky." "So far away, though." My voice conveyed my awe. "The Quicksilver closes the gap. With it, we can travel to the realms that orbit those stars." He said it so simply, as if he hadn't just told me that Zilvaran wasn't hidden through some mystical door somewhere. My home was up there, amongst the stars. I gaped at the pinpricks of twinkling light, wondering if any of them were my suns. The clouds crowded in again, blotting out the sky, and my chest ached, full of grief. "Get on," Kingfisher commanded, nodding at my horse. He was a dark-haired wraith, made of shadows, the flash of his pale hands and face, the only part of him I could make out, as he fixed 2 large bags to his own horse's saddle. "We can't leave. We need to wait for Wren." My words were lost in a cloud of fog. Kingfisher came around his horse, and the beast shifted its weight, raising its back leg to kick. It was a giant, its coat black as sin, and had a look of madness in its eyes that could almost rival Kingfisher's.
When Fisher growled in irritation, the horse chuffed and blew out a breath, tossing its head, apparently rethinking the kick. "He'll catch up with us down the road. We have a meeting place for situations like this. Now, are you getting on the horse, or am I putting you on the horse?"
"It's snowing. I'm going to freeze to death." I hadn't seen the thick swath of material in his gloved hands. Kingfisher's eyes flashed brightly as he thrust the black bundle at me, his nostrils flaring.
"It's heavy. Easier to put on when you're already up there. But seeing as you're so petulant and refuse to obey orders, soldiers obey orders. I am not a soldier. Believe me, I'm acutely aware of that. Here, let me help you."
I didn't want his help, but my hands were already numb from the cold, and the ginormous piece of material he'd handed to me didn't seem to have a start or an end. Fisher had it figured out in moments and swung the material around my shoulders. It was a cloak, stiff and waxy on the outside and lined with silken fur. The inside was warm and so soft I wanted to weep. The bitter bite in the air instantly disappeared, leaving only my hands and my face to suffer against the cold. I yelped as Kingfisher's hands found my waist, and he shoved me up into the saddle of my horse. The beast was smaller, chestnut in color, and snaked its head around to try and bite me as I got myself seated.
"Bring your leg forward,"
Fisher commanded. Arguing with him wasn't going to do me any good. His mind was made up. We were leaving the palace tonight, and there was nothing to be done about it. Again, I wanted to refuse his command just to spite him, but my whole body ached to comply with his order. I wanted to bring my leg forward for him. I couldn't stop myself. Fisher lifted the saddle flap and tightened the girth.
He then tied the long and narrow bundle he'd returned from the healers with beneath the saddle flap, tugging on it back and forth to make sure it wasn't going anywhere. "Don't touch this. Do you hear me?"
"Yes."
"Good. Leg back,"
he ordered. I moved my leg back. Snow drifted down, landing in his thick waves, settling on his eyelashes and dusting the tops of his shoulders white.
"Comfortable?"
he asked. "No."
"Excellent. Don't yank on the reins. Ada's a good girl. She'll follow without any input from you, so just leave her be."
Ada probably wasn't a good girl. She was probably a hell bitch who was going to dump me on my ass at her earliest opportunity. But I held the reins loosely, obeying Fisher without a single objection. "Wait, where's my bag?" I twisted in the saddle, searching for it. "I have plenty of food and water for the both of us. You don't need it." "I don't care about the food and water. I care about onyx." "What's an onyx?" "Just give me the bag, Fisher." If he fought me on this, oh gods, I would raise the worst kinds of hell. Luckily, the bastard just sighed and went back into the barn. He returned a moment later with my bag. "The second that rodent becomes an issue, I'm skinning it," he said, hoisting the bag up to me. "He's not a rodent. If anything, he's a dog." I pulled open the mouth of the bag, making sure Kingfisher hadn't replaced onyx with a rock or particularly dense loaf of bread or something. But the little fox poked his head out of the hole, ears swiveling as he took in our surroundings, his pink tongue lolling. "It should run beside us," Fisher grumbled, climbing up onto his own horse. "It doesn't need carrying." "He is a he, not an it. And no, he can't run beside us. He'll get cold." "He," Kingfisher said, heaping the word with disdain, "is a wild animal, and this is his natural habitat. Why do you think he has all of that thick, white fur?" He was right on that front.
Onyx was a creature of Evalia, and was evidently built for it. But when I looked down at him, he wriggled back into the bag so that only his wet little nose was visible, and I got the distinct impression that he was perfectly happy where he was. "How about you focus on your cargo instead of mine?" I fired at Fisher. "Your passenger's going to cause all kinds of problems for you when he wakes up." Carrion was lashed to the back of Fisher's horse, still out cold. His arms hung limply over his head, his fire-red hair thick with snow already. There was no way the position was comfortable. He was going to be sore as hell when he woke up, and I knew firsthand just how ornery Carrion Swift got when he wasn't on the receiving end of a good night's sleep. Kingfisher cast a blank look at him. "You're sure he's not your brother?" "I think I know what my own brother looks like, don't you?" The look Fisher sent my way indicated that he wasn't so sure how to react to that question. "Then, at the risk of repeating myself for the 1100th time, we should leave him here. If he's not your brother, then we are not leaving him here. Bellicon will kill him the moment he realizes you've kidnapped me." "It's not kidnapping if you come willingly," Kingfisher said in a calculating tone. "I'm not doing any of this willingly. I want to go home." He shrugged as he swung himself into the saddle. "And yet you're coming to help me end a war, aren't you? What more noble cause could there be? Congratulations on achieving fucking sainthood." Chapter 15. Sarouche. We didn't pass through the town at the foot of the Winter Palace. I'd hoped we would. More chance of us being spotted and stopped by Bellicone's men before we could get very far. But Kingfisher was smart. He could be an angry, arrogant, half-mad, outrageously handsome piece of shit, and an intelligent tactician at the same time. Turned out the two weren't mutually exclusive. I cursed the day I thought I'd get away with robbing a guardian, as Fisher guided us around the outskirts of the town, down rocky, steep, uneven pathways that were buried in a thick layer of snow. It was a miracle that he knew where he was going. Even more astonishing that the horses didn't trip and break their damn legs on the treacherous route Fisher picked out for us. One misstep, and we'd find ourselves in big fucking trouble. But the horses plodded on, sure-footed, unfazed by our hazardous evening adventure. I watched Carrion's head lolling against the flank of Fisher's horse, fuming at the unconscious bastard the whole while. There was a cold sense of justice in watching his head being thrashed by the low boughs of the trees as we entered the dark forest. The fucker deserved every injury he got for what he'd done. He'd lied to Fisher. Why the hell would he say he was Hayden? Had Fisher said, "What's your name, stinking human wretch?" Or had he said, "I'm here to transport Hayden Fane to a Fey realm. where he'll have access to as much food and water as he can gorge himself on, and a comfortable bed to sleep in. Because I could totally see Carrion lying about his identity, if the latter were the case. The light and sound spilling from the Winter Palace soon faded. Kingfisher didn't seem to mind our pitch-black surroundings, though, and neither did the horses. They plodded on, blowing down their noses, as if it weren't freezing cold and terrifying out here. Haunting wails echoed across the forest, the sounds so human that my skin broke out into permanent goosebumps. In the bag I held in front of me, tucked against my stomach, half wrapped in my cloak, Onyx whined, making himself as small as possible, while also making so much noise that the annoyance radiating from Kingfisher could be felt from 10 feet. He didn't mention the hysterical fox. He simmered, not saying a word, which was infinitely worse. The wailing that echoed throughout the forest drew closer and moved away at random intervals, making my breath come quick and shallow. Eventually, a wail came so close that it sounded as if a starving creature was lurking right beneath Ada's feet. I screamed, jumping in the saddle, pulling my legs up, heart hammering in my chest. Kingfisher halted his horse and looked back at me wearily. "What's wrong with you now?" There's, we're going to die out here, asshole! Can't you hear that screaming?" He looked at me like I was the most tiresome thing he'd ever encountered. "They're shades, human." "What do you mean, shades?" "You know, echoes. What remains of a creature after it dies in distress." My panic cranked up to an 11. "Ghosts?" Kingfisher's mouth drew down thoughtfully. "I'm not familiar with that term. These beings are non-corporeal. They have no physical substance. They can't hurt you. They don't even know you're here." Gods above, I couldn't swallow. "Then why are they screaming?" "They're reliving their last moments. You'd scream too if you'd suffered the same death they had." "They died here? In this forest?" "Don't do it. Don't ask him. Do not fucking ask." I had to know, though. "How did they die?" Kingfisher cast sharp, silver-flecked eyes around us into the dark. "Watch, and you'll see for yourself." "It's pitch black out here. I can't see anything. I can't even see my own hand in front of my face." At this, another piercing cry splintered the silence, so close that Onyx let out a yelp and tried to burrow a hole through the bottom of the burlap bag to safety. "I keep forgetting how tragically inferior a human's eyesight is," Kingfisher remarked. "Oh, and I suppose you can see every little detail of this place, then?" I jabbed a finger at the forest, intending the question to be ironic since we were surrounded by a wall of black. But Kingfisher shrugged a shoulder, pouting. "I mean, it's not crystal clear. I could make out much finer detail in the daylight. But yes, I can see perfectly well. Bring Ada up alongside me, and I'll gift you with temporary sight." "No." "No? No!" "What do you mean, no?" "I'd like to sleep again at some point in the future. I don't need to see any tortured souls reliving their deaths, thank you very much. I'll pass." Kingfisher huffed. "Suit yourself. But when you hear them scream, don't feel too bad for them, human. This place is a prison. Only those guilty of the most heinous crimes are sent to the Wicker Wood. The trees entomb the evilest kinds of monsters." The minutes turned into an hour, which turned into 3 hours. Could have been more. It was hard to gauge the passing of time, sitting on the back of this lumpy, uncomfortable animal. Ada's barrel of a ribcage was too wide, and every time I rocked forward against the front of the saddle, my hips complained bitterly. My ass, too, along with far more sensitive parts of my anatomy that felt like they were being rubbed raw, and not in a fun way. The screams grew to a fever pitch. Ada kept close to Kingfisher's horse, her head tossing anxiously. Once or twice, she lunged for Carrion, snapping her teeth at him,
unhappy that the weird, unconscious creature was getting too close.
It was sheer luck that I'd managed to keep her from biting Carrion's face up until now. If we made it to our destination, wherever that was, without the black market trader receiving any facial lacerations, then he was going to owe me big time. I bit my tongue for as long as I could, but eventually the dark, the screaming shades, and the driving endless cold took their toll. How much longer do we have to do this? I'd planned on calling out the words so that Kingfisher could hear me over the wind rustling through the tree boughs, and the steady metal grinding of the horses nervously chewing against their bits. But my nerves got the better of me. The question came out in a cracked whisper. I was saved from having to repeat myself by Fisher's fey hearing, his head angled to the right an inch, the only indication that he'd heard me. But then he said, "We're nearly there. Only another half an hour. We'll arrive even sooner if we trot." "Trot?" I laughed scathingly. "Nothing you can say or do will incentivize me to smash my genitals against this saddle any harder or faster than they're already being smashed." "Feeling a little sore, human?" "Sore doesn't come close," I grumbled. "I'll happily kiss all of your aches and pains better for you once we strike camp. I've been told my mouth has healing properties, especially when administered between a pair of thighs." The suggestion in Kingfisher's voice was a promise made of dark silk, seductive, a little thrilling, if I was being honest. I wasn't in the mood to be honest, though. I was grouchy and officially sick of flinching every time a stray twig brushed my arm. I wanted this little midnight foray to come to an end already. "I'm surprised," I snorted. "Why?" "Surprised that you'd offer to spend any amount of time between my legs. Not when I was able to steal something so precious from you the last time I tricked you into letting me close." I could just make out the outline of Fisher's shoulders bouncing up as he chuckled. "You really think I didn't notice you take the ring?" "I know you didn't." "Oh, please. I knew what you were up to the second you climbed up into my lap." I preferred the thick silence punctuated with death screams to the sound of Kingfisher's smugness. "Gods, you hate it, don't you? Being bested by a human? Why can't you just admit that I had you fooled?" "It'll be a cold day in Sanisroth before you fool me." He said this so matter-of-factly, as if it were a foregone conclusion. "I knew the second you walked into the forge that you were planning something. I admit, I was mildly interested to see what you'd come up with." "Wow. You'd rather keep lying and dig yourself an even bigger hole than admit the truth. That ego of yours is impressive, Fisher." "I'm not lying." "Really?" "Really." "All right, fine. Tell me, how did I give myself away then, if I was so obviously up to no good?" "You brought a bag with you into the forge, a bag packed with food and clothes, otherwise known as supplies." "How did you know it was packed with food and clothes?" "Because I peeked while you weren't looking." My mouth dropped open. "Asshole! You can't go rifling through people's bags." Says the thief who stole a piece of valuable jewelry right off of my body, while rubbing her body all over me to distract me. He had me there. I'd done a lot of unconscionable things in the past to get what I needed. I'd never needed to kiss anyone the way I'd kissed Kingfisher, mind you. I hadn't meant to kiss him like that. That had been an accident. One I didn't feel inclined to investigate too closely at this specific moment in time. "So, you're saying I did distract you then?" I fired at him. He just laughed. And here I was, rankled at the thought of having to drag around a helpless, useless human who'd be nothing but a burden. But it turns out you've got jokes. At least I can count on you for some entertainment. Honestly, he was such a piece of work. Where did he get off treating me like this? I'd been there back in the forge.
I'd felt his hands on my body, in my hair, how urgently he explored my mouth with his tongue. He'd been distracted, all right. "You're so full of shit. I felt how hard you're—" I slammed my mouth shut. Heat nipped at my cheeks, very close to becoming embarrassment. Kingfisher halted his horse, forcing Ada to stop too. Carrion wobbled on the horse's haunches, almost toppling off, though Kingfisher didn't seem to notice or care. He twisted around in his saddle, a ruinous smirk dancing at the corners of his mouth. "How hard my what, human?" "Nothing," I answered far too quickly to come across as casual. "All I mean to say is that you were distracted, okay? You were all over me. Your hands, my hands have a mind of their own. My mind was fixed on what yours were doing, and let me tell you, human, you are nowhere near as light-fingered as you seem to think you are. You nearly dislocated my finger, tugging at that damned ring. How dare you?" Ada had pulled up alongside Fisher's horse, crab-walking, keen to get moving again, which brought me too close to the Fey warrior for comfort. I used our close proximity to lash out at him with my foot, but he nudged his stallion out of the way, sidestepping the blow. "Easy there, human. Kick Bill and he'll bolt. You want to find yourself alone in this forest? In the dark?" I wouldn't give him the satisfaction of answering that. Instead, I pulled a childish face while retracting my foot and shoving the toe of my boot back into the stirrup. "Bill? Who calls their horse Bill?" "I do. Now, would you like to lead the way?" He gestured with a gloved hand toward a path that I had to assume was there since I couldn't see it. "No." I didn't think so. We came across a road soon after. Though it was deserted, as far as I could tell, a fair amount of traffic clearly used the road because the snow hadn't stuck here. Deep gouges cut into the churned mud, along with hoofprints, pawprints, and footprints, so massive that I shivered to think what might have created them. Our horses' hooves sucked at the stinking black ground as they plodded onward. Our destination was a run-down 2-story stone building situated right on the banks of a wide, frozen river. Its roof was covered in a layer of straw 2 feet thick, atop which rested only a fine dusting of snow. Light poured out of small windows. When the door to the front of the building opened, laughter and chatter and half a stanza of an off-key song spilled out into the night, along with a tall, broad figure who took 5 lurching steps and collapsed face first into a snowbank. Kingfisher had slowed his horse when the building had come into view. He sat staring at it for a moment, lips slightly parted, an unfamiliar, wistful expression on his face. I frowned at the building, trying to see whatever it was that he was seeing. You'd think he was taking stock of one of Avalia's finest architectural wonders, but from where my aching ass was sitting, it looked a hell of a lot like a pub. "Or sleeping there?" I asked, jerking my chin toward the place. The figure who'd stumbled out of the pub was on his hands and knees now, vomiting into the snow. "Maybe. Maybe not." Kingfisher kicked his horse on, gesturing for me to follow. "We'll see how long it takes Wren to catch up." A scruffy stable hand took the horses when we dismounted. I attempted not to stare at the curved ram's horns poking out of the holes torn in the top of his woolen hat, but did a piss-poor job. I couldn't stop myself from wondering how they connected to his skull. The stable hand didn't seem to mind. He was all toothy smiles until I opened my bag up and tipped a sleepy onyx out into the snow at my feet. "Ooh, that's a good one. Rare. Never see the black tips on the ears and tail like that anymore. I'll get your 2 krona for it." "What?" Onyx darted behind me, hackles up, as if he understood the stable hand and would take a finger if the stranger tried anything funny. The stable hand eyed me shrewdly. "All right, 4 krona. That's all I can do, though. My wife'll kill me if—" My hand reached for the hilt of the dagger at my thigh. "He's not for sale."
"The human's gotten it into her head that the flea-ridden thing is a pet," Fisher said, collecting one of the bags from his saddle. He moved quickly, retrieving the long, wrapped object he'd tucked under my saddle flap. Onyx jumped into my arms, nestling into the crook of my elbow and hiding his face.
"He does not have fleas." "That you know of," Kingfisher said. "What about this one, then? Is this one for sale?"
The stable hand thumbed a hand in the direction of carrion. "What's your best offer?" Fisher asked.
"No!"
Kingfisher had the audacity to look bored when I slapped his arm.
"No, the human isn't for sale either," he said in a flat, annoyed tone. "Put him in a stall with some hay and cover him with a blanket. If I find out he's been harmed in any way—"
Kingfisher's hand rested suggestively on Nimmerell's hilt, drawing the stable hand's attention to the menacing black sword. The fawn paled beneath his auburn beard. He recognized the action for what it was, a promise of pain, and acted accordingly. "Of course, sir. Don't you worry. No harm will come to him under my watchful eye. He'll sleep like a baby. Just see if he doesn't." A wall of heat and sound hit me as we entered the tavern. A good deal of nerves, too. This wasn't the House of Kala. I was known there. Safe. Well, as safe as any person could be in a house of ill repute, where shady deals went down in dark corners. This tavern was a completely new environment for me. I was a stranger here. I had no idea what to expect.
It turned out it was a lot like every other tavern I'd stepped foot inside. Every rickety seat in the place was occupied. Every table cluttered with a variety of chipped and mismatched tankards that were mostly empty. Fey males and females sat in groups, engaged in their own quiet conversations. I'd seen plenty of other creatures back at the Winter Palace, but the sheer variety of the other creatures here nearly knocked me off my feet. Tall, reedy, thin-limbed beings with bark-like skin and wisps of thin, flowing white hair. Small hairless things with charcoal-colored skin and slitted amber eyes, teeth as sharp as needles. Two males with shaggy furred legs and cloven feet sat at the bar, long ridged horns protruding from their brows and sweeping down their backs. Creatures with bulbous noses and green skin, and creatures with flowing, thick auburn hair that streamed out around their heads, caught on an invisible breeze. Everywhere I looked, an array of creatures so wild and wonderful and strange and frightening that I could barely catch my breath. Kingfisher drew up the hood of his cloak and ducked his head, throwing his face into shadow as we approached the bar. A swarm of tiny fairies with gossamer wings flitted around our heads, tugging on my hair, snatching up the loose strands that had worked loose from my braid, giving them sharp, vicious little pulls. "Ow!" I tried to swat them away, but Kingfisher caught me by the wrist. "I wouldn't. They're drunk. They get mean when they're drunk." "I'm 1,000 times bigger than them. I could crush—" "Ah!" I hissed, pulling my hand away from the cloud of fluttering menaces. There, right on the heel of my palm, was a perfect oval welt. A bead of blood rose up from the tiny wound, shining like a tiny ruby. A bite? "Is that a bite mark?" I held out my hand for Fisher to see, but he didn't even look.
Not only do they get mad when you try to smash them out of the air, but they speak common Fey and take offense when you imply that you're going to crush them to death. Beer, please. 2. And a pour of your strongest spirit as well. The bartender was a short, rotund male with wiry gray hair, a hooked nose, and the bushiest eyebrows I'd ever seen. He grunted at Fisher's request, paying neither of us any heed as he went to fetch our drinks. When he came back, he dumped 2 tankards down, sloshing a good amount of our beer onto the bar, and then slid a small glass of noxious-looking green liquid to Kingfisher.
Kingfisher paid wordlessly, scooped up our tankards and the shot, then ducked off into the crowd to find us somewhere to sit. We were lucky. 2 Fey women in royal blue dresses and thick traveling cloaks were rising from a table in the corner by the fire just as we were passing. Kingfisher hung his head, eyes on his boots while he waited for them to go. Then he jerked his chin, indicating that I should sit down first. Onyx, who had stuck to my side like he was my shadow since we'd entered the tavern, shot under the table. I hissed when my behind met the wooden seat. Gods, that hurt. I was never going to be able to sit down without drawing in a sharp breath again. Fisher's infuriating grin was the only part of his face visible beneath the dark cowl of his hood. "I'm glad you think this is funny," I groused, accepting the beer he handed to me. "I think it's hilarious," he countered. "You've been a persistent pain in my ass since we met. Now the universe has seen fit to make your ass smart. I'd call that justice." "I'd call it highly fucking annoying. Wait, what are you doing?" He'd reached across the table and grabbed hold of my wrist. I tried to yank it back, but his grip was like a vice. Hissing between his teeth, Fisher gave my arm a none-too-gentle tug. "Listen.
In the last 12 hours, you've been bitten by that mangy fox, scorched by a sword you had no business touching, and now bitten by a fairy as well. You aren't from here. There are probably countless germs and illnesses floating around in the air that could put you in the ground. Your body is weak and slow to heal as it is. I need to disinfect all of these cuts and scrapes before you develop a fever and die." I begrudgingly stopped straining against his hold. "Careful, Kingfisher. I'll start to think you actually care about my well-being if you keep—" "Ah! Ah! 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 Ow, that fucking hurts!" He didn't give me any warning. He dumped the bright green liquor in the shot glass all over my hand and held my wrist even tighter as my fingers spasmed. Underneath the table, Onyx let out a nervous whine, scratching at my legs. "Breathe," Fisher ordered. "It'll pass in a second." The pain did begin to subside after a moment, but my anger, that was another story. "You're sick," I hissed. "You enjoyed that. What kind of male likes hurting people?" His face was a blank mask when he let me go. "I don't enjoy hurting people. I don't like it at all. But that doesn't mean it isn't necessary. To avoid far more serious pain, sometimes we have to endure a little sting. Sometimes, some of us have to inflict it. You say it so mockingly, but I do care about your well-being. You're important. Without you, I can't end this war or protect my people. I have to keep you safe so I can accomplish my goals. So yes, I'll hurt you if it means I keep you safe. I'll force you to follow me to the ends of this realm, because that is the only way I can make sure you stay alive. Now drink your beer." He made it all sound so reasonable, that he was doing what was right and just for the greater good. But there were other ways of going about it, softer, kinder ways. He clearly knew nothing about that. The world had been cruel to him, so he was cruel back. I didn't need babying. I was used to dealing in harsh facts. I'd lost track of the number of times I'd been manhandled or had the shit kicked out of me. But that didn't mean that Fisher needed to be such an asshole about all of this. I took a swig of my beer, already knowing that one drink wouldn't be enough to improve my mood. I'd expected it to be bad, but the beer tasted nutty and rich, and was actually quite pleasant. Very pleasant. "Go slow with that," Fisher warned when I took another huge gulp. "It's strong." This idiot really did think I was weak. He knew nothing about the drinking games I'd played and won back in Zilvarin. And that was drinking whiskey, not beer, for fuck's sake. Still, I wasn't idiot enough to go downing my whole tankard just to prove a point.
These were uncharted lands, and I didn't have a map, both literally and figuratively. I narrowed my eyes at Kingfisher. When will Carrion wake up? How am I supposed to know? Fisher drank from his own beer, green eyes glinting at me over the top of his tankard. From within the dark shadows of his hood, they seemed to flash in the most remarkable way. I was unconscious for 10 days. Are you planning on carting him around on the back of your horse for days on end? No, he said simply. What do you mean, no? I mean, no. I'm not planning on doing that. You were on the verge of death. That's why you took so long to wake up. And we won't have to ride any further to get where we're going. So your friend's career as a saddlebag is already come to an end. Where are you taking me? Home. And where is home? I pressed, my frustration levels rising. He took a deep pull from his beer, the muscles beneath the tattooed skin of his neck working. The place where I was born. Ugh! Do you have to be so difficult? His eyes danced. It isn't mandatory, but I do enjoy it. Kingfisher! I'm taking you to the borderlands, Osha.
A small fiefdom at the very edge of Evalian territory, a place called Kalish. Kalish? I'd heard the name mentioned multiple times. Everlane had wanted Ren to take Fisher back there before he could be discovered in the Winter Palace. Belicon had said Fisher could stay in the palace for a week before he had to go back there. Is that wise? The king was sending you there anyway. Won't he just show up there looking for us? Fisher shook his head. My father and Belicon had a long history. He saw what Belicon was planning long before he murdered the royal family and stole the crown for himself. He took precautions and warded his lands so that neither Belicon nor any of his supporters could cross into them. He was powerful, and his wards were strong. They remain as solid as ever. Belicon can travel to the borders of Kalish, but he can't enter. As long as I live and carry on my father's line, he never will. Wow, that was great news, but there were other things to worry about. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but I was under the impression that Kalish was a battlefront, I said. It is. No, but an actual war zone. Fisher fished a fleck of floating debris out of his beer. That's right. So you make a big speech about keeping me safe in order to save your friends, I said slowly. And then you tell me you're dragging me right into the middle of an open conflict? Sound like fun? How the hell am I supposed to stay alive in the middle of a war zone, Fisher? When he laughed this time, the sound was hollow. By sticking close, Osha. Really close. I drank 3 beers and fed Onyx most of the meal Fisher ordered for us under the table. The smoked meat stew made my mouth water, but I could barely swallow it down. Carrion Swift was in the barn outside. Carrion fucking Swift, when I had wanted Hayden. I was locked into a blood oath, and I hadn't gotten what I'd bargained for in the slightest. Best case scenario, my brother was still trapped back in Zilverin, hungry, thirsty, and looking over his shoulder every other second for Madra's guardians. Worst case scenario, he was already dead because of me, and there was nothing I could do to make it right. So yes, my appetite was non-existent. Ren showed up 2 hours after our bowls of stew were cleared away. I saw him enter, his tall frame filling the tavern doorway, his long sandy hair wet from the snow. A wave of relief slammed into me. At last, a voice of reason. Belicon's generals saw me first, still tucked away in the corner by the fire, and the tension between his brows instantly lifted. When he saw Kingfisher's back, the cowl of his cloak still concealing his features, he broke out into a smile so full of relief that it made my chest ache. My expression must have matched Ren's when I'd thought for those few moments that Fisher had brought Hayden back with him.
Those few blissful moments when I'd thought my brother was alive and safe. Gods. Kingfisher turned to meet his friend right as he arrived at our table, a broad, genuine smile on his face. He stood, and Wren pulled him into a tight hug, clapping him on the back. When the general let him go, holding him at arm's length, he huffed sharply down his nose and patted Fisher's cheek. "You, my friend, are officially fucked. Everlane's spitting mad. She's never going to talk to you again. What were you thinking?" Wren had his own beer now, which meant I had a fourth sitting in front of me, too. I didn't feel remotely drunk. I was tired and sore and irritated beyond comprehension, and I wanted my bed back in the Silver City. Wanting was a fool's game, though, and Wren had come with news. So I pulled myself together and leaned in close to listen to the hushed argument that was taking place between the two males. "We had a plan," Wren hissed. "Don't look at me. Our little friend here forced my hand. She tried to commit suicide." "Liar! I did not!" "When I found her, she was 2 seconds away from taking a dip without a relic," Fisher said. "I had your ring, smartass. I thought I did have a relic." He eyed me over the top of his tankard, the silver around his iris shimmering as he gave me an open-mouthed smile. "Oh, you had my ring, did you? Care to recount the tale of how that came to be in your possession, human?" "That's irrelevant." I glowered at him hatefully. "I don't care what Saris took," Wren said tightly. "You took Belicon's alchemist. And not just that. You took the sword, too." Kingfisher's hand closed around his tankard so tight that his fingers turned white. "The last time he laid his hands on a sword of note, he used it to murder the true king and the whole fucking Dianthus line. If Rurik Dianthus, as you just pointed out, Rurik Dianthus is gone. There's no point playing a game of if only where he's concerned. Belicon is the king, and like it or not, as king, he can claim whatever the hell he wants to claim. The god swords are all dead. They're paperweights now. Belicon couldn't do any more damage with it than he could do with an ordinary sword. You should have just let him add it to his collection. What harm would it have done?" "Harm?" Fisher barked. "You're joking, right? Harm. Ha!" He shook his head. "That sword is a holy fucking relic, Renfus. That bastard isn't fit to look upon it, let alone wield it. I'll die before I allow Belicon to wear it on his hip. And you're wrong. Not all of the swords are dormant. Nimmerel. So, taking it had nothing to do with the fact that Solace was your father's blade?" "No. No, forget I even asked. I already know that's the truth of it. As for your sword, Nimmerel has been corrupted for years," Wren seethed. Kingfisher slammed his hands against the table, the cowl of his hood falling down. "Nimmerel is the only thing that stood between Avelia and everlasting darkness for the past 400 fucking years." He was too loud, too angry. His fury erupted out of him, and the tables around us fell quiet. Conversations stumbled, drinks were set aside, and 100 pairs of eyes turned toward us. Fisher shook as he stared at Wren. He didn't notice when whispers of Renfus Erythian, Renfus Bloodsworn, Renfus of the Silver Lake began to spread throughout the room. Nor did he notice when the whispers turned to him. Not until it was too late. Kingfisher. No, it can't be. It's true. He's returned. He's here. Kingfisher. 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 Fisher's ire dried up like so much smoke. He hung his head, his cheeks turning white as ash despite the heat from the roaring fire. The muted, "Fuck," he murmured was just a shape on his lips. It made no sound.
"Time to go,"
Ren ground out. What? What's the problem? I looked around, trying to gauge the emotions on the faces that surrounded us, but all I could see was shock. Reluctantly, Fisher had spent some time explaining what types of creatures they were to me, where they had all come from, and now the Fae, and the tiny little fairies that hovered in the air, and the satyrs at the bar, and the goblins, and Aselkis, and everyone else, they were all speechless. Everywhere I looked, I found wide eyes and open mouths. Even the bartender, who hadn't spared us more than a glance when we ordered our drinks, was frozen, halfway through polishing a thick Never mind. The glass dropped from his hands, shattering loudly on the floor. Renfis rose from his chair, head bowed. He held his hand out to me and helped me up. Slowly, Kingfisher followed. His shoulders drew up around his ears, his vibrant green eyes unreadable. He kept them trained on the floor. The three of us headed for the door, Kingfisher leading the way. I came after him, Onyx clutched tight in my arms, Renfis following behind me. We were halfway to the door when a massive Fey warrior with long braided blonde hair, shorn at the sides of his head, stepped in front of Kingfisher, blocking his path. He was huge, easily just as tall as Kingfisher or Ren. His features were fine, though there was nothing gentle about him. The hard look in his pewter-colored eyes spoke of bloodshed. I gasped when he dropped to one knee at Kingfisher's feet. "It's an honor to kneel at the feet of the Dragon's Bane. Please, a blessing, Commander? Only if you see fit to, of course," he stammered. "I'm sorry." Kingfisher placed a hand on the warrior's shoulder. "You have me mistaken for someone else." The blonde warrior donned a rueful smile. "My cousin fought with you and your wolves at Ajin Sky. The way he described you..." He shook his head apologetically. "You're the Fisher King. You can't be anyone else." Fisher's throat bobbed. I saw him struggle for words, fighting to force them out of his mouth. "I might fit your cousin's description, on the outside. I'm honored that he remembered me to you. But I'm not the male who he fought with at Ajin. I'm sorry, brother. You saved the rippling banner of the proud Western Anacrike," the blonde warrior interrupted. "At dawn on the 5th day, you cried against the rising sun and roused our people's hearts so that even those who were ready to pass through the black door turned away from death and found the strength to find their feet, and their bows, and their swords, and their friends. You led the charge on the blood-red mountain." The warrior's voice cracked. A tall, Fey female stepped to his side, dressed in leather ranger's armor. Her face bore a jagged scar that twisted her lower lip. "At Cinder's Reach, you quelled the horde that threatened to burn everything my people had built. 50,000 people. 50,000 lives. Temples, libraries, schools, homes. They all still exist today, because of you." A muscle ticked in Kingfisher's jaw. He couldn't meet the female's eyes. At the bar, one of the satyrs with the impressive sweeping horns and the shaggy goat-like legs stepped forward. His eyes shone bright, reflecting the flames of the fire roaring in the hearth as he raised his glass to Kingfisher. "Inishtar," he declared in a deep, gravelly voice. "It wasn't as grand as these others, just a small town. We weren't kind to you when you came. Then the Fae and my lot weren't the allies we are now. But 5 of you stood against the dark that night. You saved 400. You were there too, Renfis of the Erythian." Ren inclined his head, his dark eyes sad. "I remember." he said softly. The satyr lifted his glass a little higher, first to Wren and then to Kingfisher.
A lifetime of thanks to you both for what you did, though it'll never be enough. Sarush.
He pressed the glass to his lips and tossed back the amber liquid inside.
Sarush. Sarush!
Around the bar, a cup or a glass went up in every single patron's hand. They all cried out the word. They all drank.
You saved the bridge at Lothbrock. You held Torrodon Pass until the snows came. You fought Malcolm on the banks of the Darn until the river flowed black with their blood.
Again and again, the tavern's patrons stood and spoke. It seemed all of them had a story. Kingfisher stood mute, his throat working. Eventually, he couldn't maintain his silence anymore. I'm just. His eyes were distant. That was a long time ago. That person doesn't exist anymore. He charged past the Fey warrior still kneeling at his feet, flung open the tavern door, and disappeared into the night. I stared after him, unable to comprehend what I'd just seen and heard. All of this for Kingfisher and Wren. So many stories of valiant battles and impossible odds.
From the way the two males had reacted when they'd first realized they'd been recognized, I'd thought we were about to be attacked. But that couldn't have been any further from the truth. To me, Kingfisher was a surly, foul-mouthed bastard who I wouldn't piss on even if he was on fire. To everyone inside this tavern, he was a living fucking god. Chapter 16. Shadowgate. A gateway to hell awaited us in the clearing outside. The spiraling maw of shadow and smoke was small, only big enough to swallow a horse, perhaps. Convenient, since Kingfisher stood in front of it with Bill, Ada, and Wren's bay mount. Carrion's limp body was already slumped over Bill's haunches. He'd misplaced a boot somewhere between the barn and the clearing, and Fisher obviously hadn't deemed the loss important enough to do anything about it. I didn't care much about Swift's missing boot, either. I was too busy staring at the whirling black vortex behind Fisher to register much of anything else at all. The way it pulled at the light, drawing the orange glow from the tavern's windows toward it, twisting it into fine threads that it sucked into the spinning singularity in its center, made me want to back away from it very, very slowly. I'd put Onyx back into the bag before leaving the tavern, but I could feel him shaking against my spine, as if he could sense the strange force through the burlap and didn't like it one bit. Gusts of wind whipped at Kingfisher's dark waves, tossing them about his face. The silver gorget was back at his throat. It glinted, the wolf's head engraving fiercer than ever. After how he'd just behaved back in the tavern, I expected to find Fisher in a raging temper, but his face was blank. His shoulders relaxed as he handed me Ada's reins and turned to face the wall of twisting smoke. "Let's get this over with," he said quietly. "You'll follow Wren. I'll be right behind you." The hairs stood up on my arms. I'm not walking into that. What is it?" "It's a shadow gate, a means to an end. You can use this, or you can spend the next 2 months on horseback, sleeping in snowy ditches and scavenging for your dinner. What'll it be?" "I'll take the second option." I didn't even need to think about it. My ass would get used to a saddle eventually, and the cloak Kingfisher had given me was excellent at keeping out the cold. I'd spent half my life hunting for my own dinner amongst Zilvarin's sand dunes, and besides, I had no interest in heading into a war zone. Delaying our arrival at Kalish seemed like a fantastic option. Fisher pursed his lips. "Let me rephrase that. You're going through the gate, human." I took a step back, dropping Ada's reins. "I'm not." Kingfisher considered me, one eyebrow curving with interest. "Are you thinking about running?" "Gods, I hope so. I'll give you a head start if you like. It's been an age since I've hunted anything." "Come on, Fisher.
Wren said wearily, slipping on a pair of leather gloves.
She's scared. Give her a moment to adjust to the idea.
I'm not scared, I lied. I'm just not going through that thing. I'll probably never make it out of the other side. Kingfisher opened his mouth, about to say something taunting and mean, no doubt, but the tavern door opened and shadowy figures began to emerge. Fisher's eyes hardened, and whatever he was about to say died on his lips.
We don't have time for this. Wren will go through the gate. You will follow after him. Your oath to me will leave you no choice.
Wren went still. His eyes locked onto Kingfisher. The warrior must have felt the burning intensity of the general's gaze, but Fisher didn't so much as glance in his friend's direction.
Tell me I misheard that, Wren said. Tell me you didn't bind this girl to you with an oath. Go through the gate, Wren, Fisher commanded.
An oath? He whispered.
She got something in return, Fisher ground out. Now please, go through the gate. We can discuss this on the other side.
Wren shook his head, a combination of dismay and disappointment warring on his face. He didn't seem to know what to say. Collecting Ada's reins, he handed them back to me and said, "Don't worry. It's really nothing. You'll be disoriented for a moment, but just keep walking. It'll be over in seconds, I promise." It was a kindness, this reassurance from Wren. Without it, my fear would have eaten me alive as the general stepped forward and led his horse into the inky black. I wasn't going to follow. I wouldn't. Elroy hadn't said I possessed a stubborn streak a mile wide for no reason. My force of will was stronger than this oath I'd sworn to Fisher. It had to be. I set my jaw and determined to enjoy the look of annoyance on Kingfisher's face when I didn't follow after Wren. But Kingfisher only gave me a tight-lipped smile as my body moved of its own accord, following his command without my permission. My pulse leaped as I approached the twisting gate, my breath catching in my throat. How could he do this? By using the oath against me, forcing me to bend to his will, he stripped me of my own. Even back in Madra's Hall of Mirrors, when I'd fought for my life and Haran had outmatched me, I hadn't felt this powerless. My mind scrambled as the tip of my boot disappeared into the swirling gate. I would have begged Fisher to relent, but the warrior's stony expression promised that doing so would be a waste of breath. "I'll hate you forever for this," I hissed at him. And then I stepped into the gate. The howling black wind turned me inside out. I became it. It became me. My mind scattered in 1,000 different directions, ripped away from me in an instant. I was nothing. I was blind. I was deaf. I was a soulless whisper trembling in the dark. And then I was pain. It tore through me, exploding in my knees, my wrists, and my palms. It flowered behind my eyes, bright lights flaring, burning my retinas. Red, orange, white, green. I opened my eyes with a gasp and only had enough time to pull in that one breath before my stomach pitched upside down and ejected the few bites of stew I'd eaten at the tavern all over a rough stone floor.
"My lord," a stunned voice said.
Gods, I'm so sorry. Nothing's prepared. We had no idea."
"It's all right, Oris."
When Wren spoke, he sounded far away.
"Thank you. Take the horses and make sure they're rugged tonight. It's going to get a lot colder before dawn."
"But—"
"Yes, I know. Fisher's back. He'll speak to us all tomorrow, I'm sure. For now, I think it's best if we give him a little time to settle back in. If you could keep this quiet until the morning."
"Of course, sir. Of course."
The world was on its side. My temple was cold, cold as ice. It took me a long moment to realize that I was lying on the ground and that my head was resting on hard stone. I watched Kingfisher walking away down a long hallway, alone, silent, head bowed, and I vowed with everything I had in me that I'd make the fucker pay for this. I tried to get up, but when I heaved myself onto an elbow, the arched ceiling became the floor, became up, became down, and another wave of vomit rushed up the back of my throat. I threw up a second time, hacking as I tried to catch my breath. "Oh, Saris, I'm sorry. Here, give me your hand." "Leave me alone. Get the fuck away from me. Don't touch me." I thought about screaming these things at Renfus, but there was real sympathy in his voice. And this wasn't his fault. He hadn't taken my free will from me. He hadn't brought me here to this wretched place or tricked me into agreeing to a binding blood contract that effectively turned me into his goddamned puppet. I accepted the hand he offered to me, whimpering as my legs wobbled. "Thankfully, you won't experience this again. For some reason, the gates only affect us the first time we use them. For most of us, it's just a little dizziness, maybe a headache. For a human, it's a little more than that, it seems. No one's seen a human in a very long time. There's a lot we've forgotten. I'm sorry." "You don't need to apologize to me. Not for him," I wheezed. Ren let out a tense sigh. "He's not what you think he is."
A bastard? He's definitely a bastard.
The general flinched a little as I tried to straighten up. "Can you walk?" "Oh, no. Shit. You can't even stand. Okay, that's fine. I've got you." There's nothing more undignified than collapsing into the arms of a male you barely know. Not much I could do about it, though. My head wouldn't stop spinning, and I was definitely going to throw up again. I couldn't have shrugged out of his arms if I'd tried. I didn't make a peep as he lifted me. My head felt like it was going to crack open. "Wait, Onyx. Where's Onyx?"
Don't fret. I've got him. He'll be with you when you wake up.
"Thank you." I closed my eyes, trying to breathe through the discomfort when Ren started walking with me. "He used to be kinder," Ren whispered, "but the quicksilver inside of him, it makes it difficult for him to think straight. It wears on him. It's exhausting for him shutting out the voices. It's made him hard." There was so much sadness in his voice as he spoke. It made me want to open my eyes to see what kind of expression he was wearing, but I couldn't manage it. "You shouldn't make excuses for him."
They aren't excuses, Saris. I've known him my whole life. We were born to different parents, but we're brothers in every other way that counts. I know him better than I know myself. The first time Belicon forced him to travel without a relic, the silver infected him so badly that I thought we'd lost him altogether. His mind was so fractured. Let's just say it took a long time for him to recover. The healers did their best, but the peace that remains in his eye torments him night and day. His mother's relic doesn't seem to be as effective anymore. And now he's been exposed to the quicksilver twice without it again. I just don't know what to expect from him anymore.
"Where?"
I took a deep breath.
"What was he?"
Hmm?
The questioning sound Ren made vibrated against my ear. "You said you haven't seen him for 110 years. Where was he?" A thick silence fell. For a long time, the sound of Ren's footsteps echoing off the walls was the only thing to disturb it. But then he sighed deeply, as if making his mind up about something, and said, "I can't tell you that. It wouldn't be fair. He'll tell you himself at some point, perhaps, but until then?" I didn't care to push the matter further. I felt too sick to talk. And who cared where Kingfisher had been? He could have spent the past century trapped inside one of those trees in the wicker wood for all the difference it made. There was no excuse for the way he was treating me, none that I would accept. I didn't know where Renfis of the Erythian carried me. I was already unconscious by the time he got me there. It'd be a real shame to have to pinch you, but I'm getting bored, and this rabid animal keeps showing me its teeth. I groaned, rolled over. I was floating on a cloud. It was heaven. The most comfortable cloud I'd ever... I hinged upright, grasping hold of my side. Fuck! The skin just above my hip throbbed painfully. What the I trailed off when I saw the auburn-haired brigand standing at the foot of my bed. No, not my bed. A bed. Warm, comfortable, massive. But not mine. Onyx sat at the end of it, baring his teeth at a very disheveled-looking Carrion Swift, who held hands aloft in surrender. Look! Shh! It's all right. She's awake. I didn't murder her. Stop overreacting. If you touch that fox, I'll skin you, I growled at him. Carrion's pale blue eyes met mine, full of a false hurt I was more than familiar with. And hello to you, too. What kind of greeting is that? And after we've been so cruelly separated for so many weeks as well. I flung back the covers and launched myself out of the bed. I had Carrion backed up against a wall and an angry finger in his face in no time. You're lucky I don't knock your fucking teeth out, I snapped. What the hell were you playing at? Telling Fisher that you were Hayden? The thief's hands were still in the air. He glanced down at the index finger I was jabbing in his face, smirking at it like he was wondering what I was planning on doing with it. He didn't miss a beat when he said, You should be thanking me. That psychotic monster looked like he was planning on murdering your brother. I did him a favor. If it weren't for me, just shut up and tell me. Is he alive, Carrion? I have to know. My heart was a fist in my throat. My entire existence hinged on whatever came out of Carrion's mouth next. I waited for his expression to darken, or at least sober a little. But Carrion's infuriating little smile remained firmly in place. Of course he's alive. Why wouldn't he be alive? Because Madra swore she was going to find him and kill him. She said she was going to destroy the ward. He frowned. And why in all four winds would she do that? You know why. Because I took that cursed gauntlet. Ah, yes, that's right. He pushed away from the wall, blue eyes dancing with amusement. The gauntlet. The one I advised you to take out of the third, before our people started getting hurt? That gauntlet? I was going to hurt him. Badly. Enough, Carrion. I know I fucked up, all right? I feel terrible enough as it is. Just tell me what happened. Is Hayden really still alive? Yes, he's still alive. Gods, you never were one for patience. He rolled his eyes. Hayden's in the 7th. I got him papers and shifted him that first night when you were taken up to the palace. He's now gainfully employed as a store clerk. It isn't glamorous work, but it's better than having no job at all. He has triple water rations and a room above the shop. I haven't visited for a couple of days. I didn't want to draw too much attention, him being a new face and all, but he's comfortable. I can't say that he's happy. He's brainstorming all sorts of ways to break you out of the palace, but stop. Just wait. I covered my face with my hands. Shit. Are you crying? I figured you'd be happy. Hayden was alive. He was safe. He was in the 7th. He had a job and a roof over his head, and food and water, too. My whole body trembled with relief. I dropped my hands to my sides, pulling myself together, trying to think pragmatically. Madra just hasn't found him yet. I sniffed, clearing my throat. Madra isn't looking for him. But the Guardians are all prepared for the even light. It's in a month. The whole city's been buzzing with talk of what gift she'll bestow on us this year. She has the Guardians building a stage in the center of the market square. "You're sure it's not new gallows?" I asked suspiciously. "Definitely not gallows. There are flowers all over it." "Flowers?" "Yes, flowers." "Tell me everything that happened after the Guardians took me up to the palace," I demanded. There had to be something, some kind of awful act of violence that shook the foundations of our ward. Madra was a lot of things, and benevolent wasn't one of them. But Carrion just let out a dry laugh. "Everything's fine. Elroy's been a real pain in the ass, of course. He goes up to the gates every day and demands to see you, but they keep turning him away. He comes back down to the forge and gets to work, grumbling about the mess you've left him in. Hayden is dealing with a guilty conscience about as best as he can. He blames himself for you being taken. Other than that, the third continues as it always has without you. Imagine that. The world, audacious enough to carry on without Saris Fane." "I'm serious, Carrion. You didn't hear her. She swore that everyone in the third would die."
"And yet no one has," he said, shrugging. "Now, I think I've been pretty patient while we've rehashed all of this gauntlet bullshit. I think it's my turn to have a few things explained to me. Principally, where the fuck are we? Why are we here? Were the people who came in here about half an hour one and laid their hands all over you really Faye? Or did I hallucinate that part? And lastly," he pointed at his foot, "where the fuck is my other boot?" "Someone came in here and touched me?" Carrion threw his head back, groaning. "All of those questions, and you respond by asking one of your own. Gods. Yes, they came and touched your hands a bunch. They said they were healing you." Sure enough, when I looked down at my hands, the bite Onyx gave me when he was scared was gone, as was the little welt from the fairy. The burn mark from Nimmerell was still there, but only just. The skin on my palm was tender to the touch, but it was pink again and didn't look like it was going to burst open and start weeping pus anymore. Kingfisher. He'd sent healers. He was really serious about making sure I didn't develop a fever. But he would be, wouldn't he? I was nothing more than a tool to him, and how would he use me if I was dead? For the first time since waking, I took stock of the situation. Hayden was alive and doing okay. So was Elroy. For the time being, at least. But now, I was stuck in the Avelian borderlands, in the middle of a war between battling factions of immortals, and Carrion Swift was prodding me for an explanation as to why. I explained everything I knew, moving around the room and inspecting our surroundings. The room was windowless, which was my first disappointment. No way to assess the landscape around us, and no way to climb to freedom either. The bedroom, because it was a bedroom, was twice the size of my room back at the Winter Palace. There were 4 large double beds, 2 on either side of the space, made up with thick, beautiful covers in bright blues and greens, each of them adorned with mounds of pillows and cushions. A plush rug covered the majority of the stone floor. Woven tapestries hung from the walls. A large fireplace roared at the far end of the room, next to which a wide table was loaded with bowls of fruits, bread, smoked meats, and cheeses, not to mention 4 copper ewers of water and 2 separate wash basins. None of it had been touched. From the look of the rumpled sheets and the disturbed pillows, Carrion must have slept in the bed closest to the table, which meant the food would have been one of the first things he saw when he woke up. But he hadn't even poured himself a glass of water.
He stood with his arms folded over his chest, his brow furrowed, head angled to one side while he listened to me, taking in the details of everything that had happened to me, without the slightest indication that he believed what I was saying. When I was done, he blew out his cheeks and sat himself down heavily in one of the chairs by the fire, running his hands through his hair. "So you kissed that guy then? The one with the creepy sword and the bad attitude?" I stared at him blankly, not understanding the question for a moment. At last I said, "What does that have to do with anything?" Carrion shook his head. "You're right. Ignore me. So, you have the ability to awaken this quicksilver. The pool that your new boyfriend dragged me into. He is not my boyfriend. And no one else has been able to do that for 1,000 years. And now you've made some kind of unbreakable promise to a malevolent legendary Fey warrior who might be completely insane. You don't know what he wants from you. He wants me to make relics for him, so that more members of the Fey can travel without losing their minds. But how are you going to do that?" "She's about to find out."
Instinctively, I reached for the dagger that should have been at my thigh, but I closed my hand around thin air. Kingfisher stood in the doorway, hand resting casually on Nimmerel's pommel. His brows banked together, forming a knot above his flashing green eyes. A heavy cloud always seemed to follow him around, but there was something extra dark and stormy about Kingfisher today. He wore no armor over his black shirt and pants, but the silver gorget covered his throat as always. Carrion bristled when Fisher entered the room, angling his body between me and the dark-haired warrior, which elicited an amused smile out of Kingfisher as he glanced around. "Just so that you're fully equipped with all of the facts," he said in a smooth tone. "I'm only half insane. And yes, your friend is bound to me. Did she tell you that she's the only reason you're still alive yet?" Fisher picked up an apple from the bowl on the table, turning it over in his hand. "I wanted to leave you back at the Winter Palace, but she was adamant that you come along with us for the ride." Carrion gave me a saccharine smile. And there was me thinking you weren't infatuated with me anymore. I have to say, I would have preferred to stay in Zilvarin, though. I was about to close a spectacular deal that would have made me a very rich man. Kingfisher stilled, his fingertips curling tighter around Nimmerel's hilt. His eyes darted from Carrion to me and back again. Then he looked off toward the other side of the room, seemingly at nothing. Slowly, he set the apple back down in the bowl. "I need you to come with me, human," he said. "Wonderful. Another day of being forced to do whatever you want me to. Lucky me." He looked at me solemnly. "I'm not going to force you to do anything." "Oh?" I couldn't keep the mocking edge from my voice. "So if I decide to stay right here and tell you to go fuck yourself, you aren't going to react badly and command me to go with you?"
"I'd be a little annoyed that you'd told me to go fuck myself," he said. "But now that we're here, the urgent list of things I have to attend to is breathtaking. Asking you to discover the depths of your abilities and apply them in order to save countless lives, so you can, in turn, both return home to your dusty city, ranks lower on that list than you might think." Carrion held up a hand. "When he puts it like that, I vote you go and help him figure out the relic issue." I grabbed his wrist and yanked his hand down. "You don't get a vote. And you," I said, wheeling on Fisher. "You've tricked me into getting your way once already. I'm not going to do what you want me to just because you've made a vague implication that you'll let us go back to Zilvarin once I'm done making relics for you." Fisher smiled, all teeth. The silver in his eye flashed like a blade. "I wouldn't need to trick you into doing anything for me. As you've already established, I could just make you do what I'm asking of you." "Then why don't you?"
"Because my brother is sore with me," he admitted. "And because this will go a whole lot smoother if you agree to help my people willingly."
So he was giving me back my autonomy to appease Wren. Unsurprising. It came as no shock that Fisher didn't appreciate my grousing either. Well, he was in for an unpleasant surprise. He was about to discover that I could help him willingly and still give him plenty of shit at the same time. "I'll come with you then, on one condition." Fisher's mask of indifference faltered, allowing a flicker of annoyance to peek through.
"Which is?"
"That you make this promise to me exactly, verbatim, word for word. I swear I will release you and allow you and Carrion to return to Zilvarin the moment you have made enough relics for my people."
Kingfisher's mouth ticked imperceptibly. "As you wish. Word for word. I swear I will release you and allow you and Carrion to return to Zilvarin the moment you have made enough relics for my people. There. Are you happy?" "Are you bound by that promise?" I asked. Fisher lowered his head in a mock bow. "I am." "All right. Then I'm happy. Let's go." "Leave the fox. He'll only be underfoot." I started to protest, but Onyx had fallen asleep amongst the cushions on one of the beds that hadn't been slept in, and he looked too peaceful to wake anyway.
"And what about me?" Carrion demanded. "You're just going to keep me locked away in here forever?"
Fisher snorted. "You haven't been locked in here at all." I glared at him over my shoulder.
"You didn't check the door?"
"I just assumed—" "Ugh!" Kingfisher spun and strolled purposefully out of the room. "You're free to come and go as you wish, boy. Do whatever the hell you like. Though I doubt you're going to get very far with only one boot."
Chapter 17. Kalish. What is this place? I'd been picturing Kalish as a war encampment, a sea of tents pitched amongst the snow, campfires sending pillars of smoke up into the sky for as far as the eye could see. It was nothing of the sort. This place was a stately home. Beautiful. Beyond the bedroom Carrion and I had woken up in was a sprawling house full of open-arched windows, light, airy hallways, and pretty rooms that went on forever. Portraits hung on the walls, featuring dark-haired males and females, many of whom bore a striking resemblance to Fisher. The furniture was lovely, the overstuffed chairs and sofas sagging in a relaxed way that suggested that this place had been lived in. Loved in. Birds sang outside. The sun shone, bouncing off the thick mantle of snow that covered the grounds of the estate, so bright that it looked as though the grounds were studded with 1,000,000 diamonds.
"My great-great-grandfather built it a long time ago," Fisher answered in a brusque tone. The heels of his boots rang out as he marched down the hallway. "It was my home before Belicon commanded my mother to the Winter Palace to marry him."
When Everlane had told me how her mother had come to be at the Winter Palace, I hadn't spent much time considering what her life would have been like before that time. Nor had I considered what it must have been like for Fisher. How old had he been when he'd traveled to Belicon's seat of power? Just 10 years old? 11? I couldn't remember. The differences between Kalish and the Winter Palace were stark. He must have hated leaving this place. A peaceful quiet hung in the air here. It felt safe, calm. The rooms and hallways were all abandoned. It wasn't until we descended a curved staircase, the stone steps worn smooth and dipping in the middle from so many feet, that we encountered another living thing. A small creature, only 3 feet tall, with a round, protruding stomach, glassy amber eyes, and the strangest skin. It looked as if it were formed out of the last dying embers of a fire, rough and charcoal-like, with tiny fissures that ran all over its body, the edges of which glowed, flared, and faded. as if a flame might kindle there at any moment. The creature carried a silver tray bearing a steaming pot and 2 cups. When the creature saw Fisher, it yelped and dropped the tray, sending the pot and cups crashing to the ground. "Oh! Oh no! Oh no, oh no, oh no!" The creature's voice was high-pitched, though decidedly male. He wore no clothes to speak of, but that didn't matter. He didn't appear to have any body parts that required covering. Eyes wide as could be, he staggered back from the mess he'd made. The shattered porcelain at his little smoking feet didn't seem to be the source of his panic. Kingfisher stunned me to silence when he dropped to his knees and started picking up the shards of broken cup. "It's all right, Archer. Hush. It's all right." Archer's mouth hung open. His gaze met mine, and I was amazed to find that there was a tiny ring of flickering fire surrounding his jet-black pupils. He pointed at Fisher. "You see him?" he squeaked. I eyed Fisher. "Unfortunately, yes." Archer gulped. "He's really there?" Kingfisher stopped what he was doing, his head hanging, and for a second, I found myself transfixed by what I saw. The gorget only protected his throat. The back of his neck was exposed, the ends of his dark waves not long enough to cover it. His skin was pale apart from a single, stark black rune visible between the base of his skull and his shirt collar. It was complex, all interlocking fine lines, loops, and curls. Most of the runes I'd seen on the Fae had been ugly-looking things, but this... Kingfisher looked up at Archer. The rune disappeared. "Stop fretting, Arch. You're not hallucinating. I returned home late last night." Archer threw back his small head and wailed. He trampled right over the broken tea service in order to get to Fisher. Throwing his thin, fiery arms around Kingfisher's neck, he sobbed hysterically. "You're here! You're here!" "Whoa, steady now." I waited for Fisher to shove the little creature away, but he wrapped his arms around him instead, hugging him close. "You'll make everyone think we're being attacked." Archer leaned back, pressing small hands to Fisher's face, patting him everywhere, as if to make sure he really was real, leaving black smudges all over Fisher's cheeks and forehead. "I missed you so much. I wished, and I hoped, and Archer hiccuped. "I wished, and I hoped, every day." "I know. I missed you too, my friend." "Oh no! Oh no!" Archer leaped back, patting frantically at Fisher's chest. "Your shirt! Lord, I've singed your shirt!" Kingfisher chuckled softly. There was no hint of malice in laughter, no mockery or cold, cruel edge. He just laughed. "It's easily fixed. Stop fretting. Here." Suddenly, Fisher's shirt was no longer fabric. It was smoke. It writhed around Fisher's torso for a moment, then became a shirt again, unsinged and perfect. More smoke pooled around Fisher's boots, rolling across the floor, concealing the broken pot and cups. When it dissipated, the pot and cups were whole again, sitting back on the silver serving tray. "See? Good as new," Fisher said. "You're too kind, Lord, too kind. But you shouldn't need to fix my mistakes. I should be more careful and—" "Archer, please, all's well. Go on now, quickly. I'll come and find you before dinner. I want to hear everything that's been happening around here while I've been gone." Archer's eyes were wet. It seemed impossible that anyone would cry tears of happiness over Kingfisher. If I wasn't witnessing for myself, I'd never have believed it. But it was happening all right. Every time a tear fell and hit Archer's cheeks, it hissed and turned into a puff of steam. "Yes, my lord. Of course. It would be my pleasure." I watched Archer go, perplexed. Kingfisher set off walking again, saying nothing. I jogged after him to catch up. What kind of fairy was he? Not a fairy, a fire sprite. Okay. And why did he seem to like you so much? Fisher didn't even dignify that with a response. "There are a lot of fire sprites here.
water sprites, air sprites. Not so many earth sprites. You might want to spend some time learning the names of all of the lesser fey creatures. Eventually, you'll offend the wrong person if you go around calling everyone fairies. As he spoke, we passed a nook in the wall where 7 marble busts were mounted on stands, one of which was facing the wall. Kingfisher flipped off the gods as he passed them, not even breaking his stride. I let out a frustrated huff. Look, I won't be here long enough to learn the names of every type of creature in Avelia. You'll find I'm highly motivated to make these relics and get the hell out of here. Of course. You're so eager to get back to that awful city. Kingfisher turned a corner and then halted abruptly, opening a door to his left. Back to all that oppression and starvation. I can really see the appeal. Out of everyone, you should understand why I want to go back the most. You're desperate to do everything you can to help your friends here. I have friends and family who need help too. They're too tired to fight Madra on their own. They've given up. If I don't go home, who'll help them? I was hit with a wave of his scent, all cold dawn morning and the promise of snow, and my breath caught in my throat. I ignored the reaction, forcing myself to think about everyone suffering in the third instead. It was hard to focus on that when he was standing so close. The tips of his ears jutted out from the waves of his hair, the tiniest flash of his pointed canines showing between his parted lips. His crooked, taunting smile made me want to forget all about my ward. It made me want to remember crawling into his lap, and when his strong hands had found my waist and... No, I wasn't going to lose myself to that. Not after what he'd done to me last night, forcing me to obey his will. I haven't found myself in this position voluntarily. I wouldn't choose to be here if I didn't have to be. The task is my birthright. It became mine the moment I drew my first breath. You're just one of hundreds of thousands of people who live in your city. Why shoulder the responsibility of saving them when they refuse to save themselves? He already knew the answer to his question. He wasn't stupid. I said it out loud for him anyway, because he clearly needed to hear it. Because it's the right thing to do, Fisher. He said nothing, just looked me up and down in a way that made me feel small and silly. After you, little Osha. This forge was nothing like the one back at the Winter Palace. It was huge and packed with so much equipment that I didn't even know where to look first. The hearth was large enough that I could have stood up in it if I'd wanted to. A bad idea, given the powerful fire that was already raging in it. Along one side of the wall were rows and rows of crucibles, of all shapes and sizes. Beakers, stirring rods, and flasks sat on shelves. Mortars and pestles, and large glass vials containing powders, dried herbs, flowers, and all manner of different liquids. Along one side, the forge was completely open to the outside, giving way to a small, snow-filled walled garden with a bench and a tall tree naked of leaves at its center.
Beyond the high brick wall, I made out the tops of more trees, evergreen pine this time, and the rocky, sloping foothills of a majestic mountain range not that far in the distance. "They're beautiful," I said, before I could stop myself. "The mountains. I've seen pictures of them in books before, but I never knew they could be so... majestic." Fisher stared at the mountains in the distance, a complicated look on his face.
Marin. That's the name of the tallest peak, the one with the sheer face. It means sleeping giant in Old Fae.
Do people try and climb it?
Only if they want to die,
Fisher answered. Wait. I glanced over my shoulder, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. "Why are you frowning like that?" Fisher asked. "Because..." I looked back to the door behind me and the warm, cozy hallway on the other side of it. The dimensions are all wrong. We were on the 3rd floor just now.
And the other rooms we passed were much smaller. This forge is on the ground floor, and the roof's too high, and—
Magic.
Kingfisher shrugged. He paced over to a bench and began the now familiar process of unfastening the sword from his waist.
The doorway is enchanted, bound to the entrance of the forge, which is located outside of the house, much safer than having highly explosive compounds and chemicals inside the house itself. When we walk through the doorway in the house, it transports us here. Simple. Simple. It was simple, which made me want to scream. I was going to throttle him. If you can do this, then why the hell didn't you just bind some doorways back at the tavern instead of making me go through that shadow gate? Because I can't do this, Fisher replied, setting Nimmerell down on the bench. This is Wren's work. I don't possess the same gift. Then Wren could have— It only works over short distances, human. So take a breath. I couldn't have. Wren couldn't have. We needed to travel 800 leagues, and a shadow gate was the only way to do it. Fine, I grumbled. But if you knew that was how we were going to get here, why not just call the gate inside the Winter Palace? Why make me ride a horse through that terrifying wood all night? He gave me a teasing, sidelong glance. I thought you weren't scared of the wood. I wasn't, just— Answer the question? Kingfisher placed his elbows on the bench, leaning toward me, his hair obscuring half his face. Because, little Osha, the Shadow Gate uses a lot of magic. We Fae are sensitive to such things. If Belicon had sensed me drawing that much magic to the catacombs under his palace, he would have transported himself there before we could have blinked, let alone traveled. That tavern is 50 leagues from the Winter Palace, which, coincidentally, is the exact distance required to perform heavy-hitting magic without alerting someone you want to keep in the dark. So, do you have any more annoying questions? I do, actually. Why can't you just use the Shadow Gates to go between here and the other realms? You don't need relics for the Shadow Gates. They don't make you crazy, apparently. So why even bother with the Quicksilver? Martyrs have mercy, Fisher muttered. He spoke as if he were explaining the most rudimentary, obvious information to a 5-year-old. Shadow Gates are of this realm. They can only be used within this realm. Quicksilver is not of this realm. Therefore, it can be used within this realm, but also within or to other realms as well. No more fucking questions. We have work to do. And that was that. He crossed the forge to where a huge wooden trunk sat by one of the largest crucibles, grabbed it by the handle, and dragged it over to the bench. He didn't break a sweat, even though the God's-cursed thing looked like it weighed more than Bill and Ada combined. My eyes nearly popped out of my head when he threw back the lid.
A mountain of silver rings sat inside, different shapes and sizes. Some of them were marked with an aegis or a family crest. Some of them bore diamonds or rubies or sapphires. Some of them were delicate and elegant. A lot of them were chunky, with heavy engraved bands. I'd never seen so much precious metal in one place at one time. Well, it's a good thing Carrion isn't here. He'd have stolen 8 of these already, and neither of us would have noticed. I think we've already established that I notice when someone tries to steal my belongings. Holy fucking gods. He was never going to let go of that. I shot him a baleful glare as I stooped down and picked up one of the rings. It was very feminine, with roses engraved on either side of a beautiful aquamarine stone. There must be 1,000 of them, I said breathlessly. 1,800, Kingfisher said. And that's just in this trunk. There are 8 more trunks on the other side of that bench over there. Sure enough, I looked in the direction that he was pointing and saw at least 2 more wooden trunks shoved up against the wall.
The others must have been hidden out of sight. I tossed the ring back into the trunk. Are we forging swords out of them? Silver was too malleable to forge weapons out of back in Zilvarin, but maybe the Fey blacksmiths had figured out firing techniques to make it stronger. Perhaps they infused it with magic. Perhaps... My mind ground to a halt, my line of logic dying a miserable death when I realized that Kingfisher was smirking at me again. That smirking meant nothing good. Anyone can use any old relic in a pinch, but relics are most powerful when they're forged from something important to its owner. These are the family rings of the warriors who fight for me. Each one has great meaning to the male or female it belongs to. You are going to take each and every one of these rings, and you're going to turn them into relics. Fisher, no. There are nearly... I was good with numbers, but I was too stunned to think straight, let alone perform multiplications. I got there in the end. There are nearly 15,000 rings here. Do you have any idea how long it would take to melt down each of these rings and cast it into another one? Years, I'm sure. But don't worry. We're not looking for a pretty piece of jewelry. You'll melt down the ring, transmute its properties so that it will shield the wearer against the quicksilver, then cast it into something simple, like this. He hooked his finger around his chain and drew out the pendant he wore around his own neck. If there's a stone or some kind of engraving on the ring, you'll find a way to incorporate that into the medallion you make. Other than that, it should be pretty straightforward. Straightforward? My vision had gone hazy. He couldn't be fucking serious. I said I'd help you make enough relics. I trailed off, a sinking feeling of dread crushing my chest. I'd done it again. I hadn't paid attention to the details, had I? And it was even worse this time because I thought I'd done a good job. I swear, I will release you and allow you and Carrion to return to Zilvarin the moment you have made enough relics for my people. Was that not the promise you had me make? Yes, but... I have 15,000 warriors, little Osha. To have enough relics for my people, I need 15,000 relics. When you're done with all of these rings, I'll release you from your oath and take you to the closest quicksilver pool so you can leave. Until then... He eyed the trunk full of rings. But I don't even know how to turn these into relics yet. That alone could take weeks. It could take months. Not even a flicker of sympathy hid in Fisher's silver-mottled eyes. Then you'd better get to work. Chapter 18. Crucible. Kingfisher had books written by the alchemists before they all died out. Stacks and stacks of them. They were centuries old, the parchment crumbling. A lot of them were written in Old Fey. I barely understood any of the text, which meant that they were next to useless. When I asked him how I was supposed to glean any useful information from them, when none of his own kind had been successful in doing so, he muttered something about using my initiative and left the forge in a cloud of black smoke. At midday, a plate of food arrived out of nowhere on the bench. Some kind of meat pie with the most delicious gravy filling, along with some chunks of cheese and an apple that had been cut into slices. I only noticed that Onyx arrived with the food when I heard him whining underneath the bench. He wore a hopeful look, his black eyes staring intently up at my plate, ready should the smallest morsel fall to the floor. I didn't know how healthy human, or rather Fey, food was for him, but the pastry was so buttery and crumbly, the filling so savory and good, that I couldn't help myself, and I wound up sharing half the pie with him. He was content to run outside amongst the snow once we were done, chasing any birds that landed. I spent a good 15 minutes laughing at him as he coiled back onto his hind legs, wriggled his fluffy butt, and then sprang into the air,
bringing his front feet crashing down on the snow as he pounced. I stopped laughing when I realized that he was hunting, and more often than not, when he pounced like that, he came up from the loose snow with a small rodent in his mouth. At least he was entertained. After I'd wasted another hour poring over the books and getting nowhere, I decided to say screw it and focus on more practical matters.
My first thought was to melt down one of the rings and just start experimenting. But then it occurred to me that if I wasn't successful, and I probably wasn't going to be, I'd have ruined one of Fisher's warrior's rings, and that wouldn't go down well at all. I found some scrap metal in a bucket by one of the benches and settled on using that for some trial and error experiments instead. The first problem I ran into was that I literally had no idea where to start. By holding a piece of the twisted scraps and concentrating, I could feel what kind of metal it was by the vibrations it gave off. When I first noticed those vibrations back in Zilvarin, they had scared the shit out of me so badly that I'd trained myself to ignore them. Now, I used that alien sensation to differentiate between plated metals, silver, and a whole slew of different variants of iron that we didn't have back home. They each had their own frequencies. It didn't take long to isolate the frequency for Evelian silver. I simply held a bunch of the rings and closed my eyes, learning what that energy felt like when it traveled up my arms, and I committed it to memory. Then I went through the bucket and separated out any scraps that shared that same frequency. I had a respectable amount of the shining metal ready to melt down after only half an hour. For my first attempt, I melted down about a ring's worth of silver and poured it into a crucible. From there, I added a variety of different ingredients from the glass mason jars on the shelves to the molten silver, with no sense that I was accomplishing anything. Most of it just burned up the moment it hit the metal's scalding hot surface. The salt seemed to combine well, though. I let the silver cool and hammered it out into a flat surface, and then went looking for the quicksilver to somehow test the rough medallion I'd created. But there was no quicksilver. None that I could find in any of the jars or crucibles. How the hell did Fisher expect me to unravel this problem for him if he wasn't going to trust me with any of the quicksilver? Did he think I was going to try and escape with it, for fuck's sake? I'd learned my lesson after the last time. I didn't have a relic of my own yet. Here, I'm here. Just one whisper, so small. When I'd heard the quicksilver back at the palace, the sound had been a chorus of whispers, but this was subtle, quiet. I had to close my eyes and focus all of my attention just to hear it. It was inside the forge, though, and close. I walked around the bench I'd been working at until I felt the gentlest of tugs, so weak it was barely even there, and then I moved toward it. A silver box sat on a shelf above a small basin, tucked into the corner by the wall. A leafy potted plant hid it from view. I took it back to the bench and prized the lid open, laughing when I saw just how little quicksilver was inside it. It was solid, naturally, but in its liquid state, it would only be a couple of tablespoons worth at best. This was what he'd left me to work with? I huffed, plucking the metal out of the box with a pair of tongs, and then placed it at the bottom of the smallest crucible I could find. It was getting easier, changing the quicksilver from its solid to liquid state, a hand reaching out into the dark, a finger flicking a switch. There was so little of it this time that I hardly had to will it at all. One moment, it was a lump of scuffed metal, and the next, it was a puddle of shining silver rolling around the bottom of the cast iron bowl. I dropped the medallion into the crucible, grimacing when I noted that there was barely enough quicksilver to submerge it. And nothing happened. I waited. Still nothing. Here, I'm here, the quicksilver whispered in its singular voice. Alone, alone. Come to me. Find me. Be with me.
The medallion changed nothing.
I tried a second again, adding what looked like sand and some salt water to the molten silver this time. Again, nothing happened. My third attempt, I tried to combine a dull red powder from one of the jars into the silver, but it burst into flames before it even reached the rippling surface, producing a cloud of noxious red smoke that made my face prickle and go numb. Onyx wouldn't come back into the forge after that, so I sat with him out on the bench in the cold afternoon light, stroking his fur, shivering as flakes of snow dusted my pants. My fourth and final attempt of the day, adding a pinch of charcoal and a sprig of an herb labeled Widow's Bane, rendered no results again, by which time I'd officially had enough. I whistled for Onyx to come, he begrudgingly did, and stomped out of the forge, leaving the mess I'd made with my failed attempts behind. Back in the hallways of Kalish, Onyx chittering animatedly, darting between my ankles, tongue lolling as he jumped up my legs. Apparently, he was very happy to be away from the forge. I hadn't paid a whole lot of attention this morning when Fisher escorted me to the forge, but I was fairly adept at finding my way in new places. It might take a while, but I'd find my way back to the room I'd woken up in eventually. It didn't come to that, though. I'd only taken a couple of steps from the door when Wren appeared around the corner up ahead, dressed in a dark red shirt and faded brown leather pants. He was covered in mud, and there was a long gash across his cheek, which was leaking blood. His hair seemed to be wet with sweat, and the dark shadows under his eyes made him look exhausted. He scrounged up a smile when he saw me, though, wiping his filthy hands on the towel he was carrying as he approached. "Thought I'd come and check in on you," he said, grinning. "I heard you've been assigned quite the task." "An impossible task." I scowled darkly. "I only made 4 attempts, but I'm exhausted. What happened to you?" "Oh, just a couple of skirmishes up on the pass. When the clouds are so heavy with snow and the days are so dark like this, it's a safe bet that there'll be an attack. We were outnumbered, but we didn't lose anyone. Took down 30 or so of the enemy." "Congratulations?" It felt weird to congratulate anyone on killing so many people, even if they were enemies of the Avelian Fae. Wren noticed the uncertain rise in my voice and laughed quietly under his breath. "Thank you. Believe me, killing 30 of them has already saved a couple of hundred innocent lives. If they'd gotten through the pass, they would have wrought havoc on our side of the border. It wouldn't have been pretty." "I'll have to trust your word on that," I told him. Wren rubbed the towel against his dirty fingers, his eyes resting steadily on me. "Would you? Trust my word? If I told you something?" Onyx jumped up Wren's legs, turning in circles. The general dipped to scratch his head distractedly. His focus was all for me. "I don't know," I said. "I suppose that would depend." He sighed. "That's fair. Well, I'm about to tell you that I gave Fisher hell this afternoon for that oath he made you swear. And I told him the only way he could make it up to me would be to start getting to know you a little better." I fought the instinct to take a step back. "Why would you do that?" "Fisher's very single-minded sometimes. There's no gray, only black and white. I fear that part of him has only gotten worse while he's been away. He has to keep things very straight in his mind, otherwise lines get blurred. Right now, you're a tool he feels he has to use to make life better for us all. My concern is that a tool pushed to its limit is a tool that will probably break. And to be blunt, Saris, you're a tool none of us can afford to let Fisher break. He needs to see you as a person. He needs to know that you're more than our way out of a tight corner. And the only way to accomplish that is if he learns more about you." Why didn't I like the sound of this? "Okay." "I told him he needed to have dinner with you tonight." "Oh, and I think he agreed." "You think he did?" He grinned sheepishly. "You've met him. It can be tough to tell what he's agreeing to sometimes."
He's the slipperiest bastard alive, I grumbled. Right. But please, just go. Have dinner with him. Tell him about yourself. It'll be over quickly, I swear. If "it'll be over quickly, I swear" had to be said in order to convince me to attend an event, it was not an event I wanted to go to. I couldn't imagine anything less fun than having dinner with Fisher. But Wren was looking at me so pleadingly. He genuinely, sincerely wanted me to go. And what else was I going to do? Hang out with Carrion back in our shared room? On second thoughts, maybe dinner with Fisher would be less painful than that. All right, I'll go, but only because you asked, and only if you swear there'll be alcohol. The dining table was a league long. All right, it was maybe only 30 feet long, but still far too big for two people to sit at and share a meal. Alone. Fisher sat at one end, I sat at the other. In between us, a mountain of food had been delivered by an army of fire sprites led by Archer. A massive floral centerpiece with purple and pink blooms sat in the dead center of the table, and it was beautiful. It really was. But I couldn't even see Fisher around it. Maybe that was the point. Carrion had been gone when I got back to the room, which was a blessing since I still wanted to bathe and wash away the sweat from the forge. I hadn't even bothered to look at the dress that had magically appeared at the end of my bed while I was in the tub. All I knew was that it was black. I'd found a clean pair of pants and a fresh shirt in one of the drawers that were my size, obviously meant for me, and so I'd worn those instead. I was comfortable enough in the pants, but I got the feeling from Archer's sidelong glances that I was underdressed to have dinner with his master, and he disapproved of the fact. Stabbing a piece of fish with my fork, I grabbed the empty wineglass that sat to the right of my plate and held it up. I don't suppose I could get something poured into this. I called down the table. I saw a flick of Fisher's wavy hair around the flowers, and not much else. When he spoke, he sounded close, as if he were standing right behind me, not at the other end of the table. "Tell me how you fared today, and I'll consider it." The proximity of his voice and the way he spoke felt intimate, as though his lips were so close to my ear that his breath should have stirred my hair. "How are you doing that?" I whispered. "Magic runs through this place, the same way your blood runs through your veins. It lives in the very air. The things you've already seen here are surely enough to suspend your disbelief, and yet you're shocked by something so small as me casting my voice?" Amusement dripped from every word. I had no retort for him, though. I had seen so many remarkable things. In comparison, this wasn't that impressive. It was the way it made me feel, having his voice so close, that had me on the back foot. I cleared my throat. As you might expect, I fared very badly. I made 4 attempts, all of which resulted in failure. I wasted nearly all of the scrap metal I found. I'll need more if I'm going to be able to run more trials tomorrow. "Can it be refined? The silver you used today?" he asked. "Yes, but that'll take even longer. I'll waste a day between experiments," I huffed, setting down my fork. "But let me guess. You don't care about me wasting a day to purify between experiments, do you?" "I do not," he confirmed. "You know," I dropped my fork. It hit my plate with a clatter. "You just love contradicting yourself. One minute you're kidnapping me because it's urgent that I make these relics for you, and then the next, you're throwing up obstacles and doing everything you can to make the process as difficult and as time-consuming as can be. You really need to make up your mind. What's more important, the relics for your people, or whatever sick pleasure you seem to derive from keeping me at your beck and call?" From down the other end of the table, I heard the scrape of a knife against a plate. At least he wasn't letting my annoyance ruin his dinner. Asshole.
I assure you, our need for those relics far outweighs how fun it is to mess with you. But I'm not refusing you more silver to toy with you. Resources are tight at Kalish. The regular silver can't be spared. What are you talking about? This place is dripping in finery. There's gold. I glanced around, gesturing to the wall sconces that held the candles lighting our dinner, and the serving platters on the sideboard, and the picture frames, even the cutlery on the table. There's gold literally everywhere. Half the knickknacks in this place are plated in it, and you're telling me resources are tight? If it were gold you needed for your trials, we wouldn't be having this conversation. I saw the bottom of Fisher's wineglass around the side of the cursed flower arrangement, and my temper spiked. Ducking to one side, I peered around the centerpiece and scowled as I watched him sip from his glass. If you have wine, I should have wine, I growled. Oh, is that what you think? My skin broke out into goosebumps, the tiny hairs on the back of my neck standing erect. His voice was even closer this time. His words felt like a caress against the skin of my neck. I did my damnedest to shake off the shiver that chased up my spine. Ren promised me. Renfis knows better than to make promises on my behalf. But if you're so desperate for a drink, feel free to come and pour yourself some. Had he poured his own wine? I doubted that very much. Archer had probably done it. But I wasn't some stuck-up highborn asshole like he was. I had no problems pouring my own wine. I got up, grabbed my glass, and was about to storm down the other end of the table, but then I paused and grabbed my plate and my fork while I was at it. Whatever game this was, seating me so far away from him, blocking our view of one another, then using magic to speak into my ear like he was whispering sweet nothings to me? Yeah, I wasn't playing. The corners of Fisher's mouth twitched when I slammed down my plate and fork on the table to his right. I dared him to breathe a word about it as I sat down next to him. He ran his fingertips over the rim of his wineglass, shifting in his seat to turn toward me as he watched me pour myself an obnoxiously large glass of wine from the carafe he was hoarding. The wine was dark as ink. I took a defiant swig, my eyes locked with his over the rim of my glass. Kingfisher pointed loosely at my glass when I set it down. Do you like it? He spoke to me normally. No magic this time. Yes, it's interesting. He pouted, nodding to himself. Something told me he was desperately trying not to smile. Please, help yourself to more. I don't have to speak to the men for a couple of hours. I've got time to share the bottle. I looked at him properly. Really took him in. There was something different about him, something I couldn't put my finger on, not at first. But then I realized what it was, his clothes. I had never seen Fisher in anything other than black, but tonight the shirt he wore was a hunter green, very dark, but still green. It was simple, but the material was fine and tailored perfectly. The way it hung from his frame emphasized how broad he was in the shoulders and how corded his arms were. The dark green color highlighted the raven's wing black of his thick hair. It threw his pale skin into contrast and, gods, get a grip on yourself, Sarasphane. Focus. I forced my gaze down to my half-eaten fish. Why is silver in such short supply here if you have all this gold? Because silver serves a very specific purpose here. We need as much of it as we can lay our hands on. Then why not sell all of the gold and buy some? Gold's worth more. Fisher slowly shook his head, smiling as if to himself. Gods, why was it so hard to look at him sometimes? I'd never had this problem before. Maybe where you're from, he said. He observed me, toying with his wineglass where it rested on the table, spinning it around lazily by the stem. With his lips parted, I could just make out the points of his teeth. It was rude to stare, but I couldn't help it.
My heart missed a step whenever I saw his canines. As if he knew perfectly well what I was focused so intently on, Fisher opened his mouth a fraction wider, his top lip rising a little so that more of his teeth were on show. It was a subtle difference. Perhaps only a millimeter more of those sharp white canines were visible. But heat exploded between my legs of all places, and suddenly— Gods, I needed another drink. I buried my face in my wine glass. Fisher ran his tongue over his bottom lip, also looking away. The tendons in his neck stood proud, his jaw clenching ever so slightly as he frowned at something over by the window. "We can't buy more silver. The entire realm's been picked clean. Belicon has an embargo on it, too. Any silver found within Avelian borders must be given to the crown. That's part of the reason why we need to use the quicksilver so badly. Other realms have an abundance of silver. We could trade for more than we need if we could just cross between realms."
If Belicon has all of Avelia's silver, then surely he'd give it to you, if it's so vital to win the war? Kingfisher snorted. You'd think so, wouldn't you? But no, Belicon won't give us silver. He won't give us aid, he won't give us food or clothes or weapons. He doesn't give a fuck about this war. But that's just— it makes no sense. I took another deep pull of my wine. The unique taste bloomed into floral notes in my mouth. It tasted smooth, rich, and complex all at the same time. The flavor had surprised me at first, but it was really starting to grow on me. Kingfisher watched me with steady eyes. The quicksilver lacing his right iris pulsed and caught at the candlelight, shifting and twisting amidst the green. It seemed to be extra active tonight. As if confirming this, Kingfisher's hand tightened around his wine glass. His shoulders tensed, his nostrils flaring momentarily. But then he exhaled, letting out a deep breath, and he loosened again. It all happened very quickly. I might not have noticed it at all had I looked away for a second. Kingfisher's eyes bored into me. He knew I'd seen him flinch, and from the way he was staring at me, one of his eyebrows curving in question, he was waiting to see if I would ask him about it. I wanted to, but I already knew I'd find myself frustrated and angry if I did. He'd use my interest against me somehow. He'd find a way to be cruel. It was just in his nature. So I gave the topic a wide berth. I was about to ask him what experiments he had tried in order to make a relic, but then the crew of fire sprites bustled into the room, their charcoal-like bodies throwing up sparks and wisps of smoke as they approached the table. The two sprites at the head of the group were carrying large dishes full of food, 2 different kinds of dessert, by the looks of things. They nearly dropped the dishes when they saw me sitting up at the head of the table next to Fisher. "Lord!" one of them, a female, squawked.
"My lord!"
She spun in a circle, her mouth flapping open. The rest of the fire sprites registered that I dared to move next to their precious master, and also proceeded to lose their minds.
She's the human!
Lord Kingfisher." Archer was the last sprite to enter the dining room. The second he laid eyes on me, he slumped down on his backside, right where he was, sitting heavily on the plush rug, and started hyperventilating. "Forgive me, Lord. I wasn't expecting." "It's all right, Archer. Everybody calm down." Fisher hadn't changed his position. He was still sprawled out in his chair in a very relaxed manner, but he'd shielded his mouth with his hand, trying to hide his smile. He looked down and coughed, appearing to pull himself together. "You can leave the plates for now. And the dessert. Just set it on the table and you can all go. Thank you." The fire sprites were all emitting black smoke. The cracks and crevices across their compact little bodies flashed and glowed like stirred embers. When one of his friends tried to help Archer up, a small flame formed on Archer's arm.
He released a mortified shout, and all of the sprites started slapping at him, trying to put him out. "Sorry, Lord, so sorry. I'm so embarrassed," Archer wailed. Kingfisher finally got up and went to the knot of panicking sprites. He ushered them out of the dining room, reassuring Archer the whole time, his laughter bouncing off the walls. He was still grinning when he sat back down in his seat. "Martyrs, did they think I was going to try and stab you with my fish fork?" Fisher rubbed at the back of his neck, his smile fading. "Fire sprites are just very emotional. They love to overreact, that's all." By the time he was done speaking, his blank mask was back in full effect. "They'll have forgotten all about it by tomorrow." "I'll be eating dinner in the forge tomorrow," I said. "They won't have to deal with a filthy, mannerless human breaching Kalish etiquette." "You'll be eating here," Fisher corrected. "I don't get a say in the matter?" "You'll poison yourself if you eat in the forge." "In my room, then." "You'll be eating here," Fisher repeated. He continued before I could suggest any of the other 1,000,000 places I'd rather take my meals. "As for the fire sprites, they like humans, far more than they like the Fae." "Right. They treat you like you hung the moon." "I'm different," he said, as if that were obvious. "Archer helped raise me. After my parents, he was the first of the lesser Fae to hold me. He has a soft spot for me, I suppose." A soft spot? It was more than that. The fire sprite loved Fisher. Me, on the other hand? "He looks at me like I'm unworthy to breathe the same air as you." Fisher's head rocked from side to side. "No, he doesn't. He's interested in you. He wonders if you'll be staying." I picked up a roasted carrot from my plate with my fingers, biting the end off of it. "He'll be glad to hear that I'm not." Not a word passed Fisher's lips. He sat as still as can be, watching me eat the carrot, his jade eyes picking over my features. Eyes first, then the bridge of my nose, over my cheekbones, and then down to my mouth. His gaze lingered there for longer than seemed proper. When he didn't look away, I said the first thing I could think of to break the silence. "You should send Carrion home, even if you refuse to let me go yet." He looked surprised at this. "Should I?" "He has family in Zilvarin, his grandmother. She'll be worried about him. And he can tell Hayden and Elroy that I'm okay if he goes back. That would probably stop them from doing anything regrettable for the time being." We'll see what the boy has to say for himself." "He's 26 years old. He's hardly a boy," I muttered. "He's an infant with a smart mouth as far as I'm concerned." "But you're defensive of him," Fisher mused. "I suppose that's only to be expected. I'm honestly surprised that you would want him to leave." He took a sip of his wine. Defensive of him? An unfamiliar tension radiated from Fisher. He seemed to be working very hard at nonchalance.
I wouldn't have thought he was your type, but it explains a lot."
My type? A weightless, falling sensation made me sit back in the chair. I felt so dizzy all of a sudden. "What are you talking about?"
"He mentioned that you were infatuated with him. Back in your room."
"Well, he was lying," I spluttered. "Carrion's a pain in the ass. He's known for making up stories on the spot."
"When I went to Zilvarin to fetch him."
"When you went to Zilvarin, you were supposed to fetch Hayden." My stomach stopped rolling, replaced by a prickle of anger. I set down my wine. "Which reminds me, you didn't hold up your end of our bargain. Not properly. How is it that I'm still expected to hold up my end of our oath, but you're free to walk away from it?" It was so easy for him to dismiss me. One flick of his wrist and a roll of the eyes, and anything I said was rendered inconsequential. It was infuriating.
"I'm not walking away from anything. I swore I would try to bring your brother back.
I tried to bring your brother back, he said. Oath fulfilled. You couldn't have tried very hard. I didn't say I would try very hard, did I? And anyway, you'll find that I did the best anyone could have, given the circumstances. You said you could find my brother because we had the same parents, that it'd be easy since you were covered in my blood. Fisher paused. I'd spent enough time around him now to know when he was about to say something I wasn't going to like. The unholy delight in his eyes promised that I would hate whatever he was about to say next. That's right. But I wasn't just covered in your blood, was I? I was wearing another of your perfumes. Perfumes.
He deliberated over the word, luxuriated over it. The dark, suggestive way he said it left nothing to the imagination. He had no mercy, so there was little point in begging for it, but I had to try. Don't. Do not, Fisher, please, just... When you were grinding yourself all over my lap, you marked me up very efficiently. He purred. A fire burned in my throat, causing my voice to crack. I hate you. You keep saying that. I'm still not convinced that it's the truth. Either way, your brother wasn't where you said he'd be, and when I reached your ward, I detected your scent from 3 miles away. Just stop talking, Fisher. Plastered all over that boy. He gave me a cruel smirk. Pheromones are signal flares to our noses, little Osha. I was rushing, so I didn't differentiate between blood and sex at the time. But when I walked into that room earlier, and your friend Carrion mentioned your little obsession with him, shut the fuck up. It became very clear what had happened. He still smells of you, even now. I slept with him months ago. Months! It was once, and I was drunk, and he's never let me live it down since. There is no way you can still smell me on him. There's every way. Fisher rumbled, his eyes darkening. I'd know the smell of you anywhere. On anyone. I'd know it blind and in the dark. Across a fucking sea. I'd be able to scent you. Boom! The windows along the eastern wall of the dining room blew in. It happened quickly and with staggering force. One moment I was staring at Kingfisher, watching his mouth in horror, withering a little more with each of his words. The next, a glittering explosion of glass was raining down on us. Shards the size of my hand cut through the air like daggers, striking the table, tearing through the flowers, slashing at my skin. I brought my hands up instinctively, protecting my face and head. Fuck! Kingfisher became death. His expression transformed to one of rage, his lips curling back, his canines extending. He was a flash of shadow, already on the other side of the table, with Nimmerel in his hands, before the dark shapes had finished dropping from the windows. There were 4 of them, tall monsters with patchy, stringy hair and white, waxy skin, gaunt cheeks spiderwebbed with black veins, crooked fingers that terminated in claws, red eyes. Not just the irises, but the whites, too, as if every capillary had burst and bled beneath the surface. Each of them bared a mouthful of elongated, yellowed fangs that dripped with ropes of viscous saliva. They wore clothes, but the garments were in tatters, barely clinging to their emaciated frames. The largest of the 4, a male with a thick black runic tattoo across his forehead, released an almighty roar of rage and launched himself at Fisher. Fisher moved like water. Nimmerel flashed around him, the tarnished black blade whipping through the air, trailing smoke. The sword was an extension of Fisher himself. For a moment, it was all I could do to sit and stare at him, watching in awe as he fell upon the monster. He was powerful
and quick, his body twisting effortlessly when the monster tried to claw him. The hand that had swiped at Fisher fell to the floor with a dull thud, rolling under the table. Black, steaming ichor arced from the stump Nimmerell left behind, the pungent stench of sulfur flooding the dining room. Fisher threw a glance back over his shoulder at me and shouted, "Move!" The dining room came into sharp focus. I leaped to my feet, my blood hammering at my temples. Two of the sickly-looking creatures prowled toward me, their awful fangs snapping as they came. I reached for and found the dagger strapped to my thigh, clutching it tightly, my eyes jumping from one of the monsters to the other. The one on the right, a woman with pale silver hair and torn lips, launched up onto the table, landing on all fours. She moved jerkily, her head tilting from side to side as she craned her neck toward me, sniffing the air like an animal. The one on the left was smaller than the woman, somewhere between adult and child. He snarled, producing a hair-raising clicking sound from the back of his throat, knocking over Fisher's chair when he came for me, sending it crashing to the floor. His eyes were blank. Both of their eyes were. There was no intelligence there, no real thought, only the desire to rip and tear and kill. Hatred radiated from them, polluting the air, thick enough to choke me. The woman came first. She had no weapons, but she didn't need them. Her claws were weapons enough. She swung, raking her talons toward my chest. I darted back, barely avoiding their blackened, disgusting tips. But she was already coming again, lashing at me. I struck out with the dagger, slicing the blade at the same time, and the metal made contact, leaving a deep gash across her sinewy forearm. Reeking blood, thick as oil, sprayed across my shirt. A grating, awful scream came from the other side of the dining room. The sound of it set my teeth on edge. A series of crashing, clattering sounds followed, but I couldn't afford to look. The moment I let my focus slip was the moment I died. The female roared, shaking her arm as if she couldn't understand why it was hurting. I spun the dagger, slicing her again, this time across her shoulder. The shirt she was wearing split apart, the thin, black-veined skin beneath bursting open like a piece of rotten fruit. Tiny white flecks spilled from the wound. They hit the rug and started wriggling. Maggots. The boy to my left snaked forward, his teeth gnashing. I whipped the blade out, aiming for his throat, twisting at the same time to try and avoid his claws, but I wasn't quick enough. He moved so quickly.
Unnaturally so. The air rushed out of me in a breathless oof when he slammed into me. The dining room tilted. I went down hard, my ribs exploding with pain as I hit the ground. I let out a panicked shout as both the female and the boy fell on me. Gods and martyrs, I was going to die. They were going to eat me. I had no doubt in my mind about that. Those teeth were built for one purpose and one purpose alone: ripping flesh. I gasped, pain lancing up my leg like a lightning bolt. Their claws dragged at my clothes. They cut into my skin. I couldn't see, couldn't breathe. The female reared back, wet strands of her saliva dripping down onto my chest. She opened her mouth, her jaw cracking open far wider than it should have been able to, revealing a blackened, mangled, pulsing stump where her tongue should have been. She snorted, then dove. I braced, waiting for the horror of those teeth plunging into my flesh. But it never came. A streak of black smoke wrapped around her throat. The smoke became metal, and then the female's head was parting from her neck, and it was fucking gone. Her twitching body flew off of me, flopping and thumping, bones cracking as it rolled across the rug. Kingfisher towered over me like the god of death himself. His chest heaved, his eyes flashing with green and silver and murder. "You all right?" he panted. I was still clutching hold of the dagger, its short blade covered in sticky black blood. I swallowed, nodding,
even though I was pretty sure I wasn't all right. Not all right at all. "The boy," I panted. Kingfisher's expression darkened. He turned, and we both saw the adolescent at the same time. 8 feet away, on his hands and knees, he was moaning as he licked a patch of blood on the rug. Just as the female's had been, his tongue was a raw stub of meat. Without hesitation, Kingfisher brought Nimmerell down onto the creature's neck, decapitating him too.
The boy's body sagged instantaneously, his gnarled hands relaxing, claws uncurling against the destroyed rug. I rolled over and threw up. Kingfisher was probably going to mock me for losing my stomach, but I didn't care. I was shaking too hard to even pull myself up onto my knees. What the fuck just happened? Strong hands found my sides. I gasped, the bright sting of pain dancing up my leg again. Kingfisher repositioned his hold on me, muttering unhappily to himself as he lifted me into his arms. "You've been clawed. The wound needs scourging," he said. "Scourging? The poison will kill you otherwise. Did either of them bite you?" No, I don't." My head swam, another wave of nausea hitting me hard. White pinpricks flared in my eyes, making it look as though Fisher's hair was full of stars. They streaked across the ceiling, first one shooting star, then another. Then 1,000,000 of them, racing across my vision. It was really beautiful, actually. Kingfisher was, too. His throat was flecked with black ichor, and his hair was disheveled. His eyes were wild, but he looked breathtaking. I could feel his heart beating like a drum against my side. Thump, 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 thump. I couldn't feel my fingers. Why couldn't I feel them? Why was Kingfisher running? What were those things? I rasped. Stars raced above Kingfisher's beautiful head. He clenched his jaw, his throat muscles working as he kicked open a door and carried me through it. "Sanisrothian foot soldiers," he answered tightly. "Feeders. They are the reason why we need silver so badly. It's the only thing that can kill them. Now can somebody fucking help?" Chapter 19. Bones and All. A dream of death and liquid fire. No, a nightmare. I was trapped inside it with no way out. Darkened hallways stretched off into eternity, doors on all sides. Whenever I opened one, heart thundering in my chest, I was met with the putrid stench of rot and sharp, yellowed, snapping fangs. There were crowds of them. Feeders. That's what Kingfisher had called them. He had also called them foot soldiers, but they didn't seem like soldiers. A soldier had to be able to follow orders, to enact the will of another. The things behind these doors were monsters, capable only of obeying their thirst for blood. Women and children and elderly men, all of them insane and hungry. They tore at me with clawed fingers. They sank their rotting teeth into my skin. I screamed and thrashed, ripping myself away from them, barely escaping with my life, only to open another door and unleash a fresh wave of them. There was no outrunning them, no fighting them. They sprinted after me, defying gravity as they sank their claws into the brickwork and swarmed up the walls, charging on all fours across the ceiling. Fell, evil demons, determined to drink me dry and drain my soul while they were at it. I ran hard, but it was no good. There were too many of them. My lungs burned, the wound in my side on fire. Blood ran down my legs, coating my bare feet in a slick that made me slip and fall. I didn't stop falling. I would fall forever, burning and burning, until my blood turned to crimson steam and my flesh sloughed from my brittle bones. And still, I'd fall. Fall and fall forever. I woke with a start,
dragging in an audible, ragged breath as I sat bolt upright. Where was I? My mouth tasted of bile and ash. Everything fucking hurt. My limbs felt as though they'd been tied to 4 horses, and the shitty bastards had bolted in 4 different directions. It hurt to breathe, to swallow, to fucking blink.
For a good minute, I braced my hands against the mattress beneath me, trying to wrangle my senses, waiting for the pain to pass. It took a long time, but eventually, I could think around it enough to take in my surroundings. Light poured in through 12-foot-tall windows to my left. Heavy velvet curtains hung at them, half drawn on one side. Paintings hung on the walls in gilded frames, though the artwork within those frames was slashed to ribbons. Above, the ceiling was painted black, pinpricks of white strewn across it in no apparent design or order. A chest of drawers made from a rich, dark wood sat against the wall by the door. An armoire made of the same wood was positioned in the corner, its doors flung open, displaying an array of dark garments within. I was in a bed, a 4-poster bed with birds, wolves, and dragons carved into the posts. The sheets were black. The cushions at the foot of the bed were also black, along with the mostly black clothes hanging in the armoire. Dread tapped me on the shoulder. The moment I inhaled through my nose and detected the smell of mint in the air, I knew I was in deep shit. "Oh, look, she lives," came a hushed voice. I hadn't noticed the wing-backed chair in the pool of shadows created by the drawn curtain, nor had I noticed the fey male sprawled out in it, feet crossed at the ankle, hands stacked over his stomach. Now that I knew he was there, he was impossible to miss. Fisher's hair was a little mad, waves and curls springing every which way. His face was bone white against his dark clothes. As always, he was a creature of stark contrasts. Even from 15 feet away, I could see the flecks of ichor staining his cheeks. He looked relaxed. His posture was one of boredom, but the energy he gave off hit me like a slap. With eyes of green fire, he stared at me so intensely that I almost gave in and recoiled under the weight of his gaze. I clenched my teeth, bracing for the storm I could feel mounting on the horizon. "It wasn't my fault," I said. Kingfisher blinked. "I never said it was." "You're looking at me like it was," I countered, gathering the sheets up to my chest, clutching them as though I might be able to use them as a shield against him. "Sounds to me like you're wrestling with a guilty conscience," he rumbled. "I do not have a guilty conscience. I have a hole in my side and my leg because you chose to relocate us to a place where rabid freaks hurl themselves through windows and attack us." "You aren't injured," he said evenly. "What?" "We have excellent healers here. Better even than at the Winter Palace. A perk of living on the outskirts of a war zone. You don't need to replace your warriors if you can snatch them from the jaws of death in time." I gave him a dark look. "Stick really close," you said. Well, I was about as close as I could get without sitting in your lap, and look what happened. We were attacked inside your fucking house. Psh! He made a dismissive sound, fiddling with a button on the front of his shirt. "It was nothing. 4 rogue scouts taking a shot they were never going to win. It won't happen again." "You can't guarantee that." "I can. The house has been unguarded since we arrived. Wren wanted to post a unit here to patrol the grounds and ensure we didn't have any uninvited guests, but I shut him down. I didn't realize the feeders had gotten so brazen, hungry." He pressed the tip of his tongue against the point of a sharp canine, studying me. "You landed a hit on one of them," he said. 2 hits.
If he was going to commend me, he might as well get it right. Impressive. This was supposed to be a compliment, but his tone made it backhanded. For a girl? I asked bitterly. He arched a dark brow. For a human. Oh, fuck you, Princeling. What have you got against humans anyway? I snapped.
You're so determined to hate us, but we're more alike than different. He snorted at that, rose from the chair and approached the bed. Standing next to me, he reached out a hand and curled a piece of my hair around his index finger, staring at it thoughtfully. We are nothing alike, he said quietly. You nearly died from a scratch that would have been a mild irritation to me. You are soft. You are fragile. You are vulnerable. You are a newborn fawn, stumbling around in the dark, surrounded by predators with very sharp teeth. I am the thing that exists on the other side of the dark. I'm the thing that puts the fear of the gods into the monsters who would eat you bones and all. Why was he looking at me like that? His eyes were hard, but his expression was carefully blank. I couldn't figure it out. Couldn't figure him out. His fingers twitched, the tips so close to my cheek. I was still delirious from the poison. I had to be because it really felt like he wanted to trail them over my cheek and was forcing himself not to. This is your room, I whispered. Fisher yanked his hand back, fast as lightning. He stood there, eyes wide, lips parted, as if he couldn't understand how he'd found himself touching my hair. I watched his expression harden, a pit forming in my stomach. Why was he like this? What exactly was his problem? I'd asked him flat out what his issue with humans was just now, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it was more than that he had a problem with me specifically. It is, he said. It was the closest place to set you down. Why are all the paintings torn up like that? I demanded. The tension crackling between us snapped like a cord pulled too tight. Because I destroyed them, he said flatly. Why? He exhaled, whirling away. Taking long, determined strides, he headed for the door. And just as he'd done at dinner before all hell had broken loose, he cast his voice so that it was right next to my ear.
The rough edge of it so close made me startle. Because sometimes my pendant can't stave off the darkness that creeps in. Gritting my teeth, I shouted after him. Really? That's it? You're leaving? If that's the case, I can go back to my own room now. Fisher paused, hand resting against the doorframe. Unless you need to relieve yourself, you won't get out of that bed, Osha. Even then, you'll go to the bathroom and get straight back into that bed. There are still trace amounts of poison in your veins. You need to rest until you've had time to properly heal. I can heal in my own bed. But even as I said this, the question sprang into my mind. Did I even have a bed here? A space to call my own? The room I'd woken up in was luxury beyond anything I could have ever hoped for back in the Silver City. But the prospect of sharing a bedroom with Carrion did not sound appealing, especially when I felt like shit. Stay in that bed, little Osha. The command was gentle, almost kind, but there was a resonant quality to it that left no room for argument. My grip on the silky black sheets tightened. Then where are you going to sleep? If he thought for 1 second that I'd share a fucking bed with him, he was sorely mistaken. He must have known what I was thinking because he smirked as he spoke. I'm heading to Anir for a week. There are things that need my attention there. Anir? The war camp, on the other side of the mountains. He nodded to the window.
They act as a barrier between this place and the carnage on the other side. Oh, I'd been right then. The camp I'd imagined when I first heard of Kalish did exist. 4,000 feet of jutting, jagged rock stood between it and this house, but it was out there. For the record, I'd never use an injury as an excuse to sneak my way into a bed, Fisher said. His voice was even closer now. I could almost feel the brush of his lips against the shell of my ear.
I've never had a problem securing myself an invite.
He was so sure of himself. His arrogance went beyond the pale.
Well, don't count on an invite from me, I snapped, drawing the sheets up even higher beneath my chin. Fuck me, that smile. Slightly open-mouthed, flashing the smallest hint of pointed teeth. I had to be so careful around that smile. It would wreck me if I let it. You're right. I don't think you will invite me. When the time comes, I think you'll beg. I let out an infuriated scream. Grabbing the closest thing I could lay my hands on, I hurled a cushion at his head. Too heavy, it thudded to the floor, woefully short of its mark. Kingfisher's laughter rang out down the hall as he disappeared, his bedroom door swinging closed behind him. I tossed off the bedsheets, determined to hurl something much sharper at him, but when I tried to swing my legs out of the bed, nothing happened. My muscles didn't move an inch, didn't even twitch. Oh my gods, I was paralyzed. Something wasn't right. The healers, I couldn't move my... Oh my gods. Oh no, oh no, oh no! The second I stopped trying to get out of the bed and tried to flex my feet instead, my body obeyed. Relief rocked me so hard that I let out a sob, pressing the back of my hand to my mouth. I could move my legs. I just couldn't get up. Wait. No, he hadn't. Unless you need to relieve yourself, you won't get out of that bed, Osha. And even then, you'll go to the bathroom and get straight back into that bed. Understanding pressed down heavily on the center of my chest. That was why Fisher's voice had sounded so firm when he told me to stay in bed and rest, because it had been a command issued through the oath that bound me to him. I had to stay in his bed. I didn't have a choice. 5 days. 5 long fucking days. I ate in Fisher's bed, slept in Fisher's bed.
Whenever I needed to go to relieve myself, as Fisher had so elegantly put it, my body allowed me to get up, but my feet carried me toward the discreet door over by the armoire and permitted me to enter the beautiful white marble bathroom there. I could do what I needed to do, and I could wash my hands, but as soon as I was done, my legs carried me back to the comfortable prison of his bed. I had no idea what kind of magic kept the sheets so perfectly cool and clean, but it didn't take me long to decide that it was tricky and evil. The scent of Fisher never faded from the black silk. I could smell him, the complex scent of a cold winter forest, every second of every hour of every day, until he was literally all I could think about. I wanted to kill him. And I was so bored, I thought I'd lose my mind. Onyx's presence was the only thing that saved me. The fox had arrived shortly after Kingfisher had left, and had stayed with me most of the time since. He curled up next to me and slept. He made quirky noises that sounded like he was laughing whenever I petted him, or gave him neck scratches. 3 or 4 times a day, he hopped down off the bed and slunk out of the room, nudging the door open with his nose, presumably heading outside to go to the bathroom himself, or to hunt. He always came back, though. Whenever the fire sprites brought me my meals, I begged them to fetch Fisher, but they shrugged sheepishly and told me that he hadn't returned. After lunch, without fail, Telena, a fey healer with beautiful bronze-colored skin and the most
breathtaking amber eyes, came to check on me. She'd place her hands on my abdomen and read my blood. I had no idea what that meant, but she did something all right. A shivery, not unpleasant sensation would skate through my veins, making my body hum a little. She'd smile at me apologetically and say, "Not yet," then give me a new book to read. On the fourth day, her smile was brighter, though.
More optimistic. "One more day," she said, "but I feel fine." I'd felt good enough to run halfway across Zilvarin without breaking a sweat since Fisher had left for the camp, but there had been no reasoning with any of my visitors, least of all Telena. Even if I wanted to release you from his command, I couldn't. The oath knows you're not fully recovered yet, so it won't let you out of this room. She'd squeezed my shoulder reassuringly. But not long now. There's so little poison left in your system that I can barely detect it. Only 24 more hours. On the final day of my incarceration, Carrion brought me my breakfast instead of one of the fire sprites. He'd visited before, but he'd annoyed me so much with his pacing and his questions that I'd screamed at him and made him leave. He hadn't returned after that. Not until now. He grinned at me over the top of the tray he set down on my lap, a mischievous glimmer in his eyes. "You look pissed," he said. That wasn't the understatement of the century. It was the understatement of the entire epoch. I am pissed. Carrion threw himself down onto the bed, stretching out next to me. The disturbance woke Onyx from his nap. He snarled, baring his teeth at Zilvarin's most wanted man, flattening his ears against his head. But Carrion just ignored him. He grunted, fluffing Fisher's pillows, making himself comfortable. "You know what'd really piss him off?" I knew he wasn't talking about Onyx. "Just don't, Carrion." "Revenge fucking on his bed." I shoved a piece of apple into my mouth. "Oh, yeah, sure. Sounds like a great idea. Idiot. What do you think he'd do to you if you fucked someone in his bed?" Carrion waggled his eyebrows. "I think he'd never know." I nearly choked on the apple. Oh, he'd know. The snarky comment Fisher had made in the dining room rose to the surface of my mind like he were here himself, laughing as if he were repeating it in person. "I detected your scent from 3 miles away. Plastered all over that boy." Pheromones are signal flares to our noses, little Osha. "I'd be willing to risk inciting his wrath," Carrion said. "Whatever his punishment was, it'd be worth it." Huh. Carrion hadn't seen Fisher decapitating that feeder with one ruthless flick of his wrist. If he had, he might reassess that statement. I gave him a pointed look. No. Carrion swiped a piece of toast from my breakfast tray. He bit into it, creating a shower of crumbs that magically disappeared before they hit the bed sheets. "Just so I know," he said, chewing. "Is that a no to fucking in your captor's bed, or a no to fucking in general?" "What do you think?" He pointed at me with the corner of his slice of toast. "You could eviscerate a man with that expression. It's one of the things I love most about you." I snatched the toast from his hand and threw it down onto my plate. "I don't love anything about you." "Liar. There are so many things you love about me." He winked roguishly, attempting to steal the toast again, but I slapped the back of his hand. "Get your own God's cursed breakfast. This one's mine. My hair, my eyes, my wit, my charm." He counted them off on his fingers, making a list. "You have 0 charm." "I'm a hell of a lot more charming than Kingfisher," he sputtered. "You're both as insufferable as each other. Now can you please get your filthy, muddy boots off of the bed?" "What does it matter?
The mud just disappears anyway. He demonstrated, wiping the mud-caked soles of his boots against the rucked-up sheets, looking very pleased with himself when the mess he made promptly disappeared. See? What the hell have you been doing? I demanded. Why are you so dirty? And, wait, where did you even get those boots? Last time I saw you, you were walking around barefoot. I laughed scornfully. You looked stupid.
Well, I was hardly going to walk around with just one boot, was I? While you've been stuck in here staring at the ceiling, I've been out training with the new guards. They have a fascinating fighting system. It was an airy taunt, payback for saying he'd look stupid. If there was one thing Carrion Swift couldn't tolerate, it was being made fun of. As for the boots, your friend Fisher gave them to me. I set down my fork. He did? Carrion nodded. That night? Before you had dinner with him, actually. You'd already left for the dining room. He showed up with these in his hand and said he'd give them to me on one condition. Which was? Carrion snagged a grape from the tray and popped it into his mouth. That I take a bath. A bath? Yes, a bath. That's a weird request. I know. Even after being kidnapped, dragged into a different realm, and carted for miles on the back of a horse, I still smelled great. But he was all wound up about not liking the way I smelled, so I figured, fuck it. Whatever. A bath for a new pair of boots was a fair trade, and it felt great to soak in all of that hot water. Strange, right? All of that water? I still can't wrap my head around the fact that there's just so much. He prattled on, but the bite of toast I'd just taken had turned claggy, like glue. He said he didn't like the way you smelled? Yes, and he was very rude about it. He had a bunch of sprites come in and scrub me with these stiff brushes until I was raw and pink all over. I swear they took off 4 layers of skin. They put this thick white clay all over me then and let it sit so long that it went hard, and they had to crack it to get it all off. Gods. And then, he said, taking another grape, they rubbed me down with this special kind of moss, which is where things got interesting. They paid particular attention to my... His eyes trailed down his body until they rested in his crotch. I raised my eyebrows at him. You let a fire sprite jerk you off with a handful of fey moss? Not a fire sprite, he said defensively. These were water sprites, 3 of them. They're smaller than the fey women and very nice to look at. I didn't mind their attentions one bit. You've been in Evalia for 5 seconds, and you've already had a foursome with a different species of magical creature? I didn't know why I was surprised. It was absolutely something Carrion would do. Jealous? He asked, winking again. No, I'm disgusted. What if you catch some kind of fey disease? I eyed his crotch for emphasis this time. Another grape went into his mouth. Ah, I'm not worried about that. They were very thorough with that moss. Gross. Come on, hurry up and eat. That gorgeous healer told me to let you know you'd be able to get out of here as soon as you finished everything on that tray. I let my mouth fall open. Carrion Swift, you are such an asshole. That should have been the first thing you said when you came in here. I'd never finished a plate of food so quickly in my life, not even when I'd been starving back in the 3rd. The silver spat in the crucible, bubbling angrily. The combination of iron filings and the yellow powder I'd first mixed in saline solution, and then added to the molten silver, had not ended well. Neither had the experiment where I'd attempted to add a small sliver of gold and some human hair, mine, to the metal. Both times when I'd placed the medallion I forged with the materials into the quicksilver, it had roiled, the voice within hissing furiously in a foreign tongue. This time, I'd burned some wood,
ground up the coals that had remained, and sprinkled that into the silver. The two didn't want to combine, but I poured the contents of the crucible into the mold and flashed the whole thing in the slack tub anyway, wincing as the water cooled the metal, creating a cloud of rank smoke.
The second I dropped the medallion into the crucible that held the quicksilver, I knew this attempt had ended in failure as well. The quicksilver laughed, and that was that. I could only do 3 experiments a day. With so little silver to work with, I needed to spend the rest of the day refining it so that it would be ready to test with again tomorrow. Swearing angrily, I gathered together the scrap I'd created and dumped it into a firing chalice, my temper rising along with the temperature inside the forge. Even with one side of the workshop open to the elements, it was still as hot as the dungeons in Madra's palace by the time I was done for the day. When he wasn't chasing the birds or hunting for mice, Onyx had taken to lying underneath the giant oak tree, watching me from a distance, cooling his belly in the snow. It had been 8 days since I'd fled Fisher's room, which meant 24 failed attempts at creating a relic. The trunk full of silver rings sat by the bench where Fisher had left it, its presence a daily reminder that, until I'd turned every single ring inside it into a shield that would allow Fisher's warriors to pass through the quicksilver unharmed, I was basically fucked. And then I'd see the other trunks full of rings tucked away in the corner, and I'd have to fight the urge to scream. I didn't want to think about what was going to happen if I didn't make any headway soon. Every time I refined the scrap silver, I lost some of it. The amount I had to work with grew smaller and smaller every day, and with it, so did my chances of ever seeing Hayden and Elroy again. As I worked, Onyx yowled, excited by something on the other side of the garden wall. He did that a lot. There were animals that roved Kalish's grounds and guards that now patrolled on the other side of the wall as well. I didn't see them very often, but I heard them from time to time. I ignored Onyx's sounds of outrage as I carefully placed the scrap silver into a vat of acid, staring at the 3 small medallions, watching them slowly dissolve. I didn't see the intruder climbing over the wall until it was too late. My head snapped up when Onyx let out a very dog-like bark, and there it was, a dark figure, striding toward me across the garden. Feeder. My heart backflipped, my hand reaching for my dagger, a cry of panic building at the back of my throat. But it wasn't a feeder. It was Wren. He gave me a warm smile as he entered the forge. "Afternoon, Saris." "Really? You're gonna climb the wall and scare the shit out of me instead of coming in through the door?" "It was quicker that way," he said. "Sorry, I didn't mean to frighten you." The general should have frightened me, but even after launching himself over a wall and surprising me, he didn't. There was a warmth to him that made me feel at ease, no matter how imposing he was. The top half of his long sandy brown hair was tied back into 2 war braids. They gathered into a ponytail at the base of his skull. The rest hung well past his shoulders, almost as long as mine. His eyes, the deepest brown, looked a little wary as he peered past me into the forge. "Are you all right?" I asked. "Is that blood?" His hands were stained black, as were his pants. The golden chest plate he wore, engraved with a sigil of a snarling wolf's head very similar to the one on Fisher's gorget, was splattered with black liquid as well. It could have been very dark mud, but no. He was close enough that I could smell him now, and holy hells. The general reeked of the same foul odor that had filled the air when the feeders had attacked us. It was definitely blood. He looked down at himself, his brows rising as if he'd only just noticed that he was filthy. Shit. Yes, we don't exactly have access to a bathhouse at the camp. There's a river, but it's frozen. I should go and clean up. Apologies, Saris. I was so fixed on coming to say hello that...
He tried unsuccessfully to wipe his hands clean on his pants. Yeah, I forgot about this. I'll go and clean up. First, I was charged with the pleasure of letting you know that Fisher's requesting your presence for dinner again tonight. Oh, he's back, is he? I folded my arms across my chest. And requesting my presence? Are you sure you don't mean demanding it? Renfis winced, and I knew that I'd hit the nail on the head. Ren was 1,000,000 times nicer than Kingfisher, and had reworded the message he'd been given to pass along to me. He doesn't mean to be so brusque, he said. He's been fighting this war for so long now that he's forgotten what it's like to interact with polite society. I turned back into the forge and dropped my heat-proof gloves onto the bench. You really should stop making excuses for him. It doesn't help him, me, or anyone else. He's just a bastard. Ren smiled weakly. He's also my best friend. I have to believe that he's still in there somewhere. The person I once knew, not this cold, shut-down version of himself. His sadness weighed him down. I could see it. But anyway, I won't keep you. You need to get ready for dinner and... Are you going to be there this time? Ren looked down at his dirt-rimmed fingernails, a small smile playing over his mouth. No, I do normally eat with Fisher, but I wasn't invited this evening. I narrowed my eyes to slits. And why was that, do you think? I'd hate to hazard a guess. Coward. We both knew Fisher only invited me because he wanted to torture me for his own sport without anyone there to keep him in check. I wasn't having it this time. You're coming to dinner, I informed Ren. No, I don't think so, he answered slowly. Yes, I'm inviting you. I'm honored, and thank you, but look, do you want Fisher to have to come find me because I've refused to show up for dinner? Do you want him to force me to go? Do you think he'd do that? No, of course not. He wouldn't. I waited. Fine, he probably would, he conceded. Good, so you're coming. Saris. Because you wouldn't want him to command me to do something I didn't want to do again. Because you're a nice Fae warrior, unlike Fisher, who is the devil incarnate. Ren looked torn, but at last he relented. All right. Yes, okay. I'll come. But he's not going to be happy about it. When is Fisher happy about anything? I scowled. Where is he anyway? Why didn't he come to torture me with news of dinner himself? Ren looked toward the doorway, more alert than he'd been a moment ago. I got the feeling that his superior Fae hearing had detected movement out in the hallway back in the main house, but if he had, he didn't mention it. He's with Tilena, he said distractedly. Oh, right. Was he hurt or something? Oh, no, he's fine. Nothing to worry about. There was a skirmish in the eastern wood beyond the camp, but it was over quickly. He came out unscathed. He nodded as if trying to convince himself that this was true. I'll see you at dinner, Saris. Wait, one last thing before you go. I've been thinking a lot while I've been stuck in here, trying to make these relics, and Fisher's sword, Nimmerel, still has some magic, doesn't it? The smoke and that dark energy that crackles from the blade? Ren looked a little wary now. Yes. How is that? He rubbed his jaw, thinking for a second. I'm not sure, he said. None of us are. All we know is that when the god swords went silent and abandoned the rest of the Fae who carried them, Nimmerel stayed. At a cost. The blade used to shine brilliant silver. As the centuries have passed, it's blackened and tarnished. But Nimmerel has stayed. The spirit of that sword, or the magic inside it, whatever you choose to believe it is, has stayed. No matter what, it's never left him. I don't see why I have to come. Carrion tugged at his shirt collar, grumbling as he hurried along behind me down the hall. I was in the middle of a great sparring session. I'm filthy. I would have gotten changed if I'd known I'd be sitting down with my kidnapper for a nice meal. Speaking of which, you should really have changed after you left the forge, too. I did, I said blandly. Carrion pulled a face. Really? I seem to remember there being a very low-cut, sheer black dress on the end of your bed when I went back to the room earlier. And I can't help but notice that you're wearing a faded, threadbare shirt and some very dusty pants. So what? They are clean. That's the only positive thing that can be said about them. Carrion's nose wrinkled in disgust. I had a vested interest in seeing you in that dress. Why? I shoved open the door to the dining room. Your phenomenal tits, that's why. They would have looked great in that dress. And your ass. The material was sheer as hell. Wouldn't have left much to the imagination. Not that I need to use my imagination when it comes to your body, but... A sinister growl echoed around the dining room. Carrion had enough common sense to stop talking. The windows had been fixed after the attack. There was no huge floral arrangement in the middle of the table this time. Fisher sat at the head of the table, dressed in midnight black. A tailored shirt hugged his chest and shoulders in the most distracting way. His hair was damp, the ends curling, as if he wasn't long out of the baths. His mouth formed a taut line, suggesting that he wanted to close his hands around Carrion's throat and snap his neck. All cleaned up now, Wren sat to Fisher's left, nursing a glass of whiskey, looking pained. "You're late," Fisher said in an icy tone. "And please enlighten me. Why have you invited half of the household along to a meeting that was supposed to be for just the two of us?" "Meeting? I thought this was dinner. And how would it be fair for me to enjoy the pleasure of your company while these two miss out?" Carrion held up a hand. "I'd prefer not to be here, actually." "Sit the fuck down," I hissed. "All right, gods." A place had been set for me down the far end of the table again, though it appeared as though a concession had been made this time, because the table was nowhere near as long as before. Only 10 feet? Still, I wasn't some second-class citizen to be relegated to the far end of a fucking table. I strode straight past the setting, swiping only the wine glass as I went, and then dragged out the chair on Fisher's right again, sitting down heavily in it. Renfis had been in the process of sipping from his glass, but the second he realized that I'd sat opposite him next to Fisher, the alcohol sprayed out of his mouth in an arc that nearly crossed the width of the table. Luckily, no food had been placed on it yet. "Saints!" He pounded on his chest, wheezing. "What the fuck?" "Oh, yes. She has no sense of timekeeping, and she has unconventional seating preferences, don't you, human?" "I can sit there instead?" Carrion offered. "Absolutely not," Kingfisher barked. "Try it and die." "Whoa, okay. I was just trying to keep the peace. If you guys need a buffer..." "We don't," Fisher fired back at him. "And even if we did, I'd ask someone far more likable than you." "No!" He held up a finger, stabbing it at Carrion. "Do not tell me how likable you are back in Zilvarin. I don't want to hear it." Carrion gave him a sickly smile as he sat down in the next chair along. "Here, come and sit on this side," Wren said to me, collecting his glass and shoving his chair back. "I don't mind moving." "What's the difference between this side and that side?" I asked. "Either way, I still have to look at his smug face." "She's right," Fisher said. "She's made her decision. Let her sit wherever she wants to sit." Wren gave him an odd look. "Really?" "Really."
I didn't know the general all that well, but I knew him enough to tell that he was confounded by Fisher's declaration. He sat back in his chair, his eyes roving over his friend's features, as I grabbed the bottle of wine in front of Fisher and poured myself a large glass. I would have put the bottle straight down again, but Carrion grabbed it from me before I had a chance. Fisher watched Carrion lean across me, his nostrils flaring. "You've been training with the guards," he said. Carrion nodded. "The way the Fae fight is amazing, so fluid and preemptive. It's like watching ballet." "People don't get hacked to pieces at the ballet in Evalia," Fisher said dryly. "Really? Wouldn't surprise me if they did. You lot are almost as bloodthirsty as the brawlers who fight in the pits for water rations back in the Third." "We've evolved. We wouldn't fight for something as petty as a water ration." Carrion huffed out a breath of laughter. "You would if you were dying of thirst. Trust me, I've seen it." I heard the unspoken words. I've been there. He didn't say them. He didn't have to. There had been times when he had struggled to survive back in the Silver City. I knew that because everybody struggled. It was unavoidable. A time came for every resident of our ward where they were faced with an impossible situation, and they had to decide. You either fought for water, or you stole it. Carrion had likely done both more times than he could count. Fisher looked from Carrion to me, as if he were wondering if I had ever found myself at the bottom of a pit with a dagger in my hand, fighting for a cup of water. I wondered how he would react if he knew that I had. Wren cleared his throat diplomatically, redirecting the conversation.
"You're welcome to come and train with the garrison now that they're back. Tomorrow morning, we'll be running drills."
He'd spoken to Carrion, but I answered him first. "What time? I'd love to train." "I'm surprised," Fisher said, taking a sip of the whiskey he had in front of him. "I thought you were in a rush to get home." "I am. You know I am." He didn't look at me. "But you'd rather waste time out in the snow with a sword in your hand instead of working on the task that will set you free?" Archer and his team of fire sprites had entered the dining room. They shuffled up and down the table, setting down trays of hot, steaming food, averting their eyes from us. All of them except Archer, who stared at me, eyes huge in his head, as he placed the soup spoon beside the bowl he put in front of me. I smiled at him, and he squeaked, his eyes darting to the floor. His rough-surfaced face was incapable of blushing, but I got the feeling that he was embarrassed to have been caught looking at me. "I'm getting nowhere with the relics," I said to Fisher. "The way you're having me work right now is pointless. I could run these trials until the end of time. I still won't figure out the transmutation process. And I have to say, you don't seem to give a shit. It's almost as if you don't really care if I have to stay here forever." Archer let out a nervous giggle, hiccuped, and then scurried off toward the door. Kingfisher didn't seem to think anything of the little sprite's strange behavior. "Of course I want you to stay. You're the only alchemist we have," he said. "I'd keep you here and have you working in that forge until you died of old age, if it were up to me. But a deal's a deal." It was a testament to the white-knuckled grip I had on my temper that I didn't snap at him as I watched him sip from his glass. "It's really shocking how little faith you have in yourself. You'll figure it out."
"Please, eat something," he said, gesturing to the feast the sprites had brought for us. Carrion hadn't waited for an invitation and was already heaping his plate with small pies, roasted vegetables, and 5 different kinds of bread rolls. Wren had taken a piece of bread, too, though he wasn't giving it much attention. He picked at it, tearing off a piece and putting it into his mouth, chewing slowly as his gaze moved back and forth subtly between me and Kingfisher. "I'm not hungry," I said. You are, Fisher said. We can all hear your stomach rumbling. Put something in it so we don't have to listen to it complaining for the next hour. The soup in the tureen closest to me smelled incredible. It was thick and creamy. Chicken, maybe? Mushrooms and sweet corn, too. If I weren't feeling so spiky about being coerced into coming here, I would have filled my bowl to the brim with it. Since I was pissed, I ignored the food and my snarling stomach and treated Fisher to my best death stare, the same one Carrion had said was capable of gutting a man. You said you were going to the camp for a week. You were gone for 2. Did you miss me? I didn't appreciate being stuck in your bed for 5 days, you know. Really? He picked up a piece of cheese. Most females like spending time in my bed. How long are you staying before you head back to the camp? Carrion asked Wren around a mouthful of food. Wren arched an eyebrow, struggling to tear his gaze away from me to look at Carrion. A week? Maybe? I don't even want to think about the depraved shit you've done in that room, I hissed. Fisher's laughter flooded the dining room. You're right. You don't. Ugh! I'll be down in the courtyard every morning before dawn, then, Carrion said. Sure. We're practicing disarmament tomorrow. Wren tore off another piece of bread and put it in his mouth, throwing me a sidelong look. You could probably use some training on that front, Saris.
Great. I'll be there. Thanks. I tried to make my voice a little lighter, but failed. Wren laughed silently, looking down at his plate. Apparently he thought the battle I was waging with Fisher was adorable, and didn't take offense at the bite in my tone, but I wasn't mad at him. He didn't deserve my ire. Sorry, I said, taking a deep breath. I didn't mean to snap. Not at you, anyway. The general shook his head, suppressing a smile. He reached for a pie and set it onto his plate. Not at all. He makes me crazy, too. Kingfisher hadn't looked away from me once during this exchange. Make sure she uses a training sword, he said flatly. One with a very dull edge. I do not need to use a training sword. Oh? You have experience wielding a blade, then? A proper full-length sword and not some badly forged back-alley shank? I was going to shank him in the neck with my very dull butter knife. Then he'd see how proficient I was with a blade. I could do it, too. He wasn't wearing his gorget this evening. His throat was bare, just begging to be opened right up, and I was in the mood to lay steel to flesh. I only realized I'd been staring at his throat when Fisher lifted his chin a little, angling his head so that the tendons in his neck stood proud. That fucking smile again. I wanted to wipe it off his smug face so badly. Yes, I declared. He had no idea about the training I used to do back when my mother was alive. No idea at all what I was capable of. I have plenty of experience with full-length swords. They're like daggers, only bigger. You use the sharp— You're on the verge of embarrassing yourself, Fisher murmured. Better stop talking before you put Renfis here in an early grave. Oh, fuck you, Fisher. He bit down on his bottom lip, eyes alive, flickering vivid green and silver. I knew what his amusement looked like now, and I didn't like it one bit. Go on. Tell her, Wren, he said. I'm not getting caught in the crossfire of whatever this is, Wren said, gesturing to the two of us. I'll be happy to demonstrate the differences between close-quarter fighting with a dagger and swordplay in the morning, Saris. In the meantime, I plan on enjoying my dinner. Carrion, what kind of fighting system do the Guardians employ in the Silver City? It was as if Carrion had been waiting for him to ask. He dove into an in-depth, animated discussion with the general, telling Wren all about the fighting techniques and formations he'd witnessed Madra's guards using back home. I was sure he was making half of it up. I contributed nothing to the conversation. I was locked in silent warfare with Fisher across our corner of the table, and I didn't plan on losing.
Fisher nodded toward my plate. Eat, little Osha. His lips moved, but he spoke softly, casting his voice. Gods, will you stop doing that? I hissed under my breath. Why? I've seen the way your skin breaks out in goosebumps when I speak to you like this. It makes me uncomfortable. I kept my voice low, even though I shouldn't have. It was impolite to conduct a murmured conversation like this at the dinner table, but Wren and Carrion were busy talking away, and it turned out I had plenty I wanted to say to Fisher. You compelled me with the oath again, I said through gritted teeth. I did, he agreed. You shouldn't have. Why not? I can't believe I actually have to say this out loud, I hissed. You shouldn't do it because it's wrong. You can't go around forcing people to do things they don't want to do. At last, Fisher ate the cheese he'd been holding. You can if they enter into a blood oath that puts them at your mercy. Wren's expression darkened at this, but he carried on talking to Carrion. Do you have no conscience whatsoever? Are you just evil? Is that it? The corner of Fisher's mouth kicked up.
Leaning forward, he took my plate and started filling it up with various items from the platters and dishes the sprites had brought in. He hovered over a tray of charred meat, trying to decide if he ought to plate me some of that, but then seemed to decide against it. When he was satisfied with what he'd prepared for me, he put the food in front of me and leaned back in his chair. The tattoos at his throat shifted as he swallowed. The intricate designs on the backs of his hands, cuffing his wrists and disappearing up his sleeves, writhed like smoke. Eat something from that plate, and I'll answer your question. His voice rumbled into my ear. A sour smile twisted across my face. Bribery? He splayed his hands wide. Whatever works, I scowled. Do you want me to feed you? He looked like he'd do it. All right, fine. I picked up the fork and scooped some mashed potatoes onto it, shoving it into my mouth. The explosion of butter, rich cream, and chives made my mouth ache as I swallowed the food down, trying not to openly melt at how delicious it was. There. Happy now? Fisher sat forward, resting his elbows on the table, his eyes glittering. I'm not evil. No. Could have fooled me. If I was evil, I'd have used your oath to my advantage by now. You have, I spat. Have I? He looked genuinely curious. Yes. I've compelled you 3 times. All 3 times, I think you'll find it was for your own good. That's a horrible excuse. If I were evil and using your oath for my own purposes, I'd order you onto your knees for me, he said, cutting me off. I'd order you to part your legs for me. I'd order you to suck and fuck me until you passed out from exhaustion. Is that what you want, little Osha? Heat detonated in my chest, an inferno raging inside me, eating up all of the oxygen in my lungs. My hand shook, my cheeks turning crimson as I used the edge of my fork to cut into the small meat pie he'd put on my plate. Of course not. Why would I want that? I rasped. He nodded to the piece of pie on my fork. Eat. My anger was eating me, but I raised the fork to my mouth and did it. If I compelled you to do it, you'd be innocent. Your actions wouldn't be your fault. You wouldn't have to face the fact that you wanted me. Just stop, Fisher. And I'd prove what a vile monster I was, wouldn't I? How vindicating for you, to get exactly what your body is calling out for while also being proven right. You're out of your fucking mind, I whispered. That's what they tell me. But I don't know. Aside from the relentless chatter in my head, personally, I think I'm doing just fine. I don't want you, Fisher. You're thinking about my hands sliding up the insides of your thighs right now, he said. About my fingers slipping inside the wet folds of you, working against your swollen clit, rubbing you until you're panting and whimpering, begging for me to sink my cock into your... For the second time since we sat down to dinner, Renfus nearly choked on his drink. He spun in his seat, giving Fisher a scandalized look that said, "Really? I'm sitting right fucking here." But Fisher paid him no heed. On the other hand, I nearly keeled over and died. Because if Wren's superior Fey senses could hear what Fisher was whispering to me, then he could also scent how his friend's words were affecting me as well, and gods, I would never live down the shame. I wouldn't admit it to myself, would never allow the thought to take shape. But my body wasn't as accomplished at lying as my mind was. I did want Fisher. I hated myself for it, hated that he knew it. And now Wren knew too. It was mortifying. "Shut up, please, just shut the hell up." A hungry look resided in his silver-rimmed eyes as he sat back in his chair. "Eat your dinner, Osha. You're going to need your strength. We won't be staying here for a week, after all."
We're returning to the war camp in the morning, and this time, you're coming with us. Chapter 20. Amon Thraith. The war camp was a scar in the foothills on the other side of the Omnimaran Mountains. It sat between Kalish and the Sanus-Rothian border. 20,000 tents nestled in amongst boulders and low, scrubby, snow-covered brush. As I stepped out of the shadow gate, my stomach hurtling upward in my chest, I saw just how many tents there were, pale and dirty gray in color, stretching off into the distance, and my breath caught in my throat. This was a war camp. It had obviously been here so long that there were now permanent structures, too. 2-story buildings made out of wood, scattered all throughout the encampment. On my life, the one closest to the muddy square where Fisher's Shadowgate had dumped us looked like a fucking tavern. Everywhere, Fey warriors, both male and female, hurried about, heavily armed and wearing a variety of different kinds of armor. In the distance, a broad, wide ribbon of frozen water carved its way through the land, separating the camp from graceless gods. The land on the other side of the river was a blackened, charred wasteland. No snow covered the ground there. Pillars of smoke rose up to meet a grim, foreboding sky, clad in a mantle of iron-gray clouds. There were no trees, no greenery, only the black dirt and the smoke, and in the distance, the jagged outline of a black and terrible fortress situated on top of a looming hill. What in 5 hells happened there? Carrion dumped his bag down at his feet, his mouth hanging open as he surveyed the scene before us. There was no mistaking his shock. It mirrored my own. I looked to my feet for Onyx, to pick him up and clutch him to my chest, but he wasn't there, of course. It was a small comfort that he was safe back at Kalish. Fisher had refused to let me bring him. He'd insisted the fox wouldn't last more than 5 minutes in the camp, that his own warriors would snare him before any of us could blink, and that if I wanted to continue the fantasy that he made a good pet, I had to leave him behind in Archer's care. Something uneasy twisted behind the cage of my ribs as I squinted, trying to get a better look at the fortress on the hill. What is that place? That is Amon Thraith, Wren said, emerging from the shadow gate, leading his horse behind him. The seat of the enemy. Amon Thraith. Even the name felt like a perversion as I forced it out. Hell's Teeth. The voice came from behind, cold and hard. Kingfisher emerged from the shadow gate, Bill's reins in his gloved hand. The massive black stallion snorted and blew. His flanks were slick with sweat,
even though he'd only traveled from the stables to the camp through the gate. He clearly didn't like the idea of being here any more than I did. As soon as the horse's hindquarters were through the rippling wall of black smoke, the gate twisted in on itself and disintegrated into wisps of shadow that went chasing across the ground in every direction. "Its walls are sheer, made of obsidian, slick as glass," Kingfisher said, "built from the bones of demons. The peaks and spires are as sharp as a razor's edge." Hell's teeth indeed. I tucked my chin into the collar of the riding cloak Fisher had given me when we left the Winter Palace, fighting not to show my discomfort. The place had an ill air about it, even from this many miles away. I jumped when a tall, wiry-looking creature with vines wrapped around its skinny arms and legs appeared from behind the tavern and purposefully strode toward us. Its skin was gnarled and knobbly like tree bark. Its eyes were a rich brown, dark as loamy earth. Instead of hair, a riot of vines and leaves sprouted from the top of its blockish head and trailed down its back. I was reasonably sure it was a male, due to the pants and shirt it was wearing, though that wasn't a solid foundation to base any assumption on, considering I was wearing very similar attire. "Good morning, Lord," the creature said. His voice, definitely male, sounded like dry logs scraping together. "Glad to have you back so soon. The lodgings you requested have already been prepared. A small breakfast is waiting for you in your tent. More warriors have returned, back from their scouting missions. So few of your riders have seen you that only a handful are now inclined to trust the rumors flying around camp that you've returned. They're currently meeting in the map tent and are arguing." "It's okay, Holgoth. Renfis will talk to them," Fisher said, handing him the reins. Holgoth shot Ren an uncertain glance, then turned back to Fisher. "Sire, it would be best if your warriors saw you. It's been so long since—" "Ren will talk to them," Fisher repeated, smiling softly. "He's executed this war perfectly while I've been gone. I see no reason for a change in leadership. They're his warriors, not mine." Ren looked down at his boots. He wasn't happy. Nor was Holgoth, who didn't seem to know quite what to do with himself. He dithered, passing Bill's reins from one knotty hand to the other, then sighed and reached out for Ren's horse's reins too. "As you wish, sire. Fisher. Just Fisher is fine." Holgoth sadly shook his head. "No, sire. I apologize, but no." Kingfisher made his excuses and drew up his hood, disappearing into the war camp. Holgoth took the horses and insisted on relieving us of our bags as well, reassuring us that he'd keep them safe and we would find our things in our tents later. After he was gone, Ren snarled something in a language I didn't understand and stormed off in an easterly direction at a fast clip. "Are you two coming?" he shouted over his shoulder. "Where are you going?" Carrion yelled back.
Where do you think? To the God's Cursed Armory.
The Darn began in the east as a spring, up in the shallow mountains, where the Galarian Fae and the Autumn Court presided. Everlane had mentioned them in the library when she and Rusarius had been trying to educate me about the other court's quicksilver pools. I hadn't been paying attention, of course. My mind had been fixed solely on how I was going to steal Fisher's pendant, so I'd retained very little of the information they'd imparted about the other courts. I listened a little closer as Ren talked about the river, though. At first, it's just a small pool. As it travels down through the mountains, it gains momentum and gathers more water to it. There are plains a couple of 100 miles away where the Darn is over a league wide. The general angled his sword over his head and charged, canines bared. It was a miracle that Carrion didn't shit his pants where he stood. I had never witnessed anything as terrifying as a blooded Fey warrior attacking at full speed,
and I was willing to bet Carrion hadn't either. To his credit, he managed to get his sword up just in time to block Ren's downward strike, though that was about it. Ren flicked Carrion's sword out of his hands and put him on his ass in the snow before he could blink a second time. I stifled a laugh as the male held out his hand, helping Carrion to his feet. "You'll be laughing on the other side of your face soon." Carrion used one hand to dust the snow off his pants and the other to flip me off. "It's almost your turn. My ass can't take much more of this." "I bet that's the first time you've said those words," I called. He stuck out his tongue like a petulant child. "I'm more of a giver than a receiver, actually." Ren clanged the end of Carrion's sword with his own. "Focus. You're dropping the blade the moment anything makes contact with it. Do that in a real fight, and you'll be dead in 3 seconds.
Carrion spat, breathing heavily. It was freezing cold. Fresh flakes of snow skirled in the air, eddying in circles. But Carrion had shed his cloak half an hour ago, and his shirt was marked with sweat. Once, my insides would have stumbled over the way I could make out his muscled chest through the damp material. But that was before Fisher. I think it's safe to say that I wouldn't last longer than 3 seconds regardless of where I put my sword, he panted. "You're a demon with that blade. Plus, you're twice my size." "Oh, please, he's 3 times your size," I said. I was flipped off again. "Your size could be your greatest advantage," Ren advised. "You're smaller than me, so you could be quicker." "Ha! Please don't lie to me. You have Fey speed." "I'm pretty light on my feet, but you—" Carrion shook his head in surrender. Carrion was light on his feet. Despite my doubts, he was well practiced with a sword and knew how to handle the weapon. But Ren made him look like an infant struggling to find its feet for the first time. It would never be a fair fight between them. Ren disregarded Carrion's complaining. I've fought alongside humans who roared in the face of certain death, held their own in the charge, and emerged victorious from battle. They did their people proud. Will you give in so easily? He batted the end of his sword against Carrion's again in a goading, playful way. The sound of metal on metal rang out along the bank of the frozen river. And shame their memories in the process? Well, fuck me, when you put it like that. Carrion attacked. It could only be called an attack because Carrion was the one to move first. Ren took nimble, casual steps back as Carrion advanced, but he conceded the ground to the man, all the while easily rebuffing his strikes, reading every one of his moves before he'd even made it, and generally making Carrion look like an idiot without even trying. In Loyenball, at the center of the plains, the temperature drops, and the Darn becomes a band of solid silver. That is where the water freezes first. Ren parried Carrion's sword away as if batting away an irritating fly. Early in the season, the ice is over 8 inches thick, strong, safe, solid enough to support a rider and horse and permit them to cross. I watched Ren closely. The loose set of his shoulders, the way he twisted at his hips, not his shoulders. The real work was happening lower to the ground, though. It was impressive how he moved, stepping and transferring his weight, graceful and cat-like, never crossing his feet. He had complete mastery over his body. He made fighting look as easy as breathing. Clang, clang, oof! Carrion crossed his feet. He clearly hadn't been watching Ren's technique, then tried to retreat when Ren lunged at last, and the thief went down. He hit the ground so hard that I heard his teeth crack together from 10 feet away. In the dead of winter, the Darn becomes the only means of travel between the mountains and the sea, Ren said, circling his prey. The passes choke with snow and are blocked. Traders, pilgrims, and pirates alike all tread the creaking Darn in order to make a living.
Carrion threw up his hands. I surrender. I'm fucking beat. He fought to swallow. Torture her now. I need to catch my breath. Ren turned his attention to me, and my spine stiffened a touch. Not with fear, exactly. More anticipation. I knew more than the basics of sword fighting. I'd held plenty of them. I'd made enough of them in secret while apprenticing with Elroy in his workshop. I knew how they were weighted, how they tipped in your hand when you swung them. I knew what the press of a cold steel hilt felt like, resting on the top of a closed hand. But these fey swords were different. The blades themselves were narrower, longer.
The crossguard was non-existent, as if a fey warrior would never make a mistake so stupid as allowing their hands to slip forward, down a sharpened edge. Ren did exactly that, though. He took the weapon Carrion had been practicing with by the blade and crossed the riverbank, holding it out, offering me the grip. "What do you say, Ceres? Want to try your hand at a little point and stab?"
No. I was going to say no. Definitely. 100%. I was still convinced that I was going to decline, even as my hand closed around the leather-wrapped hilt. Fuck. I really didn't have it in me to back down from a challenge. Ren grinned broadly. "Atta girl." He spun around and headed back to the clearing where he'd fought Carrion, resting the blade of his own sword on his shoulder. "In the west, in Voriel, at the port city of Western Dow, the Darn flows out into this—" He turned and blocked. It happened so fast. 1 second, his back was to me. The next, he had dropped low, his shoulder level with my chest, and his sword was raised defensively above his head, edge to edge with mine. I hadn't actually been going to strike him. I'd turned the blade so that only the flat would have made contact with his shoulder. It had seemed like a smart-ass way to begin our lesson. Elroy had gotten me with the old, "Never lower your defenses, never turn your back on your enemy," more times than I could count. Fat lot it had done me, though. Turned out, Renfis's guard was never down. That, or the general had eyes in the back of his head. He didn't even blink. "On a clear day, you can see all the way to Terran Ross Island from the cliffs of Western Dow." He came at me. I saw a flash of silver as his sword moved, and then I saw the snow-pregnant sky, and then I saw the ground. Then I saw stars. It was all over in a heartbeat. Carrion's loud whoop echoed along the riverbank. "That was funny. Now I see why you were laughing so hard."
I'd have cursed him roundly for being such a prick. But he was right. I'd laughed at him plenty. It was only fair. And I couldn't fucking breathe anyway. Ren appeared in the patch of sky above my head. He frowned down at me. "You all right?"
Yes?"
He laughed. "Want to go again?"
"Yes."
I mean, once you'd already had your legs taken out from underneath you, what was another 10 or 11 face-first collisions with hard-packed snow? Even as I allowed him to help me to my feet, I made the decision there and then that I wouldn't go down again, though. I'd watched Renfis. I'd studied the way he moved, so I adapted my own fighting stance, and I learned quick. When he attacked again, I was ready. He rained down blows on me, the steel in his hands flashing like lightning, but I met each of his advances with an appropriate block. When he switched up his hold and wielded his sword like it was a club, I adjusted my stance again and made sure I threw back each of his assaults. At first, I simply defended myself. An hour passed, the clouds growing ever darker, and Ren's appraising feedback took on a challenging note. "What's the matter, Ceres? You'll never win a fight if you're afraid to wet your steel with blood. Come on, fight me." Oh, it was a fight he wanted? If he wanted a fight, I'd give him one. It was good being able to move like this. to have a proper weapon in my hands. Ever since Haran had bound my hands behind my back and run me through, I'd felt vulnerable, weak, incapable. But now, I was myself again, the girl who'd taken down 3 of Madra's guardians outside the Mirage, the girl many a Zilvaran thug had underestimated at their own peril. All of the rage and the fear that had been choking me since the Hall of Mirrors welled up inside of me and rose up the back of my throat. I flew at Renfis, sword raised, and I screamed. The general had faced down worse foes than me. I couldn't imagine some of the horrors he'd gone toe-to-toe during his time fighting this war. But the skin around his eyes did tighten a touch as he parried my first series of strikes. He was having to concentrate, just a little. I was no fool. He could end this in a heartbeat if he wanted to. But my pride swelled when I managed to make Ren retreat a step. An actual step of retreat. Earned, not given. Carrion hadn't managed that. You hurl yourself at the end of that sword like you want to die. I'd been readying another twisting blow, but the close proximity of the voice, right next to my ear, threw me off guard. The end of Ren's sword circled my own, ripping the weapon out of my grip, and the sword went sailing through the air. It arced beautifully, landing point first in the snow at Kingfisher's feet. The bastard clapped. "I see you've perfected the art of being disarmed." He was still wearing his thick black cloak, though the hood was lowered now. We were far enough from the borders of the camp that no one would see him down here. The wolf's head gorget flashed silver at the throat. "I know it's virtually impossible, but could you at least try to be nice?" Ren asked, squinting at Fisher through the fat snowflakes that started to fall with a purpose out of nowhere. Fisher considered his request, shrugged. "I could try." Of course he would show up right as I was about to get inside Ren's guard. Of course he would ruin my focus. It was just my luck. I wouldn't give him the satisfaction of seeing me rankled, though. Not this time. "Let me guess. You've come to show me personally just how useless I am with a sword? Come on, then." I held my hand out, gesturing for him to come forward. "Be my guest." I might not hold my own against the likes of him for very long, but I'd make sure I got at least one hit in before he thrashed me. Kingfisher smirked ruinously. "You're not ready for me, human. I don't come with a training mode." "Are the captains gathered?" Ren asked, striding toward Fisher. "Is it time to speak with them?" Fisher nodded. "Just waiting on 1 or 2 stragglers. Then I'll need to head back to my tent and change. I'll meet you there." Fisher caught Ren's arm as he passed. "I don't think I'll be needed." For the first time since meeting him, I watched Renfis bristle with anger. "You're more than needed. You're required. We're done with this, brother. If you bear me any love or respect at all, you'll come to the meeting." Fisher's expression formed a defiant no at first, but then he met Ren's eyes, huffed with annoyance, and let him go. "All right, fine. I'll be there. But take the boy with you for now, will you? I need to speak with the alchemist." Was alchemist an upgrade from OSHA? Didn't sound like it. Not when it was said with the same heaping dose of disdain. I hurried after Fisher, who moved with frustrating speed through the camp, his head ducked to avoid the curious eyes of the Fey warriors who watched him flit past their cook fires with interest. After a while, I realized that it wasn't actually Fisher they were interested in. It was me. Human? A human. It's a human. I kept forgetting that I was an oddity here. Word had traveled quickly around the Winter Palace that a human had arrived, after my kind had been absent from Feylands for so long. The shine had worn off pretty quickly there. It hadn't taken long for the members of the Avelian court to forget all about me. Here, I was a novelty that hadn't been seen in centuries. Some of the warriors had clearly never laid eyes on a human woman before in their entire lives. The pressure of their eyes made me want to find a dark hole to crawl into, but I didn't have that luxury here, so I jogged after Fisher instead. "Where the hell are you taking me?" "To my quarters," he said. The words clipped.
His quarters? I was going to raise holy hell if he tried to bind me there again. Gods, will you slow the fuck down? My legs are a lot shorter than yours. Fisher grumbled something, but he did slow down a little. I waited for him to lead me into one of the wooden structures at the center of the camp. We passed a mercantile and what looked like a food store, along with a number of other mysterious buildings. And then there were no more solid structures left, only the sea of tents. A large tent, then. Had to be. Fisher would need a sizable space to house his fucking ego, after all. But there were no tents with grand awnings or entrances festooned with shimmering fabrics. They were all the same size, and one was just as dirty and weather-bleached as the next. Eventually, Kingfisher ceased his charge through the churned-up mud. Thanks to the hundreds of boots stomping through the walkways, the snow couldn't stick here, and grabbed a tent flap, stepping to one side as he held it open. "Go in, please." He winced when he said please. Manners were evidently painful to Fisher. I entered the tent willingly, thanks to that word, though. Inside, a small fire burned in a grate that wasn't vented in the slightest. There was no smoke. It was going to take a long time for me to adjust to the common, everyday use of magic. It was quite impressive, though, as was the size of Fisher's quarters. In some ways, I had been right. Fisher had secured himself a comfortable base for himself. You just wouldn't have known it from the outside. The tent's interior formed on a large space, at least 10 times bigger than it should have been, given the tent's dimensions. A huge, king-sized bed sat at the back of the tent, nowhere near as grand as his bed back at Kalish, but still far more impressive than the small field cot I assumed was waiting for me somewhere in this muddy hellhole. There was a tall bookshelf next to the fire, heaped with a messy stack of books. There were books everywhere, in fact, stacked on the rug, yes, the rug, by the foot of the bed, teetering in a pile on the floor beside the overstuffed couch. There was even one propped open at a page, lying on the washstand by the entrance to the tent. Doing some research? I couldn't imagine that he was the type to settle down with a work of fiction. Fisher surveyed the collection of tomes that covered every available surface and grunted. You could say that. Something important? Very important, to me, he clipped out. From the hard edge in his voice, he wasn't going to say anything further on the matter. I let it drop. In the very center of the tent was a wooden table big enough to seat 4 people, on which sat a basket of bread rolls and 2 bowls of steaming hot soup. I stared at the table, at the soup and the 2 settings, and asked in a flat tone, "What's this?" Fisher heaved out a weary breath, unfastening his cloak. He threw it onto the bed, then sat heavily down in a chair at the table, rubbing at his temple. "It's just a meal," he said. "Let's eat it, and try not to draw blood this time. Shall we? Please?" There was that word again. Fighting him was my baseline, all I knew. But he looked so tired, his mood genuinely bleak, that I didn't have the heart to kick up a fuss. I joined him and started to eat in silence. Fisher stopped rubbing his temple. He watched me, following my every movement. The quicksilver in his right eye spun around his pupil like it was caught in a hurricane. When I was more than halfway through the soup, he picked up his own spoon and began to eat too. "I watched you for a while back there. You fight well," he murmured. A compliment? From Fisher? Rather than filling me with pride, annoyance seethed beneath the surface of my skin. "And I bet you're so shocked. A female human, holding her own against a fey warrior.
That must have grated something fierce. He gave me an arch look.
No, I wasn't shocked. You can tell by the way a person moves if they've had training. I knew from the first moment I saw you on your feet that you could fight. But don't get ahead of yourself, Osha. Ren was going easy on you.
You don't think I could have taken him?
Even I knew I couldn't have. Of course I did. But it was still fun to bait Fisher into thinking I was serious. But Fisher didn't take the bait.
He wouldn't be the general of this army if you could have.
He nodded toward me as I swallowed down a mouthful of soup.
So you are compliant sometimes,
he said softly. I paused, another spoonful of soup halfway between my mouth and the bowl. Amazing, isn't it? People prefer to acquiesce to a request rather than being forced to follow a command. Who'd have known? He slid his own spoon into his mouth, eyes quick and sharp, the muscles in his neck working as he swallowed. I could make out the tattoos on the back of his hands now, all too well. Both of them were Fey runes. The intricate, interlocking lines of them shifted and moved across the surface of his skin, the pattern changing and evolving even as I watched. I looked away. "Why do you even want me to be compliant?" I asked. "Cowing people, having power over them, is that what you want? Like Bellicon? Is that what drives you?" His expression shuddered at the mention of his stepfather. He quickly recovered, but his jaw took on a hard set as he plucked a bread roll from the basket.
"Power isn't something I've ever thirsted after, little Osha," he said quietly, "and I am nothing like the king."
I didn't think so. So why are you so determined to control everything that I do? Are humans just slaves here? Is that it? He laughed mirthlessly, shaking his head.
Humans have never been slaves here. At least not to the Avelians. When we were blighted with our blood curse thousands of years ago, you were definitely dinner, but never slaves.
The blood curse. The one he'd spoken of before, back in the halls of the Winter Palace. He'd said the sharp canines the Fae still possessed were a remnant of that curse. Were their children born with them, though? Or had Kingfisher been alive then? Had he suffered under the curse and then been freed from it? Every Fae I'd seen had elongated teeth, so I doubted that was the case. It was more likely that they were part of their genetics now. Fisher locked eyes with me.
"I want you to obey me because I brought you here. That makes me responsible for you, and I need you alive so that you can work on those rings for us. Without them, we'll be trapped in this stalemate with the Sonisroth forever, neither side winning nor losing. I'll never be able to reclaim my family's lands, so yes, I will force you to obey me if I need to, and I won't feel conflicted about it. The stakes are too high."
Have you paused to consider that I might want to stay alive? That I'd do whatever it was you wanted me to do if you just explained why it was important to my well-being? He regarded me, hair curling into his face, half obscuring his eyes. A rush of something hot, and not entirely unpleasant, burned right behind my breastbone. It wasn't just how he looked. There was something else there, too. Fisher tore his gaze from mine, looking down at his bowl.
"My way is a lot faster," he whispered. "You can't be risked. Those rings can't be risked. All of this hangs in the balance."
I slammed down my spoon.
"You're incorrigible!" "I don't know what that means."
"Yes, you fucking do!"
"All right, I do. What's your point?"
"I want to help you, Fisher. I'll do it gladly."
I might not understand your people, or even believe that everyone in this realm deserves saving, but that's not my judgment call to make, is it? For some reason, I have this weird ability that can help protect Avelia from being ravaged by a tide of corrupted, bloodthirsty monsters. I've seen what they're capable of. I know how horrifying they are, and I wouldn't wish them upon anyone. Can't you just trust that I— Black shadows spilled from Fisher's fingers. Smoke roiled up the table legs and swept across the tabletop like morning mist rolling across a field. It swallowed our food, the wicker basket, everything. With a crash, the table flipped, toppling to the floor, and then Fisher was on his feet, lifting me out of my chair, lifting me from the ground, crossing the tent. My back slammed up against something solid and hard. A bookcase? But it wasn't the shock of the pain that ripped the air from my lungs. It was Fisher's mouth. His lips crashed down onto mine. For a brief moment, I didn't react. I'd slipped into a daydream. This was a fantasy. It wasn't real. But the second his tongue moved past my lips, past my teeth, and I tasted him, and I felt the blast of his breath against my face, I knew better. It was real. Shockingly so. And I wanted it more than I wanted air. Casting off my shock, I wrapped my legs around his waist, hooking my feet at the ankles behind his back. I threaded my fingers into his hair, and I kissed him back like my life depended on it. He held me in place, pinning me against whatever was behind me, which freed his hands to move to my waist. They didn't stay there long. I let out a sharp moan as Fisher's hands found my breasts. He kneaded the swell of my flesh, pinching one of my nipples through my shirt, and a wave of need crested between my legs. I became hyper-aware of him, of all the places where our bodies were connecting. I was touching him everywhere.
He was hard-packed muscle and hot, demanding breath, and the scent of fresh, cool mountain wind and mint, and the forest at night, and— Gods! Fisher! His mouth was at my neck. My skin exploded into goosebumps as he kissed and laved at the sensitive skin there, the wet, scorching heat of his tongue running up the column of my throat, surprising me so badly that I moaned out loud. Fuck. He snarled the guttural curse into the crook of my neck, at the same time driving his hips upward, so that I felt— oh, gods. His cock was trapped between our bodies, and he was so fucking hard. With my legs locked around his waist, he was lined up perfectly against me. The pressure he applied when he rocked his hips upward sent my brain scattering in 1,000 different directions. Oh, fucking— I needed— Fisher! I cried out his name. He let out a wordless, animalistic growl in response that sent a thrill of anticipation chasing all the way down my spine. Waves of heat crashed over me, settling in my stomach. I was swept away by it on a burning tide. I had no clue when I'd started grinding myself against his cock, only that he tensed every time I did it, his fingers digging into my skin, his mouth becoming more insistent at my neck. Fuck, Fisher, I want you, I panted. And, as if I'd just doused him with a bucket of cold water, Fisher tore his mouth from my skin and pulled back. A split second later, my feet were back on solid ground, and Fisher was on the other side of the tent, dragging his hands through his hair. I felt his absence like a physical blow. Oh, fuck. A million thoughts slammed into me at once. That was a terrible idea. I should not have let him do that. I should not have kissed him back. I shouldn't have rubbed myself against his cock like that. I shouldn't have moaned. I definitely shouldn't have told him that I wanted him. For the love of all the gods and all the heavens, why had I said that? I was going to throw up. Fisher pressed the heels of his hands into his eyes, groaning. He looked up, looked at me, and my stomach dropped. Fisher. He crossed the tent so fast. Cupping my face in his hands, he kissed me again, hard, fast.
His lips were on mine again, though they didn't part. It only lasted a second, but it caused complete and utter fucking chaos inside my head. Fisher. He shook his head emphatically, his eyes begging me not to speak. Quickly, he took hold of my hand and placed it onto his chest, right in the center. Thumb, 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 thumb. His heart was racing. The space between beats barely negligible. Nothing like the slow, steady beat he'd shown me back in the forge at the palace. I tried to pull my hand away, startled by the thundering rhythm, but Fisher held me there tight. He didn't say a word. He held my gaze unblinking, and for once, the quicksilver that marked his eye was still. There was no arrogance in his features, no bravado, no smug smirk. The look he was giving me was deadly serious, like it meant something. He swallowed, his chest rising and falling too fast, and then he nodded. "I can't trust anything," he whispered breathlessly. And that was when he let me go. When I needed him not to. Right when I needed him to stay and explain what the last 120 seconds meant. He gathered up his cloak, swung it around his shoulders, and headed out into the waning light. Fisher hadn't asked me to stay in his tent. He hadn't compelled me to wait there either, and so I did what any sane woman would do. I bolted. The light was fading fast as I ran through the war camp. Everywhere I looked, Fey warriors clad in armor were streaming toward the center of the camp. All of them were armed. Only half of them bothered to look twice at me. A frenetic, agitated energy filled the air.
The smell of smoke and cooking meat assaulted my senses, but nothing could replace the scent of mint and midnight forest in my nose. He'd kissed me. He'd done a hell of a lot more than that, actually. I could still feel his hands on my waist. My nipple still throbbed with the ache he had put there. My pulse became a frantic tattoo as I slipped through the crowd, trying to find... Gods, where was I even going? I had no clue. I just had to get away from Fisher's tent. Inadvertently, I allowed myself to be swept along in the tide of warriors. It had stopped snowing at some point, and now the sky was a purple bruise, the clouds angry and foreboding as I ran. Eventually, I couldn't run any further. The mountains speared up ahead, punching toward the sky, and to the south, the Darn wrapped around the camp, trapping me within its boundary. I was forced to follow the warriors down to the large tent in the clearing ahead, where a massive fire roared and leaped up to meet the dusk. It was luck that I found Ren. The crowd of warriors parted for him as he made his way among them, headed for the tent, and by some miracle, I was left standing in the general's path. His dark eyes were stormy, but they softened when they landed on me. "Saris, where's Fisher?" he asked, placing a hand on my shoulder, urging me alongside him as he walked. "I'm not sure." It was the truth. A tense, knowing look formed on his face as he took me in, his nostrils flaring, and he smelled... shit. "Are you okay?" he asked carefully. Yes, of course. He hasn't..." My cheeks flared red hot. "He didn't do anything wrong." "Of course not. I know him. Fisher would never." He tiptoed around what he wanted to say, ushering me inside the tent. Delicately, he said, "I can smell you as well as him, Saris. I wasn't worried that he'd hurt you. I was asking if you were okay. There's a difference." I pushed back against a second round of embarrassment, refusing to give it power. Was this what I had to look forward to? Every single member of the Fae giving me sideways glances every time I was the least bit turned on? Ugh. "I'm fine," I said, speaking with more confidence this time. "I promise. I'm totally fine. I just had no idea where anyone was, that's all."
Stifling heat greeted us inside the war tent, or the war room, I should say. Magic hadn't made the space larger inside here. It had turned it into an actual room, with stone walls hung with tapestries and paintings of battles, and a proper fireplace and a stone floor. The ceilings were 20 feet high. Bookcases, small side tables, and every other available surface were covered with candles, the light thrown off by their flames dancing up the walls. At least 20 warriors were gathered here, waiting for Ren. They all turned and dipped their heads in deference to him when they saw that he'd arrived. Carrion was here too, sprawled out on a chair, sitting by the fire. A small plate rested on his stomach. The fucker was eating a fat slice of cake, unfazed by the tension hanging thick in the air. "Go and sit with Swift," Ren murmured to me. "As close to the fire as you can bear. The heat will burn off the, He grimaced. Well, you get the picture. Oh, I got it, all right. The heat would burn off all of the pheromones that I was covered in because I had come this close to fucking Kingfisher. God's alive. I kicked Carrion's boots, grunting at him to move when I reached the fire. The suggestive way he grinned at me made me think he could smell what I'd been up to as well, but that wasn't possible. Our human noses weren't that sensitive. "I can't believe you're eating cake," I groused, dragging a footstool dangerously close to the fire. "It isn't cake. It's quiche," Carrion said around a full mouth. "What's quiche?" "Dunno. It's made out of eggs and some other stuff."
It's delicious. Here." He held out the slab of food. "Want some?" I wasn't hungry. I felt pretty sick, actually, but I needed something to do with my hands. Taking the quiche, I bit into it, not really tasting it, and then handed it back. "Some serious shit's about to go down in here," Carrion remarked, taking another bite for himself. So he wasn't completely oblivious to the weird energy in here then. "You don't say." "That one's been baying for blood." He gestured, none too subtly, to a female warrior standing by the large table in the center of the room, who was talking animatedly to 3 males. Her hair was a stark blonde, almost white, her eyes a vivid shade of lilac. She was beautiful in a way that hurt to look at. I can't tell what they're whispering about, but one by one, they've all been to talk to her. Some of them have been arguing with her. She punched that one, Carrion said, nodding to a male with long black war braids and snarling wolf head sigil stamped into his leather chest protector. I get the feeling this is all because of Fisher, though. Saris? The male with the dark war braids noticed me looking at him. Rather than glower at me, he cocked his head at an angle and gave me a small, friendly smile. Carrion flicked the top of my ear. "Ow! What the fuck? What's wrong with you? That hurt." I pressed my fingers to the shell of my ear. "Why is your neck bleeding?" he said slowly, enunciating every word slowly. "What?" Reaching out, he swiped his hand over my skin. I ducked out of his reach, but it was too late. When he showed me his fingertips, they were streaked red. "Just a scratch," Carrion shrugged. "You must have caught yourself on something. Here." He passed back the quiche. I accepted it and took a bite, my mind spiraling out of control. Why the fuck was my neck bleeding? As if conjured by my racing thoughts, a figure in a black cloak entered the tent, the cowl of his hood drawn up to hide his features. His presence made my heart pound, though. Fisher's eyes found me immediately. He watched me dumbly pass the quiche back to Carrion, his expression unreadable. A series of gasps went up on the other side of the war room when, one by one, the Fae all saw who had arrived. "So it is true, then,"
the blonde warrior announced. "You are alive."
"Of course he's alive, Danya," Ren said in a weary tone. "We never thought he was dead. Come on, let's start this off on the right foot. Fisher, lose the cloak already. You're not fooling anyone."
Fisher's head hung as he removed the cloak. His hair was wet, dripping wet. So were his clothes. Rivulets of water ran down his cheeks. A small puddle was beginning to form at his feet. He leaned back against the wall, chin raised, folding his arms across his chest.
"What about it, Fish? Been out for an early evening swim?"
There was a playful note to Danya's voice, but I wasn't the only one who detected the venom there, too. Carrion raised his eyebrows at me like one of the old gossips who liked to while away their afternoons standing outside the house of Kala. He took a chunk out of the quiche and passed it to me. Across the room, Kingfisher watched him do it, the muscles in his jaw working. He let his head hang again, huffing.
"Something like that,"
he said quietly. "Come on, men." Danya held her arms wide. "We're all here, Fisher. Let's hear it. Let's hear the amazing fucking reason why you left us high and dry for the past century years. And why you've decided to slink back to us now with your tail between your legs.
"I'm not slinking anywhere."
Fisher sounded bored. "Bullshit," Danya spat. "You were here in camp all last week, the week before that, too."
"Danya."
No, Fisher. You were here, and you didn't breathe a fucking word of it to any of us.
How many times have every single one of us in this room stood at your side and bled with you? We were supposed to be a family, and you just fucking abandoned us." Fisher said nothing. It was Ren who stepped in to defend him. "That isn't what happened, and you know it." "Ha! Please. All I know is that I stood on the battlements at Gillithry, watching an entire city full of Evelian families burn to death, while Malcolm's horde sacked the city, and he suddenly disappeared into thin air." "You have no idea what you're talking about." Ren's face was a mask of fury. I wouldn't have thought him capable of such anger. "You're right, I don't. Someone should enlighten me before I put my sword through this treacherous bastard's throat." "Careful, Danya." Not Ren this time. The male with the black war braids who'd smiled at me earlier moved around the table to stand next to Fisher. "I might let you land a hit on me for fun, but you're out of your fucking mind if you think I'll let you open up the commander's throat." "It's all right, Loreth," Fisher said softly. "He's not our commander," Danya yelled, pointing furiously at Fisher. "He sacrificed that title when he abandoned us." "Stand down, Danya," Ren snarled, baring his teeth. Gods alive, this was going to end in bloodshed. I broke off a piece of the quiche's crust and put it into my mouth. At any other time, the food probably would have melted in my mouth, but right now, it tasted like ash. Kingfisher's eyes darted to me. He flinched. "For fuck's sake, tell them what happened," Ren said, rounding on Fisher. "They'll understand as soon as—" "No." The word rang out along the war room. Kingfisher pushed away from the wall, standing up to his full height. His eyes were full of regret as he surveyed the faces of the Fae who stood before him. "I'm sorry. I truly am. I didn't want to leave any of you back at Gillithry. I wish I could tell you why I had to go, but I can't. All I can say is that I had no other choice." A tear slid down Danya's cheek. Her voice cracked as she took a step forward and said, "It was Belicon, wasn't it? He forced you to go. I understand why we had to torch the city, but—" "I can't tell you," Fisher said. His mask shattered. Torment shone from his eyes. "I wish I could, but I can't. I returned as soon as I could,
believe me." She stared at him, her beautiful violet eyes brimming with more unshed tears. She did want to believe him, I thought, wanted his words to be enough. But they weren't. She ripped her sword from its sheath at her hip and bared her teeth. "Traitor!" she screamed. She moved in a streak of shining gold, her body blurring as she flew at him. I watched it happen, the pain on her face and the point of her sword aimed at Fisher's throat, and the way his shoulders sagged, as if he'd made his peace with whatever came next and was ready for it. I had no intention of standing, my hand raised of its own accord. The shout of panic tore out of my mouth without any doing on my part. "Stop!" Danya's body rocked sideways. She slammed into the table, her hip colliding with the wood. But that wasn't what drew 20 pairs of stunned eyes toward me. It was her sword, splintering into 1,000 shards, the quivering steel needles shooting through the air and hitting the wall above Ren's head so hard that they drove an inch into the pitted stonework. Carrion toppled sideways, bracing against the side of the hearth, his mouth hanging slack. "Holy fuck," he gasped. Everyone else mirrored his surprise. Only Fisher remained calm. He considered me very seriously, a small frown drawing his dark brows together. Danya righted herself, slowly pivoting toward me, the first time she'd actually paid me any heed since I'd entered with Renfis. She looked like her head was going to explode. "We have a fucking alchemist?" "She's mine," Fisher said. Before anyone could react to that, a thunderous boom shook the ground beneath our feet. "Icebreakers! Icebreakers! Icebreakers!" The cry came from outside. "What's happening?" I whispered. All hell broke loose. The war room detonated into a flurry of activity as the Fey warriors, Ren included, all sprinted for the exit, their weapons suddenly drawn. Fisher remained immobile for a split second longer than the rest, his eyes still homing in on me, that strange frown marring his brow. But then he was moving too. He disappeared in a shiver of glittering black sand. The black-haired male called Loreth was the very last to leave the tent. "Stay here," he ordered. "Do not leave this place. I mean it." "But what the fuck's going on?" Carrion demanded. "Sonasroth, the enemies at the riverbank. The ice must be broken so that the dead cannot cross."
Chapter 21. Icebreaker. Icebreaker. Night had fallen while we were inside. The sky was black as pitch, and a vicious wind had kicked up, sending a maelstrom of embers from the campfire swirling all over the place. One landed on my cloak, singeing it, but that was the least of my worries. Every warrior in camp was rushing toward the bank of the Darn, carrying monstrous sledgehammers and wicked axes in their hands. "We should keep out of the way," I repeated for the 15 millionth time. Carrion hadn't heeded me the first time I said it, and he wasn't listening now either. "I'm not hiding in a tent when it sounds like we're all in grave danger," he said. "Have you forgotten how many times Ren put you down this morning? We are way out of our league here." A look of resolve had settled over Carrion, though. "I might not be able to match these fuckers in a fight, but I can sure as hell break some ice. And anyway, it turns out my ex can make shrapnel out of swords, so I reckon we're gonna be just fine." "I am not your ex, and I did not know I could do that. I don't think I can do it again." "Let's hope we don't need to find out." Carrion took off at breakneck speed. For a second, I considered heading back inside the war room, but he was right. I couldn't just hide in there while the world sounded like it was ending out here. It took 20 seconds for me to catch up to him, another minute for us to find our way down to the riverbank. We both stood there, stunned to silence, taking in the chaos. Huge warriors,
twice as tall and twice as wide as Fisher, stood at the edge of the river. In time to the pounding of a drum that rang out further downriver, they heaved giant sledgehammers over their heads and brought them down with terrifying force onto the thick ice. Boom, boom, boom! The frosted ice fractured and splintered, making metallic, rippling sounds, but the surface held.
On the other side of the bank, a seething, dark mass had gathered and was roaring.
"What is that?"
Carrion whispered. A fighter hurried past us, breathing erratically. Not Faye. It was Holgeth, the earth sprite who had greeted us when we arrived at camp.
"That," he panted,
"is the better part of the Sanizrothian horde, 50,000 strong. We had no warning. If they make the crossing, they'll overrun us."
"What do you mean, horde?"
Carrion bellowed after him as he ran down toward the river. Holgeth yelled one word in answer. "Vampires!"
Boom, boom, boom!
The sledgehammers rained down on the ice. I scanned the dark, looking for any sign of Fisher, but he was nowhere to be seen. Nor was Wren. Everywhere, unfamiliar faces, tight with nerves, ran to lay their hammers against the ice. A spark of blue temporarily lit up the scene, illuminating the other side of the bank, and what I saw there turned my legs to lead. There were thousands, writhing, seething, snarling, snapping. 50,000 bloodthirsty feeders baying at the riverbank. Even as the source of the blue light appeared, a white-hot orb that arced into the air and fell to the middle of the river, the first of the vampires were halfway across the ice. The orb exploded, shattering a small hole in the surface when it made contact. Water erupted 50 feet into the air, but the vampires didn't seem to notice. In droves, they began their approach.
"Fuck me,"
Carrion muttered.
"Fucking fuck me."
I couldn't voice my agreement, but I felt it. Another blue-white orb jettisoned into the air, throwing wild shadows over the approaching mass and the warriors on our side of the bank. Another, and another, and another went up into the air. Loud cracking sounds tore the night apart as they exploded, creating larger holes in the ice. Now that this section of the river was unstable, the hammers slamming down onto the surface at the river's edge were more effective. Little by little, the ice began to spiderweb and crack.
"Will it work?" Carrion whispered. "I don't know. Come on. We need to help." A ridiculous thing to say. Just one of those massive fighters with the hammers could have taken down half of the buildings in the third by themselves, and yet the ice was so thick that they were making slow progress. We were so weak in comparison, so human. But still, we both took up the heavy hammers we found waiting on the bank and brought them down onto the darn with all our might. Jets of fire tore across the river once the first wave of vampires were in range. They went up like tinder, but the flames didn't stop them. Closer they came. Closer still. My arms screamed, my back a knot of agony, but I pounded the ice, the skin of my palms ripping as I swung the hammer down. The ice shuddered and let out an unholy moan, and suddenly, the whole thing shattered. As soon as it happened, a carpet of black smoke rolled across the river, sweeping in fast. The vampires who had staggered out onto the ice plunged into the freezing water, and without hesitation, the smoke seemed to solidify and shove them beneath the surface. It grappled with them, pushing them down, wrapping around them, and dragging them to their watery graves. "What's happening?" Carrion scanned up and down the bank, wild-eyed. "Fisher," I answered grimly. "This is all
Fisher. The vampires stopped coming. The huge icebreaker Fae still pounded and smashed at the ice, both to the left and the right, but the rabid horde on the Sanisrothian side of the river didn't bother to come again. They snarled and moaned, but maintained their position. "Good evening, Kingfisher," a voice called out from the dark. "I'm so glad you decided to come out and play. Won't you say hello?" A fighter who had joined us along the same stretch of bank, a female with bright red hair, paled at the sound of that voice. So did a number of other warriors. "Is that Malcolm?" She spoke as if she couldn't believe her own ears. "It can't be." "It's him, all right," a male with a jagged scar along his jaw said, glowering into the darkness. "He's come out of his fortress to taunt the commander." "But—" "Come on, Kingfisher. Won't you show yourself?" "I will, if that's what you're waiting for." The throng of monsters on the other bank parted, and there he was, a tall, slender, unassuming-looking male dressed in black. His hair was straight as an arrow and white as snow, hanging down past his shoulders. His features were fine, handsome, almost. Blood-red eyes scoured our side of the bank, as if he had no trouble seeing through the swabs of black smoke that still rolled across the surface of the river. "Come on, Kingfisher," the devil called in a sing-song voice. "I know you're over there. It's only been a couple of weeks since we last spoke, but what can I say? I miss you." A rumble went up amongst the Fae at this. Malcolm missed Fisher? It had only been a couple of weeks since they'd spoken? The implication was clear. This Malcolm, king of the vampires, wanted everyone amongst the Fae to know that their precious leader, returned to them at long last, was in league with him in some way. Guerrilla warfare at its finest. The easiest way to win any war was to create dissent amongst your enemy's ranks so that they wasted their time and energy fighting each other instead of you. It was a smart move, but an obvious one. Still, from the looks on the faces of the warriors surrounding us, Fisher was going to have some explaining to do. "Fine. Have it your way, darling," Malcolm called. A cruel smile spread across his face, exposing a row of sharp teeth. "Hide behind your little friends. I'll be seeing you very soon." Chapter 22. The Itch. He found me half an hour later. I was sitting in front of a fire outside the war room, drinking the hot cider that Wren had handed to me. His eyes were wild, hair even wilder. He made straight for me but barked out a question to Wren. "Have you got the annoying one?" "I have," Wren said. "Take it or I carry you." I gave it, said, "Take it or I carry you." I gave him my hand. "We'll be back in the morning," he said to Wren. And then he stepped back into the swirling black vortex that appeared behind him and pulled me into the shadow gate. Onyx growled, teeth bared, when I stepped into Fisher's bedroom. It was just as it had been during my forced incarceration here after the feeder attack. Moody, full of shadows and dark corners. In other words, perfectly Fisher. I tensed when I inhaled, my head flooding with the smell of wild mint and pine needles. But it wasn't the room this time. It was the male himself, standing so close behind me that the heat of his body warmed my back. Fisher's tattooed hands came around me and worked deftly at the cloak's tie, unfastening it so that it slid from my shoulders. "You never wore the dresses I put out for you," he murmured into my hair. "I don't want to talk about dresses," I whispered. "Fair enough. Let's talk about food then." "Food?" He nodded. "Don't share food with that prick again, little Osha." "What?" "Swift. Earlier, back in the war room. You were trading that cake back and forth with him for ages." "It wasn't cake." "I don't care what it was.
Just stop sharing food with him. There was a dangerous edge to his voice, one that dared me to challenge this order. If he hadn't learned by now that I wasn't one to be told what to do, then perhaps he needed reminding. Why not? Because I fucking said so.
Is it some weird fey custom that I don't know about?
No, he answered stubbornly. It doesn't mean anything. Share all the bowls of stew you like with Loreth or Wren. Just don't share food with that prick. It's bad enough that you insist on sharing air with him. I'd rather you didn't eat off the same fucking plate, too. What have you got against carrion? I don't want to talk about carrion, he growled. I almost laughed. Almost. All right, fine. The back of my neck prickled. Something inside of me was slipping away. I felt it happening in stages, and it was frightening. The wall between us, the barrier that existed to keep me safe, was lowering, coming apart a brick at a time. I could halt the wall's deconstruction, bring it back up again if I wanted, but I couldn't fucking breathe around him, and I knew what his hands felt like on my body now. For real. I craved more of him, even though he could be selfish and cruel, and even knowing that wanting him would more than likely be my downfall. Then I'll choose what we should talk about. Let's have a conversation about what just happened. In the tent? He didn't cast his voice. There was no need for magic. He was standing so close that his mouth would brush the tip of my ear if I only leaned back 1 inch. On the riverbank. I brought you here so we could forget about the riverbank. Forget? How did he imagine that I'd ever forget that? If those feeders had made it to our side of the river, I would have cut them down and made a pile of their bones. He was so fucking confident. Not a shadow of doubt in his abilities. People would have gotten hurt. Fisher's dry laughter stirred my hair. We're at war. That's what happens in a war. People get hurt. People die. Sometimes they rise again and feed off of the living. It's a cycle. My heartbeat was everywhere. It pulsed in my hands, and at my temples, and in the hollow of my throat.
I turned around to face him, needing to look into his eyes. His strong jaw was just inches away, marked with the beginnings of stubble. The gorget flashed at his neck, the wolf at his throat at my eye level. His shirt was filthy, open just a fraction, enough to reveal a swath of writhing black ink. He was expressionless as he looked down at me, waiting for me to speak.
This isn't a joke. I knew what I wanted to say. I couldn't bring myself to do it. There was a point of no return here, and I wasn't ready to step beyond it. You were worried about me, Fisher said roughly. No, I saw the look on your face, in the map room when Danya wanted to lob my head off. You were afraid. For me. I was afraid that you'd die, and I wouldn't be able to get back home. You made an oath to send me back when I was done with the rings. The others might not give me that same deal, and... Fisher's wry, unhappy smile left me under no delusions that he believed what I was saying one bit. He didn't argue, though. They're going to tear you to shreds when you go back in the morning, I whispered. I'll be fine, he countered. Aren't you even a little concerned that your so-called friends are going to think you've been helping that Malcolm guy, and... Fisher drew his bottom lip into his mouth, eyes the softest I'd ever seen them. Gently, he gathered the flyaway hair that had escaped my braid and carefully swept it behind my ear. Breathe, little Osha. You can't just tell me to breathe when they nearly made it across the fucking river, okay? They didn't nearly make it across the river. They made it halfway. That's as far as they ever make it. Malcolm sends his army out from time to time, just to remind us that he's there. We break the ice. He loses a wave of foot soldiers. Everything goes back to normal for a while.
You just drowned hundreds of vampires.
You can't drown something that's already dead.
Why wasn't he even faintly concerned about any of this? It seemed to me that he was in some serious shit and was doing very little to get himself out of it.
Danya will get over it. Everyone will. This will blow over and be long forgotten about by morning. The Fae live long lives. We learned a long time ago that holding a grudge was a great way to ruin a decade or two. We hash it out quickly, and then call it a day.
He was delusional. I was in that map room. You didn't resolve anything with those captains, Fisher.
Why don't you worry less about my friends and more about—
I want answers, I cried. Why was Malcolm different? He was nothing like the feeders. He seemed—
normal?
Yes.
Malcolm's a high fae vampire, the very first. We were cursed thousands of years ago, and the Fae turned into something very like Malcolm. When a cure was found, my great-grandfather and most of the other Evelian Fae took it. They were horrified by the monsters they'd become and wanted to return to their old lives. But there were those who liked the dark magic the curse afforded them. They liked the power and the promise of immortality.
Aren't the Fae already immortal?
Fisher chuckled. No, little Osha, we're not. Our lifespans are the subject of much research and conjecture. We outlive your kind by a long, long time. But we age. Eventually, we die. There were those like Malcolm who didn't want to age. They weren't content to make the most of the thousands of years they had already been granted. So they took what was supposed to be a punishment and embraced it with open arms. Malcolm is the strongest of them, their king. Of all the Fae who chose to remain vampires, he alone is strong enough to fully turn someone and ensure they remain themselves. What makes them who they are? Their personality and their character traits.
When his princes bite and turn someone, their victims die and return without their souls, nothing more than mindless, hungry shells. They obey their masters, and they feed. There was a bottomless well of horror within Fisher's words. I couldn't even begin to imagine the terror of being fully drained by one of Malcolm's princes, and knowing that I was doomed to come back as one of those things.
Does that happen to humans too? I asked, already afraid of the answer.
Where do you think most of your kind went? The vast majority of Malcolm's horde were once human. The Fae who chose to cure themselves of their curse tried to protect the lesser Fae and the humans who resided in this realm. But they were easier to target, more vulnerable. They had no magic to protect themselves, so
I was going to throw up. I'd wanted to know, but I couldn't bear to dwell on it now that I did. You were with him, weren't you? For all those years you were missing.
A tightness formed on Fisher's face.
I can't tell you that, he said. I can't tell you that.
Witnessing the strain around his eyes worsen, some part of me recognized it and knew what it felt like. As if he were trying to resist or push through something, as if he wasn't in control. And there it was. He wasn't in control.
You're bound, aren't you? I said, dismayed.
You literally can't tell me.
Stop, he commanded.
I'd anticipated relief from him, at least some kind of recognition that finally someone understood why he wouldn't share where he'd been or what he'd been doing. But Fisher's reaction was one of worry, annoyance even.
Have you considered that I might not want to tell you because it's none of your business? He asked sharply.
It is my business.
I adopted a firm stance, planting my feet into his rug. No, it isn't. Whatever happens to you affects me, and I'm not stupid.
You've been less of a prick these past 15 minutes than you have been since you scraped me off the floor in the Hall of Mirrors and saved me.
You only started snapping again when you wanted to push me away. The cold barbs and the awful shit that comes out of your mouth are a way for you to keep people at arm's length, aren't they?
You don't have a clue who I am,
he rumbled, and maybe he was right about that. But I was beginning to figure him out. And how many times had Ren said it? I know him. This isn't who he is. He's not himself right now. This was all a front. Like a veil slowly being drawn back, I was starting to see right through it. You don't hate me as much as you pretend to, I said. He stepped toward me, leonine, predatory, dangerous.
Don't I?
No, you don't.
That's an interesting theory.
I don't think you hate me at all. He laughed but took another step forward.
You think very highly of yourself then, don't you?
I know that you want me. I didn't step back, even though my body was screaming at me that I should.
I can want to fuck you and still hate you, little Osha.
I shook my head, trying to ignore the heat in his eyes. No, that's not it. One more step, and he'd be standing chest to chest with me again.
What is it then?
There's something between us. You know there is.
Sure you're not imagining things? Plenty of women fall prey to their own desperate fantasies where I'm concerned.
Just stop, all right? Enough. The moment you fuck me, things are going to change between us.
Sure. I'll have scratched a perverse little itch. I'll be able to move on with my life.
His lips parted, and the sight of his sharp canine sent a rush of warmth directly between my legs. You want to bite me, I whispered.
Ha!
He threw his head back and let out a bark of laughter.
Oh, you have no idea what kind of tightrope you're balancing on right now, do you?
You nearly did it.
Back in your tent. You scratched me with your teeth. You drew fucking blood.
The small amount of space between us disappeared in an instant. Fisher's hand closed around my throat. Fury carved into the lines of his handsome face.
Careful,
he growled.
It's dangerous to speak so flippantly about things you do not understand.
Then explain it to me. Show me, I panted. His anger faltered. What? Show me. Make me understand. Prove to me that I'm wrong. Stupid, idiotic human. I had no business saying anything more. It was perilous, provoking a male like Fisher. This could go awry all too easily. But this was all going to end in tears no matter what. And after what I'd seen tonight, waiting for us all on the other side of the river, I didn't plan on dying without at least testing this theory. I'm telling you to fuck me, Fisher. I'm asking you to... His lips crashed down on mine. He stole my words, claiming my mouth with a ragged snarl. The kiss was incendiary. The moment I tasted him and felt his tongue sweep past my teeth, I whimpered, grabbing the bottom of his shirt. No more sniping at each other. No more thinly veiled innuendo. No more threats. This was happening because I wanted it to happen. I tore Fisher's shirt up and had to raise my arms over my head to even get the damned thing halfway off him. He broke the kiss for a split second, ripping the smoky material over his head. The second it left his hand, he fell on me again, his mouth claiming mine so thoroughly that I didn't know which way was up. His movements weren't fumbling like mine were. His hands were sure and steady as he grabbed the collar of my shirt and ripped it from my body. Without the corsets and stays of the dresses Everlane had made me wear in the Winter Palace, I'd taken to binding my breasts with fabric as I'd done at home. Fisher made a disgruntled noise when he saw the material wrapped around my ribcage.
I lifted my arms, expecting him to unwind it as quickly as he could. But no. He trailed his index finger down the front of the material, between my breast, and the fabric split apart, disintegrating under his touch. My breasts sprang free, my nipples peaking, and Fisher groaned, taking the weight of them in his palms. He kneaded the flesh, cursing, his eyes feasting on my chest. Had he thought about me like this, naked and at his mercy? Had he imagined what it would be like to touch me and taste me, and have me willing to do his bidding? I was guilty of letting my imagination run away with me. I'd pretended it wasn't his hands I wanted on my body when I touched myself. I'd tricked myself into believing it wasn't his knowing smirk that haunted my dreams. But it was. And now he was standing in front of me, shirtless, the packed muscle of his chest glistening with sweat, ink everywhere, spiraling around his torso. And I couldn't believe we'd finally arrived here. The cards had been on the table for a while now. We were either going to kill each other or fuck each other. And I was glad we were both opting for the latter option. Fisher's eyes flared as he grabbed the front of my pants by the waistband and pulled me roughly to him. You asked for this. When you're sore from coming so hard and you can't recall your own name, remember that, little Osha. He held my gaze as he yanked open my pants and shoved them down my thighs. His gaze was as heavy as a sword's edge, resting against my throat, sharp enough to cut. He shoved his right hand between my legs and grabbed me by the throat with the other, startling the shit out of me. I would have gasped when he tore my underwear to one side and plunged his fingers into the molten wet heat of my core. But his hand closed around my windpipe, stealing my ability to breathe. Like some dark-haired, foreboding fallen angel, Kingfisher purred as he plunged his fingers up inside me. My. So worked up already? You're slick as hell. What do you taste like, Are you going to scream for me like a good girl when I have you ride my face?
Yeah.
It was no good. I couldn't speak. My head was spinning, both from lack of blood and from the powerful need that rocked me to my core. I wanted him. But I wanted to understand this feeling inside of me as well. At every turn, Fisher had proven himself to be an unbearable asshole. I could count on one hand how many civil words the bastard had said to me. But there was something else tying me to him, pulling me in like I was trapped. A part of me knew that Fisher himself was the trap, and I was well and truly snared. The world went dark until there was only me and him. Me and those flashing green and silver eyes. Fisher bowed his head, leaning into me, his mouth so close to mine. When you take all of me, remember to breathe. He let go of my throat, and my head swam as I dragged down a lungful of air. There was no time to brace myself. It would have been smart to get rid of my boots and then take off my pants, but that wasn't possible when you were dealing with the most impatient male in all of Evalia. At first, the smoke seemed to come from Fisher's hands. Then it seemed to be coming from behind him. Who knew where the fuck it was coming from? All I knew was that it was coming from him, the same smoke that had shoved a horde of vampires below a sea of ice, and now it was swirling over my body like... It evaporated just as I was starting to tense, and with it, every stitch of my clothing disappeared too. Fisher stood back a second, inspecting his handiwork, his lust-filled eyes blazing a trail up and down my body 3 times, as if once was nowhere near enough. I can't wait to hear what kind of sounds you make when I thrust into you for the first time, he purred. I'm going to make you pant for me, little Osha. And when we're done, I'll close my eyes and replay the sound of you moaning in my head every time I stroke myself to completion. Gods, just the thought of him touching himself. The sinful image that was starting to take shape in my mind scattered when Fisher moved. He grabbed me, hands finding the backs of my bare thighs, and just like that, my feet were off the ground. A weightless, falling sensation flipped my stomach over as I sailed back through the air. The soft mattress caught me a second later, cool silk sheets slick against my skin. A ball of panic rose to the base of my throat when my eyes found Fisher again. I saw a dark-haired fey warrior, covered in ash and soot, standing at the end of the bed, slowly unfastening his pants, with a hungry, carnal look on his face. And my self-preservation instincts told me to flee for my life. Don't move. Do not move, Ceres. For the love of all the gods. Back in Zilvarin, predators didn't have the dark to hide in. They used camouflage and stealth to sneak up on their prey, which in turn taught us all to react fast when we came face to face with the thing that was hunting us. Every part of me wanted to scramble from the bed and bolt for the door, but I knew that would be folly. Just like a hellcat, Fisher would give chase. I gripped the sheets, forcing myself to be still, watching every single move that he made. Put the soles of your feet on the bed. Not a command issued via the oath, just a simple command. It might as well have been compulsion, though, considering that I was helpless in the face of his order. I bent my knees, placing my feet down onto the bed, and raw power seemed to distort the air around Fisher's powerful shoulders. With measured, teasing movements, he lowered his battle-muddied pants and... Graceless gods and holy martyrs! He wasn't wearing underwear. That didn't surprise me, but the sheer size of his erect cock as it sprang free from his pants made my eyes round out of my head. Were all fey males this well endowed? Was it an Avelian thing? Or was this a Fisher thing? With his clothes now gone, Fisher stood still, letting me take him in, an entertained little smile begging to be set free at both corners of his mouth. He was absolutely fucking incredible. All hard lines and taut muscle and shifting ink. His cock was perfect, rigid iron wrapped in silk and velvet. A thick vein ran down the underside of his length, standing proud from the shaft. My palms tingled just thinking about touching him. Fisher took hold of himself as if he knew what I'd just been thinking, slowly shuttling his hand up and down his cock. "Let your knees fall open," he demanded. No arguments, Osha. I've driven myself half crazy wondering what you look like. I need to fucking see. Put me out of my misery." I'd never been timid in a bedroom before. I was in way over my head this time, though. I fought a wave of nerves as I let my knees fall open, and Fisher unleashed a strained growl. "Perfect. You're absolutely fucking perfect. If Danya does rip my head off tomorrow, at least now I'll die happy." The dazed look on his face was dangerous. A girl could easily find herself addicted to the expression Fisher was wearing. And what then? I'd be lost forever. Fucking doomed. I let myself bask in his attention, aware that I was treading dangerous ground. But if Fisher was right about this, then so what? It would be one night, one time, and then he'd be done with me. I wasn't going to experience this again, so I might as well enjoy it. Such a pretty flower, blooming just for me, he rumbled, climbing up onto the end of the bed. His hands closed around my ankles and I stopped breathing. He was going to... I screamed as he yanked me down the bed toward him.
Another small yelp escaped me as he fell between my legs.
His mouth found the crease of my inner thigh first.
I shivered, nearly leaving my body altogether when I looked down and met his eyes. He ran the tip of his nose up, 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 inhaling deeply as he went. When he raised his head a little to speak, his canines weren't just on display. They were longer than I'd ever seen them, sharper. His left canine had punctured his lower lip and had drawn blood. "You smell so fucking good," he said thickly. "Back in the forge at the palace, I caught a hint of this. I knew then I had to taste you. This smell has been haunting my fucking dreams. I haven't been able to think straight for remembering the scent of your need." I could probably use a "Do not fucking dare finish that sentence," he snarled. "I don't want a mouthful of soap and perfume. I want to taste you." With that, he placed his mouth right onto the very center of me, as if he were biting into a piece of ripe, delicious fruit, and my whole world ignited. His tongue, oh, holy fuck, his tongue was incredible. The way he licked and laved and sucked at my clit sent me into spasms, the heat of his mouth combining with my own heat in a way that promised to drive me insane. "Fisher! Oh, fuck! Fisher! Gods!" I thought I felt him laughing against my flesh, but I couldn't be certain. My ears were ringing. My whole body was reacting so strangely. The roof of my mouth tingled like crazy. I couldn't feel my feet. Oh my gods, fuck, Not yet, he murmured against me. "You don't get to come until I say so. Please, oh my God, I'm so close." He definitely laughed this time. I reached down for him, desperate for the release that lay at the tip of his tongue. Winding my fingers into his hair, I drove his head down to meet me, urging him for more, more, more. I felt his growl vibrating through me, but he didn't pull away.
He quickened the alternating laving, circular motion of his tongue, applying more pressure, and then he dipped his fingers inside of me, teasing my entrance with just the tips of his index and middle finger, and my back bowed away from the bed. More. I wanted more, not just his fingers. I wanted him inside me more than my pride would allow me to admit. "Fisher, please," I panted. I want... "Don't worry. I know what you need." He thrust his fingers deep, and I spiraled out of reality. When I opened my eyes, all I saw was a glittering black wind. The candles in Fisher's room were gone, all light extinguished, but the staggering power that poured from Fisher seemed to carry its own internal illumination. It was hard to understand. We were definitely still in Fisher's room. I could feel his bed beneath us. But we were also twisting in a sea of black, floating on a void of nothingness, sinking, falling, rising, and drowning all at once. Wisps of iridescent smoke trailed up my arms, circling my wrists, stroking over my skin, so soft and seductive that I trembled under the contact. It was him, an extension of him, and it was everywhere. His mouth worked over me, his fingers coaxing me toward a steep drop that would claim me body and soul. He wasn't going to stop me this time. He drew me to my climax with determination, a gratified growl of victory ripping from his throat when he pushed me over the edge. This wasn't just an orgasm. It was an awakening. Cradled in Fisher's power, I felt his hands tighten on my thighs as I bucked and writhed, but I felt his shadows bind tight to me too.
They slid over me, pooling in the hollow of my throat and pouring over my stomach, whispering over my heavy breasts. A level of ecstasy I'd never experienced before. It was as though I was breathing him in, taking a part of him inside me. Fuck! My eyes snapped open. Fisher was on his knees between my legs, the head of his cock butting against my entrance. His right hand found my hip. When his left hand found my throat again, a veil of shadows flowed down his arm and up my neck in a warm, heady caress. My eyes started to roll back into my head, but then, "Oh no, little Osha. You're gonna be looking right at me for this," Fisher said. "Look." He waited until I'd made eye contact with him again, then his hand moved up to my jaw. He held me almost tenderly as he said, "You still want it?" His chest, his arms, his defined abs, the deep grove that dipped over his hips, leading down between his legs, his entire body was a work of art. He took my breath away. The ink that covered his skin fluctuated as he waited for the answer he already knew I would give to him. "Yes, I want it. I want you." His smile was pure, powerful male satisfaction. "Hold on tight, then. I hope you're not afraid of the dark." He thrust forward, slamming himself inside me, and I screamed. Not from the pain. There wasn't any. Only a stretching and a fullness, and an awesome wave of energy that fired up my spine in a series of bursts that felt like small explosions. It was so much, all at once, that I had to scream. As if he were experiencing something very similar, Fisher threw his head back, the muscles in his neck straining, his jaw clenched tight, roaring through his teeth. Fuck! Just one stroke. He'd entered me once, and I was done for. I was a ball of sensation, humming with energy. In the darkness, Fisher slowly lowered his head, his lips parted, hair mussed, and the dazed look of surprise on his face sent a rush of adrenaline powering through me. Gods and martyrs. I would never forget seeing him like this. If I did manage to make my way back home, the image of him like this, seated inside me, skin slick with sweat, chest hitching, would sustain me until the day I died. Fisher. King Fisher. Lord of Kalish. I hated him. I did. But you couldn't hate something without caring about it just a little, too. "Which," he accused, "you do have magic." He was so fucking big. His hard length twitched inside me, and my body answered in kind, tightening around him. His fingers gouged into my skin, digging deeper into my hips. With a mantle of black smoke swirling around him like a dark wind, he moved. Slowly, at first. The tendons in his neck stood proud as he pulled back and eased out of me just an inch. The smallest of movements drew him home. Again, he shifted, rolling his hips, working his cock a little deeper each time he thrust back into me. The pace he set was torturous. I had well and truly stretched to accommodate him now, and the delicious friction building between us was quickly turning into a desperate ache. "Please." I reached for him like it was my right. His chest was warm and solid and perfect. Beneath my palms, the wolf tattoo emblazoned across his pecs came to life. The ink flowed beneath his skin, crossing from him to sinners. It flowed along my fingertips, spreading over my skin, flowing just like his smoke over the backs of my hands. A delicate little bird took shape on the inside of my right forearm. It stretched its wings and took flight, its tiny body flitting over my stomach as its wings beat 1,000 times a minute. "Shit," Fisher breathed. I pulled my hands away, afraid of more ink making its way over me, but Fisher just shook his head, grabbing one of my hands and putting it back on his flesh. He didn't say anything else, didn't warn me if any more of his ink would come venturing over onto my body. He just drove himself deeper, slamming himself into me faster, relinquishing more of his control with each thrust. "Magnificent," Fisher rasped. He moaned as he palmed my breasts. His pupils had blown so wide that the black had swallowed the green and the silver. I was transfixed, unable to look away, as his hands explored my body. When I'd first laid eyes on him, I'd called him Death. The likeness was even more pronounced now. This male possessed the power to end entire civilizations if he wanted to. I could feel it, a still, deep well inside him, its surface rippling as he grew harder and harder inside me. I would drown in that well, sink down into the dark depths of it, never to break the surface again. And I would be glad. I disintegrated into a million pieces, deconstructed and mindless as I came again. The only thing anchoring me to the warm cocoon Fisher had created around us were his strong hands at my waist and the rough edge of his strained voice. Gods and fucking martyrs. Holy fucking shit. That's right. Come. Show me how pretty you are when you fall apart. I screwed my eyes shut, crying out wordlessly. Right as I crested the wave of my second orgasm, the stars painted across Fisher's bedroom ceiling ignited, flaring so brightly that their light burned my eyes, even through my eyelids. Fisher came hard, slamming into me. He roared out his release, and together the two of us shattered. A rushing filled my ears. My blood hammered right below the surface of my skin. Dum, 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 dum. Fisher sank down onto my chest, his weight oddly comforting, even though he was crushing me a little. He remained inside me, still hard as tempered steel, his fingers trailing over my skin in small circles, and the reality of what had just happened slowly began to rear its ugly head. I'd just had sex with Fisher. I'd just let him fuck the hell out of me, and now we were naked, tangled up in each other's bodies. Eventually, the swath of shadows around us faded, and the candlelight returned, along with the rest of the room. One by one, the stars painted on the ceiling slowly went out. Moving slowly, as if he were in no hurry at all, Fisher propped himself up and drew himself out of me. His ink had stilled again, his pupils now narrowed down to points. He was quiet as he got dressed. I covered myself with a sheet, suddenly very aware that I wasn't wearing a stitch. But I watched him, refusing to look away. Not after that. Once he was fully clothed again, Fisher fastened his boots and finally looked at me. "I want you to stay here tonight." No preamble, no mention of what had just taken place. Why? "Because the camp will still be in chaos. I'll have a lot of things to take care of, and I want to know exactly where you are." "Do I get a say in the matter?" I asked. He looked down at his boots. When his gaze returned to me, his eyes were distant. "Not really. I'll come back for you in the morning. You'll spend the day working on the relics in the camp forge. In the meantime, Archer will be on hand in case you need anything." A loud crack flooded the bedroom, a number of candles guttering out, as a swirling shadow gate exploded into existence behind Fisher. "Try and get some sleep," he muttered, and then he stepped backward into the black and vanished. Try and get some sleep? What the fuck was wrong with him? I wasn't going to be able to sleep. My mind was charging. I slumped back into the pillows, frustration warring with confusion, and... Wait a minute. I opened my eyes. He didn't. He wouldn't have.
I leaped up, taking the bedsheet with me, running for the door. It opened when I turned the handle, and when I tried to step out into the hall, my bare feet met cold stone without any issue. There was no invisible barrier trapping me inside Fisher's room. Thank the gods for that. "Good evening, miss." I grabbed the side of the doorframe for support. "Gods, Archer, you scared the shit out of me." The little fire sprite was alone in the dimly lit hallway. Well, alone except for Onyx, who was lying on his back with his feet in the air.
It appeared that Archer had been in the middle of supplying belly scratches when I'd burst out of the bedroom, wrapped in a sheet like a madwoman. "Apologies, my lady. I came because I heard a disturbance in Master Fisher's rooms. When I arrived here, I found Onyx whining at the door, and I decided to wait until you were finished to see if you needed anything. Intimate relations can be very strenuous."
"Oh, gods, Archer, no! It's okay, we weren't—" I blushed hotly. The situation could only have been worse if it had been Elroy who'd caught me post-coitus. And how the hell had Onyx gotten himself shut out of the room?
"Oh?"
Archer looked confused.
"In that case, do you need to see a healer? Are you hurt? It sounded like—"
No, I'm fine. Honestly, I'm fine. I glanced back over my shoulder into the bedroom, then pulled the door half-closed behind me. We were just moving some furniture around, that's all. But then Fisher decided he preferred it the way it was, so we moved it all back again. I scratched my head, cringing when I felt the huge snarl of hair that had gotten tangled while we'd been moving the furniture. Archer didn't look convinced. He was gracious enough not to call me out on my lies, though.
"I see. Well, in any case, I brought you up a pitcher of apple juice and some cake so you could replenish your energy levels. Here."
He turned and picked up a small silver tray, offering it to me. I took it with one hand, smiling tightly. "Thank you, Archer. That was very thoughtful of you. Good night." Onyx bolted inside the bedroom as soon as I nudged the door open again. The little fire sprite bowed deeply. He was still bowing when I dipped back inside the room and closed the door again.
Chapter 23. Ticking Clock. I was up, bathed, dressed, and ready for an argument when the shadow gate appeared in the bedroom the next morning. Only Fisher didn't appear from the undulating shadows. I waited a minute, then another full minute, realizing with annoyance that he wasn't coming through to get me and expected me to just head on through on my own. Motherfucker. Against all odds, I had managed to fall asleep last night. I'd woken up in a tentatively happy mood, but that had changed the instant I'd caught sight of my naked body in the full-length mirror by the copper tub. Now, Fisher had some explaining to do. I wasn't even remotely nauseous as I stepped through the gate and out into the crisp, bright winter morning in the war camp. Fey warriors bustled about their business, gathered outside the front of the mercantile, busy rushing across the muddy square. Fisher stood 10 feet from the shadow gate, leaning against a wooden post, hands in his pockets, head bowed. The moment I emerged, he shoved away from the post and started walking away at a fast clip. "Hey!" I walked quickly, following after him. "Hey, asshole! What the hell? Get back here!" He didn't stop. He didn't even slow. I upgraded to a jog, my breath forming a cloud of steam when I fell into step beside him. "Would you care to explain what the fuck this is?" I snapped, yanking down my shirt collar. A flicker of annoyance flashed in Fisher's eyes, but he did not look at me. "Don't worry, it'll fade. Probably," he said in a flat tone. Oh, so he knew what I was pissed about then. Gods, he was a piece of work. "I did not ask for a tattoo, Fisher," I hissed.
I definitely didn't ask for a bird to be permanently inked right above my fucking boob. You need to take it back. His gaze remained fixed straight ahead. It doesn't work like that. Bullshit, it doesn't. It came from the ink on your body. You touched me. It slipped from your skin to mine.
So, fuck, I don't know. Shake hands with me or something and take it back. I'm not shaking hands with you, he said dismissively. Then what the hell am I supposed to do with it? Fisher looked like he was struggling not to roll his eyes. It's a tattoo, Osha. It won't kill you. Just forget it's even there.
I will not. I have plans for my own tattoos, you know. Ones I voluntarily go out and get. And this one is right in the middle of my fucking chest.
I don't know what to tell you, he rumbled. Feel free to have someone cover it if it upsets you so badly. I stopped in the mud, watching him walk away. I can do that? Wouldn't bother me. He cleared his throat. Of course you can. There are any number of bored warriors with a needle and some ink in camp. Okay, fine then. I will cover it. Look, can you hold up for 1 second, please? Where are you taking me? To the camp healer, he gritted out. You need to take something. What do you mean I need to take something? Because of last night. Because children might be extraordinarily rare between the Fae and humans, but they can still happen, and I burst out laughing. Fisher stopped dead in his tracks, his eyes wide. I don't pretend to understand you at the best of times, but why is this funny to you? He demanded. I can't have children, Fisher. I was cleansed when I was 14. I expected to see relief on his face, but instead, his face drained of color. What the fuck did you just say to me? I stopped laughing. I was cleansed when I was 14. They do it to about 70% of the girls in my ward. He came and stood very close to me, his head bowed over mine, nostrils flaring. What do you mean, cleansed? I mean, they sterilize us, I whispered. I figured he'd known last night. I would have expected him to at least mention contraception otherwise, but from the look of shock he wore, he hadn't had the first clue. The third ward's the poorest, I told him. Madra's health advisors decided that we shouldn't be allowed to procreate. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to support ourselves. The policy's been in effect for over 100 years. 7 out of every 10 female babies are tagged when they're registered with the ward officials. I showed him the small black cross tattooed behind my left ear, the mark that meant I wasn't allowed to breed. Fisher's expression flattened out. His eyes went blank. What? I figured you'd think that was good news. Clenching his jaw, he spun around, his eyes searching the horizon for God's only knows what. Had he heard something? Some promise of danger that my inferior human hearing hadn't detected. Fisher, hey, what's wrong? When he faced me again, his eyes were almost fully black, his pupils blown wide open. Nothing. Nothing at all. Find the forge and get to work. Everything's already waiting there for you. I'll expect a report at lunchtime. He stormed away without a backward glance. Find the forge. Ha! Easier said than done. It took me 30 minutes to locate my new workspace, and by the time I did so, I was sweating, out of breath, and ready to throw some punches. The forge, Fisher had neglected to mention, was located halfway up the small hillside behind the war camp, and the path that led up to it was so steep that I had to use my hands to scramble up the rock face in places. There was a fire already cracking and spitting in the hearth when I arrived, thank the gods, and all of my equipment from Kalish was set out on a wooden workbench. The space constituted little more than a barn, but I was grateful for it. From way up here, I could see across the whole war camp, and it was quiet. I was alone.
The peace and solitude would give me time to think. I got to work. Again, Kingfisher had hidden the tiny amount of quicksilver I was to work with.
I scouted around the forge, rifling through rotting wooden boxes full of copper coins, and in cupboards and on shelves, but it was nowhere to be found. After going over the place twice, I stood at the bench, working to calm my spiking temper, and I listened. The voice was just a whisper, quiet and distant. I almost mistook it for the breeze, but no. As I angled my head and closed my eyes, homing in on it, I finally worked out which direction it was in. To the east, outside of the forge, further up the mountain. Damn him, I muttered, trudging up the sharp incline. For every step I took, I slipped back 3. The soles of my boots had very little tread on them, and so much fresh snow had fallen during the night that the ground was treacherous. I'd landed hard on my knees and slid back down the hill on my ass twice before I made it to the small, rocky plateau 100 feet above the forge. Carrion was there, waiting for me. He sat in the mouth of a cave, happily tending to a fire while reading a book. Did you know the Evelian Fae are the youngest of the Fae houses? By 1,000 years. There was a dispute between these 2 brothers, and they splintered off to make their own court. I folded my arms over my chest, standing on the other side of the fire in front of him. Do you mind? You're blocking the light, he grumbled. How the fuck are you just so okay with all of this? I demanded. Ever since you got here, you've just accepted it all. You didn't know the Fae existed. Suddenly, there are massive fighters with pointed ears and sharp teeth everywhere, and you're just like, okay, yeah, sure, of course there are Fae. Of course there are other realms. Of course there's magic and vampires and all kinds of horrifying, terrible things out there that want to kill me. This all makes perfect sense. Carrion lowered his book, huffing. And who said I didn't know about the Fae? What? I knew about the Fae, Saris. My grandmother told me. Oh, come on. Be serious. Being told stories when you're a child is one thing, but none of us ever believed those stories. I did, Carrion said matter-of-factly. He dove back into his book. You've met my grandmother. Does she strike you as the sort of woman who'd spread tales of fantasy and make-believe in her free time? Now that I thought about it, he had a point. Gracia Swift was one of the most cut-and-dried, no-nonsense people I'd ever encountered. Even more straightforward than Elroy. She was an engineer, charged with ensuring new buildings in the Third were built on stable foundations. If she'd read books to Carrion at all as a boy, I would have put money on them being mathematical tomes relating to calculations for slope stability, not fanciful stories about made-up creatures. She has this book, he said, holding up the one in his hand as if it were the book in question. Has all kinds of pictures, illustrations. The text's faded in places, but she knows that damn thing from cover to cover, so it never mattered. I dare say I know it by heart by now, too. Fae Creatures of the Gilarian Mountains, it's called. There's a note written on the first page. It says, Never forget. Monsters thrive best in the dark. Commit all you read here to memory. Prepare for war. Carrion held up his middle finger and his index finger. 2 exclamation points. The Swifts have always been very serious people. Gracia took the superfluous punctuation to mean that the situation, should these Gilarian Fae creatures ever show their faces, would be very dire indeed. I wasn't allowed to have dessert until I'd recited at least 7 traits of the Griffin Sprite, or explained in great detail how to kill a blooded Fae warrior wearing full plate and armor. Well, that was unexpected.
Where the hell had a book about the Fae come from? Madra had burned any literature that even mentioned the Fae or magic a long time ago. It was a curious thing to find out that Carrion had, in a way, been brought up to believe that this would happen to him at some point. I didn't have time to ponder on that now, though. "Did Fisher send you up here to wait for me?" I asked. "That's one way of putting it," Carrion said. "I was fast asleep in my tent. Then, there he was, a black cloud with a shitty attitude, growling at me to get up. The sun hadn't even come up yet, and he kept griping about me being lazy. He called me a waste of carbon. What does that even mean?" I ignored him, holding out my hand. "I need it. Whatever he gave you to look after." Carrion pulled a sour face, reaching into his pocket. He drew out the same small wooden box Kingfisher had secreted the quicksilver away in the last time, tossing it to me. "Our benevolent kidnapper strongly advised against me opening that. I'd have disobeyed him on principle the second he left, but my hand went all prickly when I held the box, and I figured maybe I'd listen to him just this once." What would have happened to Carrion if he had opened the box? The quicksilver was in its inert state, solid and sleeping, but there was a chance Carrion might have accidentally triggered it. Why not? If I was able to do it, then there was a chance he could, too. I had no idea why I had been born with the gift to work the quicksilver. Perhaps it was a latent gift that hadn't manifested in Carrion yet. His hand had prickled when he'd held the box. Maybe that meant something. "What are you doing right now?" I asked him. "Aside from prodding this fire with a stick and reading this," he asked, holding the book up again. "Nothing much. Why do you ask?" "Want to come and set fire to some far more exciting things?" He snapped his book closed with a flourish. "Absolutely. Yes." Magnesium powder, finely ground salt, distilled water. Bismuth, copper, antimony. Bluestone, chalk, lead. Result? No reaction. 3 more experiments down and 3 more failures. Not only that, but I had never even heard of antimony before, let alone worked with it, and it turned out that the fine white powder was an extraordinary skin irritant. It burst into flames the second it touched the quicksilver, and the fumes it cast off made us so sick that both me and Carrion ran and threw up in the snow. By mid-afternoon, we were recovered and brave enough to risk a late lunch, though. Carrion hiked down into the camp while I began the refining process, returning just as it started to snow, with an armload of snacks and a pitcher full of water. We sat outside and ate. Cold cuts of meat, pieces of cheese, a small container of nuts, bread, and a handful of tiny salted fish that were delicious. "Hard at work?" I nearly choked when Kingfisher emerged from inside the forge, sneaking up behind us. The moment I saw him, my traitorous mind took me back to last night, and his hands and mouth on my body, and the million sinful things he'd done with his tongue. He glanced at me and then narrowed his eyes, turning his focus toward the camp as if he was remembering me in a bunch of compromising positions, too. Then I saw his bleeding lip, the shadow of a bruise on his jaw, and the fact that his shirt was spattered with red blood, not black, and my mind went elsewhere. "What happened to you? Why are you bleeding?" "Training," he said stiffly. "Don't change the subject. Why aren't you working?" Suddenly, I didn't care so much that he was injured. In fact, I kind of felt like hurting him myself. "Since we're not slaves, we're taking a break to eat. Look, 2 plates and everything," I said, showing him that I was, in fact, eating my own food and not sharing Carrion's. Not that it seemed to make him any happier. "And anyway," I said, "I've done all I can for the day." "And the trials you ran?" I curved an eyebrow at him. "What do you think?" He said nothing by way of response.
I have a question, I said to him. Back at Kalish, you hid the quicksilver from me in that little box on the shelf. Today, you gave it to Carrion and made him wait for me halfway up the God-cursed mountain. Why do you insist on hiding it from me? Why can't you just leave it out for me? You know, so it's easy to find. Maybe if I didn't waste so much time tracking it down before I can run my trials, I'd have time to run more of them. There were shadows under Fisher's eyes. He looked tired.
Forgive me for making the day a little more interesting for you. It's good for you to improve at finding the quicksilver. You never know when you might need to detect small amounts over great distances.
It's annoying.
Well, you have your quicksilver now. Do you have more trials planned for the afternoon?
Peevishly, I said, Nope. I have to refine the silver. Fisher cast Carrion a dubious glance.
Do you know anything about refining silver?
Not a fucking thing, he answered. I'm more of a logistics guy.
What does that mean?
I'm very good at moving things from one place to another.
We have plenty of other asses for that. You should go and find something useful to do, he snapped.
He's been helping me.
I got up, brushing one hand off on my pants as I handed the small bowl of nuts to Carrion, who took the bowl and tossed a nut into his mouth, shooting Fisher a needling smile.
Fisher didn't react.
Not personally, I supposed.
A wave of black smoke swept over the campfire we'd started to keep warm while we ate, hitting Carrion square in the chest. It wasn't a powerful blow. It was only equivalent to a strong breeze, but it sent the bowl of nuts toppling from Carrion's hands, scattering its contents all over the ground.
Such a child. Find Wren. Ask him for a job, or I'll find one for you, Fisher said.
I'm assuming cleaning the latrines doesn't sound appealing to you, since you have no magic and would have to do it by hand? Carrion's grin faltered.
You are extra fucking miserable today. You should really get laid. Might help improve your mood. Tell 'em, sunshine.
I choked. Loudly. Carrion couldn't have made a more unfortunate suggestion if he'd tried. I thumped my chest, trying to get a breath down, and all the while Fisher just looked at me. He wore no emotion, no expression at all. The quicksilver swirling in his iris was the only thing suggesting that he might not be as calm inside as he appeared on the outside. His eyes seemed to drink the light as he eventually turned a disdainful glare on Carrion.
Don't call her sunshine,
he commanded.
Why not?
If Carrion's plan was to poke the bear, then he sure as hell knew how to go about it. But Kingfisher didn't respond to the taunting note in his question. He just cocked his head a little, nostrils flaring, and spoke in a low rumble.
Because she is moonlight, the mist that shrouds the mountains, the bite of electricity in the air before a storm, the smoke that rolls across a battlefield before the killing starts. You have no idea what she is, what she could be. You should call her Majesty.
Heat flared across my face. It scorched me behind the center point of my chest, turning my insides to cinder. I'd expected a quip from him about Carrion's suggestion that he get laid. Not that. What had that even been? Carrion withered under the weight of the quiet anger simmering in Kingfisher's eyes, his poorly hidden smile slipping from his face. I'd found myself in some awkward situations before, but this was by far the most uncomfortable I'd ever felt. I cleared my throat, reminding both of them that I was still present. "Did you need something, Fisher? Or can we get back to work?" I asked Fisher. His expression was just as flat when he turned his attention to me.
"You're done here for the day. I'll send someone else to refine the silver. There are plenty of other smiths who can do that kind of work in camp.
Unfortunately, there's something else I need from you, Osha.
Chapter 24. Lupo Proelia. The shards were still buried in the stone. Needle sharp, they glinted in the light thrown off by the fire. I peered closer at them, frowning.
There are 563 of them, Renfis said. One of our metal workers tried to pull them out with forceps, but they're so fine he couldn't grip them properly. 2 of them snapped. The ends are still buried inside the stone, which, well, it's not good. There was a bruise above Ren's cheekbone. It was turning a vivid, sickly shade of purple as he spoke.
"What the hell happened at training today?" I asked under my breath.
Ren's eyes remained locked on me, refusing to look at Fisher, who stood on the other side of the war room. Nothing. Why do you ask?
Because both of you are bleeding and walking like you got your asses handed to you.
Fisher's in a bad mood, is what happened at training.
Loreth, the dark-haired warrior with the war braids, said. He sat on a stool by the fire, his light blue eyes slowly tracking the movements of everyone inside the war room. He watched Kingfisher, who was locked in a very heated argument with Danya. But evidently it was Ren and me he was really focusing on.
Fisher's fine, Ren said evenly. We both are. We're going to see Telena later. In the meantime, can we concentrate on the task at hand for a moment? Do either of you have any suggestions as to how we might get these shards out of this stone?
There was something he wasn't saying, but he clearly didn't want to talk about. I let him have his secret.
Why not just shear off all of the pieces and sand the ends flush with the stone? I suggested. Danya could just have a new sword made for her.
Ren laughed breathily.
It's not that simple. Danya's sword was special. It was like Nimmerel once, imbued with old potent magic. He winced at the bristling spines of metal protruding from the stone wall. It was a precious Fey heirloom, Danya's birthright.
A godsword, forged by the ancient Alchemiran masters. Such swords are religious icons to the Fey. It represented Danya's rank and marked her as an original member of the Lupo Proelia.
Lupo what? Lupo Proelia, Kingfisher's wolves, he said, sighing. There are 8 of us, usually, though our numbers have been reduced of late. We fight as a team, working together, just as wolves do. I'm sure you've noticed the wolf on some of our armor.
I'd noticed, all right. The sigil was on the plate Fisher wore at his throat. It was stamped into his chest protector, too. And I'd noticed his tattoo more than once. Last night, for example, when the head of the Lupo Proelia had plowed me like a god's cursed field.
As you already know, Nimmerel still carries a kernel of magic in her blade. All of the other Alchemiran swords became dormant centuries ago. But Danya's blade was still very important to her. To our people as a whole. We can't just sand the shards back and discard the rest. It'd be sacrilege.
Amazing. So you're saying that I was in camp for less than 5 minutes, and I destroyed an ancient weapon that has profound cultural importance for all of Fey kind, I said, recapping.
See? She doesn't even care,
Danya cried, pointing at me. She understands the weight of what she's done, and she doesn't give a shit.
She does care.
Fisher heaved out a sigh as he crossed the map room, approaching what was left of the sword.
She just has a terrible sense of irony.
I didn't appreciate the hateful look Danya sent me, nor did I feel too warm and fuzzy about the way she kept stabbing her finger at me. I'm sorry, are you just permanently on the brink of a nervous breakdown? Or have I shown up at an inconvenient time for you? I sniped. Her jaw dropped. Unbelievable. Are you seriously going to let her speak to a highborn Fey like that? She said, eyes on Fisher.
What do you want me to do about it?
He replied. She has a mind and a mouth of her own. I am the keeper of neither." He picked at one of the fine filaments poking out of the stone, frowning at it intently. "Would you let one of the men talk to a superior with the same level of disrespect?" "No, I wouldn't," he admitted. "Then why won't you—" "But she isn't a member of this army, and you aren't her superior," Fisher said. "Now, do you want to give her a moment to see if she can fix the sword you tried to kill me with? Or do you just want to pace about and yell some more?" Danya didn't know what to say to that. She gaped at Fisher, then at Wren, then Loreth, bypassing me altogether. "Loreth," she began. The male sitting by the fire threw up his hands, shaking his head. "Oh, no. No way. I'm still sporting a bruise from where you clocked me last night. You were way over the line, the way you went for Fisher. It's your own fault that your sword's in pieces. In a wall," he added. "I think it's impressive what the human did, and no more than you deserved besides." "Asshole," she spat. "I should have hit you harder." "You couldn't have if you'd tried," Loreth shot back, grinning. I wasn't paying attention to their bickering. Danya was wrong. I certainly did care that I had destroyed something so precious. I stared at the wall, pondering the shards, trying to strategize a way to pull them from the stone, when I felt the faintest tapping at the edge of my senses. The whisper I'd sensed inside the quicksilver back at the forge was a loud roar in comparison to this, but I swore I heard it. I spun around and found Fisher. This sword wasn't just tempered steel. There was quicksilver in the blade. He nodded, displaying the faintest hint of satisfaction. "There was. Not much. Trace amounts. But yes, that's why it answered you when you commanded it to stop." So, back in Zilvarin, it was never the iron or the copper or the gold that reacted to me. It was... Kingfisher nodded. "It's always been quicksilver. It was bound to many different alloys and metals before, back when there were plenty of alchemists and the pathways were still open between our worlds. It made weapons more powerful, turned them into conduits that could channel vast quantities of magic." My mind spun. That's why metal was so hard to find then. Madra took it all. She wanted to keep the quicksilver away from the people. She knew there might be people like me within the city, capable of controlling it. When Kingfisher said no more, Wren inhaled and spoke instead. "Our historical records show that most alchemists could only command objects if the item in question was comprised of at least 5% quicksilver, and even then, it was typical that they could only transmute the quicksilver from its solid to its liquid state, so that it could be forged. There are no records of objects being fragmented like this." He gestured to what remained of Danya's sword. "Okay, so that makes me... an anomaly?" I looked at Kingfisher. I wanted his input on this, regardless of the cat-and-mouse game we were playing with each other's feelings. If Fisher actually had any of those, I still wanted to know what he made of Wren's revelation. He wouldn't meet my eyes, though. He leaned back against the map table, resting his weight against its edge, his jaw clenching and unclenching as he stared at the ground. "That makes you the most powerful alchemist ever recorded," Loreth supplied, "capable of changing how we've been fighting this war in ways even we can't imagine. Most of us were infants when the paths between realms closed and the alchemists became extinct. Some of us hadn't even been born yet. We have no idea what battlefields used to look like, with an alchemist in camp, ready to forge new weapons that draw magic." Whoa, whoa, whoa. I don't know how to forge weapons that can draw magic. I can't even figure out how to make a relic." I'd broken out into a cold sweat. I've made zero headway with it. Not back at the Winter Palace, not at Kalish. The trials I ran here this morning were a total waste of time, too. If you're under any illusions that I am somehow going to be pivotal to winning this war, then please rethink that strategy. Precisely. If she can't even figure out how to wipe her own Danya, I swear on the 7 gods, if you don't shut up, I will toss you out of here myself, Ren muttered darkly. Danya rocked back as if she'd been slapped. Her lips trembled, eyes filling with tears. You can't be serious, she whispered. You? You're just going to blindly fall in line with all of this? We are the ones who stayed, who fought in the mud and watched friend after friend die. When this human was born, we'd already been committed to this fight for centuries. You're right, Ren snapped. We've been stuck here, in the middle of nowhere, in a forgotten corner of our land, defending a border that the high-born assholes up north couldn't give a fuck about. For centuries. If this line falls, the entire realm falls. We won't be fighting this war another 100 years from now. We will if we have to, Danya began. No, we won't, because every day our numbers decline, and Malcolm's horde grows larger. There's no game left to hunt here. Bellicone isn't sending supplies to the front anymore. We have no wood for our fires, no food to fuel the troops, no clothes to keep them warm, no weapons to fucking arm them. So yes, I'll support a plan where a human magically shows up and helps us turn the tide of this thing, because without her, we'll all be drowned soon enough. And I'm not talking about in another 100 years, or even 50, or even 10. We have 1 year, Danya. 12 months. If we don't figure this thing out, by this time next year, Malcolm will have won. Put your head between your legs. Maybe that'll help. Loreth carved off a slice of the apple he was eating and used the edge of his dagger to pop it into his mouth. Behind him, the sky tilted, seesawing, the edges of the war camp a blur. I braced my hands against my thighs and bent double, straining to breathe. My chest was so tight. Ren's words rang in my ears. I wanted to unhear them, but they replayed over and over, provoking a fresh wave of panic to hit me with every repetition. A year. Just one. They'd done everything they could to tip the scales in their favor, and nothing had worked. Now, it was merely a waiting game. The clock would run out. They wouldn't be able to hold the front here, and 100,000 ravening vampires would sweep across Yavalia in a blood-red wave of death. Unless I could figure out how to work some fucking metal. Gods, sinners, martyrs, and ghosts. We were all so ridiculously fucked. You do get used to it, you know, Loreth said conversationally. That overwhelming sense of impending doom. Eventually, it becomes background noise. You don't even notice it at all. Where's Fisher? I gasped. I'd stumbled out of the war room after Ren had left to go and talk to some returning scouts. Danya had stalked out of the tent and headed off toward the river, growling under her breath. Loreth had emerged 10 minutes later and had sat down on a tree stump 10 feet away, as unfazed as ever. But Fisher had not come out of the tent. He went back to Kalish. Loreth sank his teeth into another slice of apple. What? Said he was going to see Telena. Telena? The sweet healer had taken such excellent care of me after the vampire attack, but I hadn't thought much about her since, only this was the second time Fisher had gone to see her recently, and neither time he'd been injured. Gods, what the hell was wrong with me? This realm was paused on the brink of total destruction, and I was angry, and plenty afraid of what that might mean for me and everyone else in Avalia. But I was also jealous, and that made me feel pathetic. I swallowed the questions I wanted to ask Loreth. Are they together? Telena and Fisher? Does he like her?
Do they have history? Ashamed that I'd even think them. Instead, I asked a far more appropriate question. Where the fuck can I get a drink? The wooden building at the center of camp was a tavern, and it had the best drinks. So far, I'd had 5 heavy pours of some very potent whiskey, and I was beginning to feel fuzzy around the edges. My anxiety was long gone, and now I was starting to see the ridiculousness of it all. At the end of the day, it's simple, I said. Loreth peered into his glass, as if there were definitely still some whiskey left at the bottom of it, but he was just having trouble finding it. How so? He asked. He's a fucking liar. He's been lying to me this whole time. Loreth frowned. Who? Fisher? Yes, Fisher. Who else? The male shook his head. Impossible. He's an oath-bound fae. And we can't lie. One eye closed, the other half-cracked. I studied him dubiously. That's some convenient-smelling bullshit if you ask me. Splaying his hands, Loreth shrugged. When we turn 21, we kneel before the Firin Stone and make our decision. Every one of us. We have a choice. Bleed on the stone and make our vow. To always be truthful. To always be bound by our word. No matter what it costs us. Or we choose the lawless path. A lawless fae may lie, they may cheat, they may steal. Useful tools in many situations, I'll admit. But they come with a price that Kingfisher, and the rest of us, I might add, was not willing to pay. I arched an eyebrow at him. And that was? He shrugged nonchalantly, as if the answer were obvious. Our honor. I harumphed at that. So you see, no matter how much we might want to sometimes, we're physically incapable of breaking our word or telling a lie. Yeah, well, I admitted. Kingfisher did say that back in the forge at the Winter Palace, but I dismissed him. On what basis? On the basis that a liar who didn't want to get caught telling a lie would 100% lie about being unable to tell lies. Gods, that was confusing. What did you even think he'd lied about? It came back to me at once. My thinly veiled, "How big is your cock?" question, and Fisher's slow, arrogant smile, big enough to make you scream and then some. Turned out he'd been telling the truth about that, I realized with a healthy dose of annoyance. Fuck. That's not important, I said. What's important is that he's known that you guys need me to make weapons for you, otherwise you'll lose to Malcolm. But he made an oath to me that I only had to turn those rings into relics for you all, and then he'd let me go home. Despite being about 10% more intoxicated than me, Loreth's eyelids shuddered at this. He made that deal with you? I nodded, then drained my glass. Well, if he made that oath, then you don't need to doubt it. Even if he wasn't bound by his own magic to honor an oath, which he is, then Fisher would honor it on principle. It's just who he is. There was a tense note to the warrior's voice when he said this. The details of my bargain with Fisher seemed to have taken him by surprise, though he hid it fairly well. I wanted to change the subject either way. Tell me. I leaned forward across the table, pointing at Loreth's mouth. Those teeth. Fisher said they were a remnant of the blood curse, but they still work, right? You can still use them to drink blood. Loreth instantly sobered. His pupils narrowed to black dots. Looking around, he assessed the tables on either side of us, as if he were making sure no one else had heard what I'd just said. That's not the kind of thing we talk about in taverns, actually. He replied in a low voice. Why not? Fuck. I need way more alcohol for this conversation. Hold on. He gestured to the bartender for a refill, and the craggy-faced creature Lorith had informed me was a mountain troll came and poured us both another round. When he'd gone, Lorith sighed. He held up his drink to mine. Sarouche. I clinked my glass against his. Sarouche. Lorith took a deep breath. All right. Okay. So, no one else has told you anything about any of that? He asked hopefully. Nope. Well, Lorith hadn't flinched during the conflict in the war room, when Danya had tried to slit Fisher's throat, nor when Wren had dropped the staggering news that they were on the cusp of losing the war. But now he looked mighty uncomfortable. Yes, our canines work just fine, the same as a vampire's would, but blood drinking is very taboo. No, it's worse than taboo. It's scandalous. But the Fae still do it sometimes. A pink tinge was developing on his cheeks. Yes. But you don't need blood to survive. No, we don't. Then why would they do it? Because... He cast another wary look around, shifting awkwardly in his seat. It's a sex thing. If a male drinks from someone, it'll make his dick harder than it's ever been in his life. It makes you euphoric. Both of you. While you're fucking. Oh. Yeah. Oh, he said. But it's a slippery slope. If we bite someone, we can still lose ourselves to it. It takes an immeasurable force of will not to keep drinking. It's not something that's spoken about in polite company. My brain was so fogged by the whiskey that I didn't know what to make of that. I supposed it explained Fisher's reaction when I'd told him to bite me. But beyond that, I didn't know what to think. If you have more questions about this, then maybe they could be discussed another time, in private. Preferably between you and whoever has suggested they might want to, drink from you. Lorith mumbled, burying his face in his glass. I blushed hotly. Yes, of course. I hadn't said a word to anyone about what had happened between Fisher and me. I'd scrubbed myself raw in the shower, in the hopes that I'd be able to mask the smell of him on me. But the Fae could detect things like that underneath the scent of soap, apparently. Did that mean that Lorith knew I'd had sex last night? And specifically with Fisher? It didn't really matter if he did. Worrying about it wasn't going to change anything. And I didn't even know the first thing about Lorith. So who cared what he thought? He was a stranger. But I liked him. I didn't want him to stay a stranger. How did you wind up here, anyway? I asked. In Evalia? I was born here, he said. No, in the middle of this war. Oh. He waved a hand non-committally. Huh. Well, let's see. I was a traveling singer once, if you can believe that. He did have a pleasant enough voice when he spoke, but I couldn't picture this huge, dangerous-looking, lethal warrior as a singer, of all things. A good one? I asked. A mediocre one. Turned out I was better suited to killing than I ever was at performing. Anyway, I met Fisher one night out on the road. He was on his way to help some friends. I was lying in a ditch when he found me. I buried a smirk. Drunk? No. Dead, actually. Or very nearly, anyway. He winked, though he suddenly looked a little washed out in the muted tavern lighting. I'd been attacked by 2 vampires, strays. They weren't part of the horde, but they were hungry. They took one look at me, a scrawny kid with a loot strapped to his back, alone, and decided I'd make a decent meal. They nearly drained me dry. Shit, that sounds awful. Well, it wasn't any fun, that's for sure. But it was a long time ago. I've suffered worse since. Anyway, we were miles away from anywhere. I wouldn't have lasted until they could get me to help. If I'd died and come back turned while I was with them, there was a chance I could have killed a number of the party. And some of them didn't want to risk that. They told Fisher it would be best to run me through and have done with it. But he refused. He made them set up camp for the night, and he transported me to Kalish. He carried me in his arms, for fuck's sake. I was a lot smaller then, Lorith stressed. He put me in a bed, and he had healers come and tend to me, and he waited to see what they'd say. They weren't optimistic about my odds. I had more venom than blood in my veins, and there are limits to what even the most skilled healer can accomplish under those circumstances. They told him to go back to the wolves, and when I passed, they would bury me beneath a yew tree out in one of the fields that bordered the estate. But Fisher didn't do that. What did he do? Lorith tossed his head back and laughed. Something I'm sure I've given him innumerable reasons to regret since. He made me his brother. By blood. He gave me a part of his soul. A part of his... I hadn't heard him right. The alcohol was making my ears play tricks on me. If souls existed, and I wasn't entirely convinced that they did, then you couldn't just go around giving pieces of your own away. It's an ancient rite, Lorith said. One very few know how to perform anymore. But Fisher's father had almost died once, and his friend had used it to save him. So he'd made sure Fisher knew it too, in case, one day, he was able to use it to save the life of someone who was important to him. But you were a stranger. Lorith's sharp blue eyes glittered hard as diamonds. He took a sip of his whiskey and set the glass down, regarding it. Yes, a stranger. And Fisher did it anyway. He bonded a small part of himself to the scrap of life that was clinging on inside me, and that was that. I was still sick as a dog, but death loosened his grip on me. I knew I was going to live, and so did Kingfisher. He told me he was leaving to find the other wolves and that he'd be back in 3 months. He said I could go as soon as I was feeling better, if that's what I wanted to do, but that there was a place here for me as well, if I preferred the idea of that instead. And you chose to stay here, and to fight. Slowly, Lorith nodded. I had no family, no one who needed me to be anywhere else, so I figured fuck it. I only have a life because of him anyway. Might as well work my ass off and do enough good with the time I have left to be worthy of the gift that he'd given me. I stayed at Kalish. The moment I was on my feet again, I started training. Before that point, I'd never even held a sword, but I gave it everything I had. And I ate. I ate so much fucking food, Cook would scream the moment he saw me strolling into the kitchen. When Fisher came back 3 months later, he didn't find me at Kalish. I was waiting for him at the war camp, half a foot taller and twice the weight I'd been when he'd left. Most importantly, I was ready to kill vampires. Wait, you crossed the Marin? On foot? I asked incredulously. Fisher had said only Fae with suicidal tendencies attempted to cross the mountains that stood watch between Erin and Kalish. I did. Took me 9 days, and I nearly got buried by an avalanche, but I made it here in the end. You're lucky you didn't die. Wait, what would have happened? If you had died, what would have happened to the piece of his soul Fisher gave you? Good question. If I die first, the piece of Fisher's soul returns to him. He becomes whole again. Everybody has a big party. The end. But if he dies first, he's condemned to wait here for me to die before he can move on. He'd be trapped here, in a non-corporeal state, unable to touch anything or anyone, unable to be heard. That's the sacrifice he made when he decided to give me the gift of life. It's happened before. The Fae male or female who tore off a piece of their soul dies first, of natural or unnatural causes,
and then the recipient lives on in fine health for another 2,000 years. Take Saoirse, queen of the Lycian Fae, for example. Her mother, who was queen before her, saved her life when she was a child. 180 years later, her mother is murdered by unknown entities, and Saoirse rises to power. She's young and beautiful. She likes being queen. She surrounds herself with infatuated males who are willing to die to keep her safe, and so she announces that she plans to live forever. She takes tonics and elixirs and is rumored to drink vampire blood to extend her life. Nearly 3,000 years have passed since her mother died, and Saoirse doesn't look a day over 30. Meanwhile, her mother's spirit has been chained to her, forced to witness the world of the living without being able to interact with it, without being able to move on to her eternal rest. Loreth looked sick to his stomach. I had to admit, I felt a little sick myself, too. The idea that anyone could condemn their own mother to such a lonely, awful existence, as well as the inevitable madness that was sure to set in, was incomprehensible to me. Fisher says he's not worried about what happens to him if he dies first, Loreth said. And I'm not worried either. Truth is, I plan on dying first anyway. But if the fates guide the stars in a different direction and our better angels claim him first, I won't permit a single breath into my body beyond the last one Kingfisher takes. By my own hand, I'll make sure the piece of soul he loaned to me finds its way back to him. And if the fates consider it just, and I've done enough to earn a place at his side, I'll go quietly and happily with my brother into whatever lies beyond. Chapter 25. Ballard Kingfisher. Barely said a word to me when he took me back to the estate that night. I swayed a little and almost certainly slurred a lot when I told him I wanted to stay in the camp, but he refused to listen. His features had formed a blank mask when he found me in the tavern, drinking with Loreth. They were still blank when he made sure I was safely transported into his bedroom, and blanker still when he bid me a curt good night and left. The next morning I woke to a splitting headache and a small fox licking my face. The sun was high in the sky, and Fisher hadn't come for me. He didn't come at all that day. After eating a greasy breakfast that made me feel much better, I spent the afternoon exploring Kalish, wandering through the rooms, feeling displaced and useless. I didn't belong here. And while the estate was beautiful and cozy and felt as though it had been loved at some point, I couldn't see how Kingfisher fit in here either. The place was built for a family. There were supposed to be children tearing along the halls and the sound of laughter in the air, but the grand house echoed with a painful silence that filled me with sadness. I imagined Kingfisher's mother receiving the letter from the king, informing her that she was to report to the Winter Palace with all of her assets in tow, where she would be married to him and was expected to start a whole new life. I imagined her looking at her dark-haired boy and wondering what kind of life he would lead in a court full of vipers beyond the walls of this sanctuary. I ate dinner in Fisher's bedroom, sitting at his desk, and then, when darkness fell, I curled up in his bed and cuddled with Onyx until I passed into a restless sleep. I became uneasy when Fisher didn't come for me the next morning. I'd missed out on the opportunity to run 3 trials yesterday, and I didn't want to miss another 3. By mid-morning, I was pacing back and forth and so agitated that the fire sprite stopped coming by to see if I needed anything, and even Onyx grumbled at me and slunk off outside to chase squirrels in the snow. At 3 in the afternoon, he finally showed his face. There was no sudden crack of a shadow gate appearing in the bedroom, though. There was a perfunctory knock at the door. It being his bedroom, he didn't wait for an invitation to enter. He opened the door and just stood there, looking at me. "You're wearing my shirt," he said eventually. "Yeah, well, there wasn't anything else to wear," I answered hotly.
All of the clothes from the room I had with Carrion are gone. Archer showed me to another room down the hall, but that one was full of dresses, and I think we both know how I feel about those. Fisher grunted. "It's too big for you," he noted. I had noticed. He wasn't wearing black today. Not all black, anyway. His cloak was the darkest green, as was his shirt. The shadows underneath his eyes were the color of livid bruises, though, and he seemed paler than usual. He clearly hadn't been sleeping well. And there was a cut on his cheek. It looked fresh, but not that fresh. From yesterday, probably. "What happened?" I asked, getting up from the bed. "Nothing. A pack of feeders were moving along the border about an hour to the north. Wren thought we should go check it out before they sprung any surprises on us, or tried to cross further up the river. But it was nothing. We clashed briefly. The feeders turned and fled." I didn't know what to do with that. He'd gone out to fight, and I'd been traipsing around his old house, snacking on cake and drinking cups of tea. And there was a cut on his face. I didn't know what kind of emotion that provoked in me, but I didn't like it much. "I'm going to see Telena," he said, and the announcement twisted something deep inside me. I was a burning, drowning wreck of a girl, and I didn't even know what to do to save myself. I smiled faintly. "Oh, say hi to her for me." Telena lived here somewhere, I knew that much. I hadn't tried to find her since Fisher dropped me off the other night, though. I hadn't wanted the company. Or else, very unfairly, I hadn't wanted her company, which was ridiculous, I knew. "I'll be with her for a couple of hours. When I'm done, I'll be back for you," he said. "I'm staying at the camp tonight?" He shook his head. "No, we're staying somewhere else tonight. There's something I want to show you." Something I want to show you sounded ominous as hell. And staying somewhere else? That was a little unnerving, too. I wore a pathway in the rug at the end of Fisher's bed, and then I went and stood by the window overlooking the darkening lawns, gnawing on my fingernails. I was jumpy by the time Fisher returned. I yelped, startled, when he stole quietly into the room. The scrape on his cheek was gone. The purple bruises beneath his eyes weren't as vivid as they had been when he'd arrived, either. He looked refreshed. His mood seemed lighter as well, which did little to make me feel better. Any sane person would have been happy that the Lord of Kalish wasn't as grouchy as usual, but for some reason it irked me endlessly. "I think you'll find everything you need in here," he said, offering a small canvas bag to me. "Where are we going?" "It's better if I just show you, I think." "Will I be coming back?" It made little sense that this question came out like a strangled squeak, but he was being so cryptic, and I had no idea what was happening, and I'd had plenty of time to work myself up into a frenzy. "Yes, of course you'll be coming back. Bring the fox if it'll make you feel better." Since when did Fisher care about what I was feeling? And he was letting me bring Onyx? "Stop looking at me like that," he said. "Why?" I asked suspiciously. "Gods and fucking sinners, never mind. Let's just go." I stepped out of the shadow gate into a darkened clearing surrounded by tall trees. On the far side of the clearing, small marquees were erected beneath a giant tree that was so big, its boughs so huge, that it dwarfed the others and made them seem tiny in comparison. Bright lights twinkled everywhere I looked, a million of them flaring and flickering in the trees and the long grass that stretched out before us like a carpet. The early evening air hummed with soft, upbeat music, the smell of cooking meat, sugar, and the sound of many voices. Onyx squirmed in my arms, yipping excitedly, demanding to be put down. I gave him what he wanted and watched, dumbfounded, as he bounded off, a splash of white amid the long grasses, speeding toward the marquees.
It was chilly enough here that there were fires burning over by the stalls. I could just about make out Onyx bouncing around one, begging the fey male who was cooking over it for some food. "Is he safe?" I asked. Fisher pouted. "Probably. Winter foxes are good at sensing danger. If he thought any of these people meant him harm, he'd be off hiding somewhere already." Well, that was reassuring at least, but I was still confounded by what I was seeing. What is this place? What's happening here? "This," he said, rubbing at the back of his neck, "is Ballard. I came here once or twice when I was little. It's just a small village. Tonight's one of their feast days. They're celebrating the longest night of the year." And why are we here? Oh gods, had he come to destroy this lovely village and brought me along to witness the hard things that fell to him sometimes? Fisher read all of this in my face, I thought, because he shook his head, looking a little perturbed. "They have something we need, that's all. Once we have it, we'll leave them in peace. No one's in any danger. Not from me, at least."
"Are you planning on attacking anyone?"
"No."
"Glad to hear it. Come on. I smell Battelle biscuits. I haven't had one of those in at least 120 years.
The residents of Ballard were a mixture of high fae and lesser fae creatures, a snapshot of the fae folk I hadn't experienced yet. Tiny, lightning-fast pixies who showered our hair with flower petals as they darted through the lowest of the tree's boughs on iridescent wings. Shy, long-limbed dryads with silver hair to their waists and flowing green robes, who ventured from the shadows of the forest for minutes at a time, then disappeared again. Brownies, satyrs. There were even 3 nymphs, giggling and splashing in the river that cut through the south side of the hill. None of them seemed surprised to see us, though we were watched by curious eyes as we made our way into the center of the gathering. There were food stalls and stands exploding with a million varieties of brightly colored flowers, and booths with games. At the heart of the festivities, musicians gathered in a circle around a roaring bonfire, belting out a lively tune while a female satyr sang a bawdy song about an old carpenter who couldn't keep his wood hard. Fisher tried to buy drinks for us from a female carrying a tray of ale around the festivities, but she shook her bouncy blonde curls, grinning, and told him no money was changing hands tonight. The houses, sporadically placed amongst the trees, were simple and rustic, but they held an undeniable cozy charm. There were vegetable patches everywhere, which honestly blew my mind. I knew how food was grown. I'd spoken to the farmers who came to trade with us in Zilvarin before Madra placed the 3rd under quarantine. I'd paid rapt attention as they'd explained how they tended their crops and harvested them. But seeing carrots, cabbages, leeks, and beans growing right out of the dirt was fascinating. Ballard was full of life. It spilled out of the ground and hovered in the trees and hung in the air like sweet music. The young ran around, laughing and playing games, while their parents ate and drank together companionably, and the elderly sat by the fire and gossiped. An unfamiliar ache thrummed at the center of my chest as Fisher guided me to a small grassy slope near the fire and indicated that I should sit. This place was a home. The residents of Ballard weren't oppressed. No one was looming over them, threatening them with death if they didn't fall into line. The food and water they needed to survive weren't rationed, to the point that they didn't know if they would make it from one day to the next. And there was no war here. No vampires. No Malcolm. No Bellicon. "This is what I always wanted for Hayden, for when he was little." I blurted out the confession without even thinking. Somewhere peaceful and safe, where he could have thrived. Fisher hooked the insides of his elbows around his bent knees, looking down into his beer as he thought about this. "He could still thrive," he said softly.
Sounds like Swift got him a good job and a place to live.
Oh, if only that would be enough to tame Hayden, I said ruefully.
My brother ran wild as a child. He's basically feral. He also has a crippling gambling addiction that's already earned him 4 broken bones. If I ever make it home, it'll be a miracle if I find him still alive. Fisher didn't look at me but said, "You will. Make it home, I mean. I can't guarantee your brother will be alive, but..." "Thanks for the reassurance, but you'll have to forgive me if I don't fall down from relief. You might remember that I still have to crack the transmutation process and turn thousands of rings into relics. And that," I said wearily, "is beginning to sound like a lifetime's work." Fisher sighed, digging the heel of his boot into the grass. "I'm going to help you with that," he said.
I'm sorry. Did you just say you're going to help me with my work? Did I hear that correctly? He pulled a face. If I'm helping you in the forge, we might actually have a fighting chance of getting this done. It'll also mean that I won't have to put up with Danya's constant death threats. You don't think she'll come and threaten you at the forge? She can't threaten me if she can't find me, he said. I was not a graceful victor. I told you so was one of my favorite things to say, but I refrained from rubbing it in too much. It's funny. It's almost as if you were completely wrong when you said all that mess with your friends would be blown over by morning, I mused. I don't think Danya's ever going to forgive you for disappearing on them. I expected a snarky response to this, but Fisher just smiled sadly. He took a drink, the warm orange glow from the fire casting his features in bronze and turning his midnight black curls to a dark, warm brown. I don't know what you mean. Danya's already back to her delightful, cheery self. He was joking. Had to be. No way anyone would have kept her around for so long if she was really this abrasive. We were quiet for a while. We drank our ale and watched the musicians play, and around us, Ballard reveled. It wasn't long before a group of female high-fae adolescents started doing laps around the fire, giggling behind their hands, throwing furtive glances Fisher's way. They looked like they were about 12 or 13 in human years, that awkward age between childhood and the chaos of puberty, though I had no idea how old they were in fae terms. Fisher hadn't thrown any sharp barbs at me at all yet, so I decided to risk a question. How do you age here? Your children. You all live for so long, but are you born and then you stay a child for 100 years, or? He shook his head. A child is vulnerable, weaker than an adult, too liable to be picked off by predators. Our offspring actually age twice as fast as human children. We're fully grown by 21 or 22. That's when the aging process slows down dramatically. Predators? Plenty of dark and hungry things lurk in the forgotten corners of this realm, little Osha. At least 4 different kinds of banshee feed from the souls of the very young. Their vibrant energies just too potent for them to resist. Then there are wraiths and saw-toothed mermaids, and a whole plethora of den-dwelling creatures that like to burst out of the ground and swallow whole anything they can fit inside their jaws. You've really got to watch where you're putting your feet around here. Gods alive. I'd known Avelia was rife with danger, but I hadn't realized how precarious a person's safety was here. There's also the plant life, poisonous thorns and carnivorous flower buds. If those don't kill you, they'll sure as hell leave a mark. And then, of course, Fisher noted, his eyes darkening, there's Malcolm. He didn't say the vampires. He said Malcolm, as if the pale figure with the silver hair I'd seen on the other side of the riverbank was solely responsible for the death and destruction his horde left in its wake. His hatred alone would wipe the world clean of life if it were given free rein. A chilled wind blew, snaking icy fingers down the back of my shirt and making me shiver. I thought there had been a blast of wind anyway, but the air seemed strangely still all of a sudden, as if the world were holding its breath. Change the subject, Ceres. For the love of the gods, change the subject. You're causing quite a stir, I said into my cup of ale as I drank. I eyed the gaggle of young girls as they completed their fourth lap around the fire, still throwing hopeful glances Fisher's way. I think this little group might be wondering if the Lord of Kalish is in the market for a Lady of Kalish, I said teasingly. I didn't think Fisher would love the comment, per se, but I figured he'd at least know that I was joking. His hand tightened around his mug, his shoulders drawing up uncomfortably around his ears. You shouldn't call me that. I'm not Lord of Kalish, he bit out. But that is your title. Weren't you your father's only son? That doesn't matter. I'm not. He changed tack. A lord is charged with watching over his people. He protects them, defends them, creates a safe place for them to live. Do you know where they are now? The people who used to live on my lands. An awful anger burned in his eyes as he looked at me. I wasn't going to like what he was about to tell me, but I answered anyway. I don't. On the wrong side of the Darn, baying for the blood of their own fucking children, he said bitterly. Or else they've abandoned their homes and moved away, where they won't have the entire Sanazrothian horde kicking down their front doors in the middle of the night. 110 years. I left them for 110 years. Ren and the others did everything they could to stem the tide. It's not their fault. I was supposed to be here to protect them. I failed them. So I don't deserve to be called Lord of Kalish. I am Lord of nothing. The arrogance he wore like plate armor was gone, all of the artifice. The walls that stood between him and the outside world, gone. The silver in his eye pulsed, reflecting the light from the fire, relentless as ever, giving him no peace. It hurt to see him like this, torn wide open by a grief that I could see now lived just below the surface of the stony give-no-fucks facade he presented to the world. My throat ached. I wanted to reach out and take his hand, but the lines were so blurred now. Would he accept that small comfort, or would he laugh and spit in my face? I had my own defenses in play. My walls were just as tall as his, and just as thick. I didn't know if I'd survive that kind of rejection if he turned around and mocked me for thinking I could be any kind of support to him. Courage, I thought to myself. And also, fuck him. If he showed cruelty in the face of kindness, then he deserved to be miserable and alone. I drew in a deep breath and was about to reach for him when... "Why haven't you said anything?" he demanded, twisting to face me. I was about to. I was thinking it through. Not about that. He exhaled sharply down his nose. About the other night. What happened? With us. Ah. No further clarification needed there. I searched his face, my heart working overtime. You made it very clear that, as far as you were concerned, it was going to be a one-time thing, I said slowly. You made it very clear that you could hate me and still want to fuck me. And I'm not the type of person who keeps throwing herself at the things that hurt her. So no, I haven't brought it up. What would have been the point? Would you have made me a cup of tea and sat and listened while I tried to convince you how good we could be together? He snorted dismissively. Exactly. I don't... Watching Fisher grasp for the right words was wild. I don't hate you, he rushed out. He exhaled as if the admission had cost him dearly. But there are things you don't understand.
Things that make it impossible for me. Bless the stars, I was right," a rasping voice declared.
Neither of us had noticed the figure approaching from the other side of the fire. A woman stood before us, her craggy face lined with age. It was difficult to tell where one wrinkle began and another ended. She was short for a member of the Fae and tall for a human, though I couldn't tell which she was. She kind of looked like she might be human, but then she smiled broadly, displaying a pair of worn but still elongated canines, and the question of her heritage was resolved.
"I do love keeping an eye on the sky," she croaked. "Kingfisher sightings are very rare around these parts, but I knew I'd get lucky one of these days if I kept looking."
Fisher plastered a smile on his face. Convincing, but it didn't reach his eyes. Not completely. He groaned, heaving himself to his feet as if he wasn't, perhaps, Sevelia's most infamous blooded warrior at the height of his power, and that his old bones were aching instead. To my surprise, he wrapped his arms around the old woman and hugged her hard. "Evening, Wendy," he said. She squeezed him tight, then made a very theatrical show of shoving him off away. "Evening, Wendy? Don't you evening Wendy me. I've been making those cursed biscuits for you every year, and you haven't once bothered to show up and eat them. No one else likes them, you cheeky shit. What a waste of ingredients." Fisher regarded her very seriously, but the genuine edge that had been missing from his smile seconds ago finally emerged, his eyes dancing with amusement. "I'm sorry, Wen. I've been terribly rude. I owe you an apology." She clouted the top of his arm, the highest point of his body that she could reach. "You owe me money," she cried. "Do you know how expensive sugar is these days?" Fisher laughed. Really laughed. The sound was rich and deep, and made something inside me sit up straight. When I'd picked up a pitcher at the Winter Palace and filled a glass for myself for the first time, I'd thought the sound of that rushing, free water would be my favorite sound until the day I died. I was wrong. The sound of Fisher's genuine laughter was rarer than water had ever been back in Zilvarin. It almost brought tears to my eyes to hear it. "I'll see what I can do about opening up some of those trade lines," Fisher promised. Wendy grunted and made a face so grumpy that it almost had me laughing. "Don't bother. Traders bring too much bad news with their wares these days. We'd rather go without."
She grabbed hold of Fisher by the waist, squeezing him like she was inspecting a piece of fruit at market. "Wherever you've been, they haven't been feeding you properly anyway. Come on. I have 2 spots saved at my table and 2 large bowls of beef stew waiting too." "Thank you, Wendy." She pinned him under a vicious gaze. "I know you're not about to forget your manners and make me introduce myself to your pretty little companion, Kingfisher of the Ajahn Gate." Fisher paled, his lips parting. He looked struck dumb. But I was already getting to my feet, offering out my hand to Wendy. "I'm Saris Fane. I'm—" "Ah, a Zilvarin girl. Gods alive." Wendy grabbed me by the shoulders and held on to me, looking me up and down. I felt it. I knew the moment the gates opened again. I felt you pass through. There was a buzzing in the air that day. "It's very nice to meet you," I replied. She'd sensed me coming through the gate? Was that possible? Avelia was a land of unexpected magic and unique beings. She'd taken one look at me and known I was from Zilvarin? That was pretty impressive all by itself. Wendy half closed her eyes, peering at me through the slits of her lowered eyelids. Her mouth slowly hinged open as she took me in. She sniffed me. "More than just a companion, then." Wendy scowled at Fisher out of the corner of her cloudy eye. "She's a friend," Fisher said without a hint of feeling in his voice. "A temporary one. She'll be heading back to Zilvarin soon, where she'll go back to her life and forget all about the things that have happened here." Wendy nodded, mouth still open. She did not look like she believed him. "Is that so? Didn't you say something about Stu?" He wasn't as testy with Wendy as he was with me most of the time. Something told me he wouldn't have gotten away with it. But he was growing tenser by the moment. Wendy took pity on him and let the matter drop. "Yes, Stu. And husk cakes and potatoes and honey-glazed carrots. You two aren't leaving Ballard until you're splitting at the seams and can't fit another bite inside of you. Come." Wendy wasn't joking. She filled our plates for us again and again, moving back and forth between savory and sweet dishes, as she remembered that there was this smoked meat, or that dessert that she wanted us to try. I had more drinks than I should have, considering the amount of whiskey I'd burned through with Loreth 2 nights earlier. But the beer wasn't strong at all, and only gave me a sweet, warm feeling in my chest. Fisher didn't balk when his beer was repeatedly refilled either, which surprised me. He raised a questioning eyebrow at me when he caught me watching him as he drained his 6th cup. "What is it?" he asked. "Oh, nothing. I just figured you'd cut yourself off after 2 or something. I've been waiting for you to come out with something along the lines of..." I cleared my throat, pitching my voice low. "A good warrior never dulls his senses with drink. I must always be ready to fight." Fisher leaned back in his chair. "That's supposed to be me?" "That is you," I said. "Bullshit. I don't sound that pretentious. You sound worse. Hey!" A tiny pixie girl with gauzy pink wings was balancing on the edge of my plate, trying to roll off one of my Battelle biscuits. The cookie was almost as big as she was. It would flatten her if it toppled over on her. She shouted, high-pitched and angry when I took the biscuit. "You're going to hurt yourself," I scolded. "How did you think you were going to fly and carry that at the same time?" It was tough to make out what she said, but I was pretty sure I heard the words "none of" and "your" and "business," with some other colorful words thrown in for good measure. I pretended to be deeply offended, but still, I broke the biscuit up into little pieces, setting them on a side plate for her. "There. That should be more manageable for you now. You're welcome." She made a rude hand gesture, but swiped a chunk of biscuit and launched into the night air. When I turned back to Fisher, he was lazing back in his chair, watching me very intently. I saw the tiny uptick at the corners of his mouth and leaped at the chance to torment him. "Are you about to smile, Kingfisher of the Ajun Gate?" "What if I am?" he said in a very even, measured tone. "I can count on one hand how many times I've witnessed you do it. No one's going to believe me when we get back to camp." He did smile then, slow and rueful, head turned away as he toyed with his fork. "They'll believe you, little Osha. They've all seen me smile plenty." "Just not recently?" I whispered. "No, not recently. Smiling has been pretty hard of late." His Adam's apple bobbed. "It is getting easier, though." He seemed relaxed, but there was a tension in his shoulders that I could see, even if no one else could. The silver in his eye was going wild. I pressed the tip of my tongue against the inside of my teeth to stop myself from spoiling the moment with inappropriate questions. But I knew he was suffering. He was always suffering. "Anarath more, Anarath more, Anarath more." The voices came from out of nowhere, loud and full of terror. "Anarath more, Anarath more, Anarath more." Louder, faster, louder, faster still. I gripped the edge of the table, unable to catch my breath over the roar. "Saris,
Darling girl, can you hear me? Are you all right? Ballard snapped back into sharp focus. My plate was on the floor at my feet, and the grass was littered with Battelle biscuits. Kingfisher stared at me in wide-eyed shock. It was Wendy who had spoken, voice full of worry. I sat stiff as a board, while she pressed the back of her hand to my forehead. No temperature to speak of. Are you well, Saris? You took a funny turn there. Yes, I'm fine. I swallowed thickly.
I was just a little dizzy, that's all.
Oh no. It wasn't just Fisher and Wendy who'd noticed. A group by the fire had stopped talking and were watching us. A couple of Fey women, leaning against the trunk of the massive oak tree 20 feet away, were also talking quietly, their eyes full of concern as they looked over. I swallowed down my alarm, smiling as convincingly as I could. Really, I'm okay. I promise. He knows. He can tell you just heard something. The little voice in the back of my head was right. Fisher was white as a sheet and looking uneasy as he pushed his chair back so he could pick up my plate. It's been a long day, he said, setting my plate back on the table. We've eaten and drunk too much, I think. The exhaustion's kicking in. Wendy nodded. Of course. Well, you know where you're going, don't you? Although I suppose it has been a long time. Do you remember the way? Fisher chuckled good-naturedly, giving the old female a one-armed hug. The rest of me might not be perfect, but my memory is, he said. Night, Wendy. I gave the female a hug too, my eyes pricking at the surprising display of maternal warmth. She was still calling after us, bidding us good night, as Onyx bolted ahead of us up the path, carrying a Battelle biscuit in his mouth. We were going back to Kalish. There was no way Fisher would choose to stay here after my strange little episode. But he didn't open up a shadow gate and drag me back through it as I thought he would. He was quiet as he led me into the line of the trees and past the quaint houses that lined the walkway. He flexed out his hands by his sides a couple of times before slipping them into his pockets. He didn't seem to know what to do with them. The walkways into the forest were only wide enough to accommodate a small cart, perhaps. They were deserted, though, with everyone still back at the clearing, enjoying the celebrations. Fisher stopped in the middle of the path, so abruptly that I nearly ran into his back. Those words you said back there. Why did you say them? He demanded. I'd said them out loud? Damn. I don't know. I really don't. It came out of nowhere. I was sitting there, listening to you say something about smiling, and then, bam. It was all I could hear. Anarath more, Anarath more, Stop. Fisher held up his hand as if it were a shield. Don't say that. Just, please don't say that. He had been annoyed, mad, irritated, turned on, and a million other things in front of me, but he'd never been afraid before. The quicksilver pushed those words into my mind when you forced me to hold it back at the Winter Palace. What do they mean? I asked, stepping toward him. He stepped back at the same time, shaking his head. It's better if you don't ask. I can't tell you anyway, so just don't. Fisher! He lunged for me, grabbing me by the hand. Come on, let's go. The forest village of Ballard whipped past in a blur as Fisher tugged me along behind him. The trees were full of twinkling lights. Pretty ponds and grassy areas with benches lined the paths. Music still hung in the air, though distant now, as he took me further into the forest. Eventually, we came to a cobblestoned square with a circular fountain at its center. The statue in the fountain, a female with flowing, beautiful hair and a heart-shaped, gently smiling face, held a stone urn, from which a steady stream of water poured into the pool at her feet. The sound of the trickling water would have been soothing had Fisher not been so agitated. He charged across the square, angling his head away from the statue,
beelining for an innocuous red doorway between two small shops, a bakery and a tailor's, by the looks of things. "Fisher, slow!"
I nearly tripped over my own feet as I passed the fountain, my eyes trailing over the small brass plaque at the base of the woman's feet, and something painful clicked into place. I realized why the statue looked so familiar now. She looked an awful lot like Everlane, and she had Kingfisher's high cheekbones. Or rather, he had her high cheekbones. Edina of the Seven Towers, Lady of Kalish. Kingfisher's mother. He'd said she had brought him here as a child. She was important to the people of Ballard. Fisher was, too. I'd figured that out even before Wendy had come to tell him off for neglecting her for so long. Everyone had been very subtle about it, but the villagers had been very aware of his presence. He wasn't a stranger here, had never been one by my reckoning, and now he was opening up a door to a building on the square because he had a fucking key? "Come on." He gestured to the open doorway. "Let's go inside. It's getting cold." The temperature was a terrible excuse. Kalish was much colder than Ballard, and he walked around there in just a shirt and pants without batting an eyelid. I understood why he wanted to get inside, though, and I had no plans on stopping him. The door opened to a narrow stairway, just one flight. Candles in wall sconces sparked to life as Kingfisher motioned for me to go ahead of him. I started to climb. Onyx slipped through my feet, forever nosy, wanting to go first. His claws made a clattering sound against the wooden floorboards as he hopped up each step. The air smelled of dust and neglect. When I reached the top of the stairs, I found myself surrounded by ghosts. But before I could panic, flames bloomed at the wicks of more candles on the other side of the room, and I saw that the eerie white shapes weren't ghosts after all. Just large pieces of furniture draped with dust sheets. Even the pictures hanging on the walls had been covered. 3 large windows overlooked the courtyard and the fountain, but Fisher was already on it, crossing the modest living room and drawing the thick burgundy velvet curtains closed at each of them, blocking out any view of the kind-looking woman pouring water from her urn below. This wasn't just an apartment Fisher had rented for the night. This place belonged to Fisher. It had belonged to his mother once, maybe, and now it was his. I paced around the room, running my hand over the sheets. Onyx's nose was glued to the ground as he trotted about, snuffling intensely. He sneezed explosively, then went right back to inhaling all the dust. I was about to pull down the sheet from the large painting above the fireplace, but Fisher's hand caught my wrist. "Don't," he said. But then, a little softer, he added, "Not tonight." Why were we even here? This seemed like prodding an open wound for him, but he'd been the one to bring me to Ballard. "Bathroom's through there," he said, pointing through a doorway to our left. "There are 2 bedrooms down there. I'll take the smallest. That used to be mine, anyway." 2 bedrooms. He was sleeping in his own room. I was to sleep in the other. I wasn't surprised by that. Fisher might deign to fuck me, but I was under no illusions that he'd want to sleep in the same room as me. "Thanks." "Oh, shit." I winced. I left my bag back in the clearing. I wasn't thinking. I'll have to go back and get it. But Kingfisher held out his hand, and his palm became a wreath of black smoke, which became a piece of canvas, which became the forgotten bag. "Here," he said softly. "Night, little Osha." Chapter 26. Ash and Cinders. I woke to screaming. The sound was full of raw terror, the kind of sound a person made right before they were murdered. I leaped out of bed and collided with a piece of furniture, smashing my big toe. "Fuck! Fuck, fuck, fuck!" I didn't know this bedroom. It had been pitch black when I'd come in here. I'd only been able to find the bed by padding around in the dark. Gods only knew what kind of obstruction stood between me and the door. Gods only knew where the door was. The screaming intensified.
I eventually found the door handle and then nearly tripped over a panting onyx as he shot past me out of the door. I followed the white smudge of his body down the hall. "Stop! No! I said no! Stop!" Fisher yelled. Without thinking twice, I ripped the door open and charged inside. The curtains weren't drawn in here, and moonlight flooded through the windows, painting everything luminous silver. Wearing just his pants, Fisher lay in the center of a bed that was way too small for his body, on top of the sheets, shivering, his skin running with sweat. At first, I thought he was having a nightmare, but then I saw that his eyes were open and fixed on the ceiling. He blinked, and a tear rolled from the corner of his eye, racing over his temple and running into his hair. "Fisher?" He shook in reaction to my voice. At his sides, his hands clenched, gripping at the sheets. "Go," Fisher said in a cracked voice. He watched me out of the corner of his eye, though his head didn't move on the pillow. "What's wrong? Are you—" "Go!" "I can't just go. Something's wrong with you." "I'll be fine. A ripple of pain passed over his face, his eyes rolling back into his head. His back arched off the bed as he gritted his teeth, screaming out a vicious curse in Old Fey. "Fuck! Stop! Stop, stop, stop!" he chanted. "Please, stop." The episode, the seizure, hell, whatever it was that was causing him so much distress, ebbed. And I watched, heart pulsing in the base of my throat, as his body eased back onto the mattress. As soon as his back was flush with the bed, the shaking started up again. "Mind made up," I said. "I'm going to find someone. This isn't right." No. Fisher tried to swallow, but that seemed too painful to accomplish, so he cleared his throat instead. "It'll end soon." He rushed out. "How soon?" An hour? Maybe 2. I'll be fine." "Fisher, no. You need help. There must be a healer here." "Just, please, get me some water. That'll help. Then go back to bed. Get some sleep." Yeah, right. Sleep. With him in pain in the next room, screaming at the top of his lungs. That wasn't happening. He was so fucking stubborn. "I'll be back in a second," I told him. All of the candles had guttered out long ago, and I wasn't blessed with magic that could simply conjure flames when I needed them, so I went scavenging. In the living room, I pulled open one of the curtains, thanking the gods when the moonlight lit up the furniture and all the other tripping hazards that stood between me and the kitchen. I found a dusty glass in one of the cupboards, filled it from a pitcher on the sideboard, and returned to Fisher as quickly as I could. In my absence, Onyx had jumped up onto the bed and tucked himself into the male's side, resting his head on Fisher's stomach. He whined when I entered the room, his eyes moving from me to Fisher, as if he were trying to tell me something. "Can you lift your head?" I asked. "No, I can't move anything." Fisher closed his eyes, screwing them shut. "All right. I'm going to help you then. Just set it on the nightstand. I'll drink it later." Each word was labored. His body was so tense that it looked as though the tendons in his neck and arms were on the verge of snapping. "I'm not leaving you here like this, you idiot." I climbed up onto the bed and lifted his head up. It took considerable effort to get my hands beneath his shoulders and to lift his torso enough for me to slide in behind him, but I managed. Resting my back against the headboard, I let him lean back into me so that his head was propped against my stomach, a leg on either side of his body. He didn't protest when I held the glass to his lips and carefully poured some water into his mouth. It took a long time for him to drink, but sure enough, he drained the whole glass. "You can go now. I think it's passing." He was so full of shit. If his trembling was anything to go by, this episode was just getting started. "I'm not going anywhere." His hair was plastered to the side of his face in wet, dark waves.
His eyes met mine, and my heart stopped for 2 beats when I saw the quicksilver in his right eye. It pulsed, nearly covering his whole iris, leaving only the smallest crescent of green to shine through. "I'll make you go if I have to," he ground out. Make me? Oh, he'd make me, would he? This fucking asshole. I was trying to help him, and he was dead set on pushing me away. How could he be so infuriating, even when he was incapacitated and incoherent from pain? I spoke clearly so there would be no misunderstanding me. "If you use the oath you tricked me into to force me from this room right now, I will never forgive you. I will find a way to make your life absolutely fucking miserable. In fact, while we're here and having such a lovely conversation about this, you're never going to compel me against my will again. Do you hear me? Do you understand? I am not fucking around, Fisher. If you have any respect for me, if you care about me even the tiniest, most minuscule amount, you will never, ever compel me again. Do you understand?" He licked his lips, eyes burning into me.
Even though I was upside down in his field of vision, he must have been able to make out the fury on my face because his eyelids shuddered, and he gave a small nod. "I understand."
Great. Now stop telling me to leave. I'm staying. Again, another nod. Okay. The next 4 hours, not 1, not 2, 4, were rough. Onyx hid his face in the sheets whenever another wave of delirium washed over Fisher. I held on to him as best I could when he bowed up from the bed, but that didn't seem to help, so I let his body contort and shake. The chain around Fisher's neck stuck to his skin. The pendant with the crossed daggers wrapped in vines rested in the hollow of his throat, wet with his sweat. And I glowered at the cursed thing, wondering why the fuck it wasn't doing its job. This was because of the quicksilver. There was no doubt in my mind about that. Even if I hadn't seen how badly it had spread across his eye, I'd have known from the chanting I could hear in the back of my mind all of the time now. Anaroth more, Anaroth more, Anaroth more. Thunder in my ears, a bleak omen. During the darkest hours of the night, when clouds must have swept across the moon and the room was thick with shadows, Fisher stilled for a while. "Tell me something. Distract me. Sometimes it'll ease if my mind goes elsewhere." I ran my hands along his shoulders, working my thumbs into his taut muscles as I had been for the past hour. I wasn't surprised when the ink beneath his skin drew closer to the places where our skin met. I watched it climb my fingers, forming shapes, and then runes and delicate designs as they inched upward. There was every chance they'd still be there in the morning, but I couldn't bring myself to care right now. "What should I tell you?" I asked. "Anything. Tell me about your life. Before." I sat for a moment, wrestling with that. I didn't know where to begin. There were a lot of things I didn't want to talk about.
Many things I didn't want to remember. Dangerous corners of my mind I had no desire to return to. Fisher's head shifted against my stomach. "Why are you frowning like that?" he asked. I glanced down and found that he was the one frowning up at me. His brow wasn't rolling with perspiration anymore. The shaking seemed to have slowed down a little, too. A relief. "I don't know. I have very few bright, happy memories to share from Zilvarin." I'd touched Fisher's skin plenty over the past few hours, so I didn't even think about it. I ran my finger over his forehead,
down his temple, sweeping away the wet hair from his face. He closed his eyes, his lashes fine and delicate as strokes of black ink against his pale skin. "I don't want bright and happy," he whispered roughly. "I want real." Those words weighed heavy. This, from the male who refused to give me the real answers to the questions I had about him, was enough to make a girl want to scream. But my suspicions on that front, that Fisher was bound in some way and couldn't answer, had, at some point, solidified as fact in my mind. And look where we were. He was lying in my arms, immobile and vulnerable in every sense of the word, laid bare. I could be a little vulnerable, too. My father died when I was 2. I don't even remember him. My mother was 4 months pregnant with Hayden when it happened. A sand dune came down on a trader's outpost on the Glass Flats. He was either crushed or suffocated to death, one of the two. And when we lost his income, my mother became a prostitute, I said bluntly. This wasn't a secret back in Zilvarin. Everybody had known Iris Fane, either from exchanging chits for her time, or because the other mothers in our ward would bitch and complain as loud as the day was long about the fact that a woman of loose morals lived amongst them. She sold her body for food and water mostly, but she made money too. Her client list was mostly comprised of guardians, Madra's men. 5 days out of the week, she worked at this place near the market, the House of Kala. Kala's employed security, so the women who worked there were safe for the most part. One shout from a bedroom, and 5 huge bastards would kick the door down and beat the living shit out of whoever was causing trouble. But she worked from our home sometimes, too, to make ends meet. I used to watch through a crack in her bedroom door when the guardians would come, resplendent and proud, dripping in their golden armor. The man I used to apprentice for, Elroy? He loved her. She was beautiful and full of this fire. He'd come to the house and fix things from time to time. He never tried anything on with her, though. He wasn't like that. The amount of times he took care of her when one of the palace guards beat her black and blue at our house? I shook my head, absent-mindedly twisting a piece of Fisher's damp hair around my finger. She didn't want me to follow in her footsteps, so she made him promise to take me on in the forge as soon as I was old enough. I was 10 when I first stepped into his workshop. And my mother? She'd already started smuggling weapons into the ward by then. It started as pieces of scrap metal, things that could be turned into weapons. Elroy was happy to make them at first, just daggers, small knives. My mother handed them out to her friends at Kala's first, to protect themselves with when they took their work home with them. But then she started bringing home swords and shields, the kinds of things that would get her killed if she was caught trading in them. I hated remembering the knocks at our door in the middle of the night, while my mother was working at Kala's. The masked men who would thrust heavy Hessian sacks into my hands and then sprint off into the dark. But I forced myself to do it. She had me running items from our house to the forge every day soon after that. The guardians didn't pay much attention to a scrawny kid on her way to work. Years went by, and she started introducing me to all kinds of men. Fisher's breathing hitched. He'd been loosening up gradually, but now he stiffened again, his nostrils flaring. He didn't say a word, but I knew what he was thinking. Not those kinds of men. They never touched me. They showed me where the entrances to various tunnels were, the ones that led to the underground reserves where Madra kept water reservoirs, plenty to supply the whole city, and then some. They showed me how to tap the tanks and siphon off a little here and a little there. They showed me how to pick locks and how to climb. I learned how to fight with daggers and how to throw them. A rebel would stay at the house, hidden in the attic, for a week or a month, sometimes maybe 2. Then they'd switch out, and someone new would show up. Hayden knew nothing about it.
He was too young to understand most of what was happening, and he didn't know how to keep his mouth shut. So I learned how to fight and steal, and how to take care of him, too, since our mother was never home anymore. And that's just how it was for a long time. I spent my days in the forge, after I cared for Hayden, cooked for him, kept the house clean, and then, as soon as he went to sleep, I'd be out stealing whatever we needed to live. When did you sleep? Fisher wasn't fighting against the pain anymore. It sounded like he was struggling to stay awake. I didn't, really. I took naps whenever I could, and I don't know. I just kept going. Sounds shit. It was, and it got worse. My mother started to get angry. She was sick of being treated like crap and degraded by the men who thought they were so much better than her. She refused to accept guardians as clients anymore. Some of her regulars, the ones who used to come to the house, didn't like that.
One morning, 6 years ago, she left the house and headed to Kayla's, but she forgot her water ration. She'd left it sitting there on the kitchen table, her bottle full. Hadn't even taken a sip out of it. I knew if she didn't have it with her, she wouldn't get any water all day. So I grabbed it and chased after her. I found her in the square, already on her knees. The guardian she'd turned away from the house the night before was standing there, smug as fuck, while his underlings searched her bags. They found 2 knives on her, tiny, pointless things. The blades were barely even 3 inches long, but that didn't matter. Because the punishment for carrying a weapon in the 3rd is death, Fisher whispered. I watched them slit her throat, I said. No arrest, no trial. They love carrying out their sentencing on the spot. Saves time and energy, I suppose. She died face down in the sand, in the blistering heat, with 5 men pissing in her hair and on her back. And then they left her there. I ran to her as soon as they went, flipped her over, shook her. I shrugged, but she was already gone. I couldn't carry her by myself, so I had to run and fetch Elroy. When we got back to the square, our neighbors were out there, standing over her, spitting in her face. Elroy knocked out one man who was trying to tear the clothes off her body. What's the problem? She was a dirty, disease-riddled whore. She didn't care about the world seeing her tits. Here, how about I fucking pay her? He dropped a scuffed-up penny onto my mother's stomach and then kicked her in the ribs. That's when Elroy had broken his face. I didn't tell Fisher that part, though. There were memories that could be put into words, even if it felt like dying to give them light and air. And then there were those that couldn't. I would never repeat the words that man said about my mother. We burned her the next morning in the dunes, a mile from the glass flats. The air was so hot that singed the insides of my nostrils. Hayden passed out, and Elroy had to carry him home, but I stayed and watched my mother's pyre until she was ash and cinders on the breeze. When I finally stumbled back home, I found our house all boarded up, the door and the windows blocked off with lengths of wood. There was a big black X painted across the stonework. Ours was the first house they quarantined. More followed, though. A week later, Madra had the whole ward placed on lockdown. No in or out. They said the ward was stricken with a plague. Those days were distant, foggy nightmares that haunted both my waking and sleeping hours. Hayden's grief had turned into anger very quickly. He'd blamed our mother for the loss of our home. His friends had finally told him that she hadn't been a barmaid at Kala's. Some of them told him their own fathers had fucked Iris Fane for the price of a cheap pitcher of beer. He'd rebelled in just about every way he could think of. And when he was done with that, he'd started with the gambling. You stayed with Elroy? Fisher asked. He rubbed his forehead, massaging the spot between his eyebrows, and I realized that he could move now.
But he hadn't shifted from his position, leaning up against me. When he let his hand fall again, he let it rest against my leg. Comfortable. Familiar. No, if he'd taken us in, the guardians would have put 2 and 2 together and realized that he had made the daggers my mother had been carrying that day. I didn't want to endanger him, so, for all intents and purposes, Hayden and I disappeared. We found our own attic spaces to sleep in, above taverns mostly, where a little noise at night wouldn't be noticeable. I'd sneak in and out of the forge, so no one knew I was working there. The skills my mother's rebel friends had taught me ended up keeping us alive. We managed. So much left out. Painful nights filled with arguments.
Nights spent sleeping on hard floors in the sweltering heat with nothing to block out the twins at the windows. Unending hunger and a thirst that was never slaked. Managed was a generous term for what life looked like after that bastard had cut my mother's throat. Fisher finally twisted over and laid his head back on his pillow. "Come here," he said. "What?" "Don't make me drag you down here." There was a tired but playful catch in his voice. He wanted me to lie next to him. Hell, I was going to have to unpack that in the morning, honestly, because a wave of exhaustion like no other rolled over me as I scooted down the bed and straightened out my numb legs for the first time in hours. I made sure to arrange myself so that no part of my body was touching Fisher's, but he made a vexed sound and wrapped his arm around my body. Placing his hand against my stomach, he drew me close so that my back was flush with his chest. The warmth from his body was divine. I could feel his heart beating against my back, slow and even, in time with the soft push and pull of his breath. Somewhere toward the foot of the small bed, Onyx groaned comfortably and nestled deeper into the blankets. This was new, different. Fisher hooked his fingers underneath the hem of my shirt and rested his hand against my skin. The move wasn't sexual. It was simple contact between one person and another. Grounding. Intimate. A connection. "My mother was killed too," he whispered thickly. "We have that in common, little Osha." I wanted to ask him what he meant by that, but he had already fallen asleep. Chapter 27. Marked. It was still dark when I came to. It took me a moment to remember where I was and who was wrapped around me so close. Then I lay there, very still, not breathing, hyper-aware of the fact that Fisher's hard cock was digging into my ass, and he was almost certainly awake. I'd shared enough beds with enough people to know by someone's breathing if they were conscious or not. And Fisher's breathing wasn't the shallow draw of someone still lost in sleep. It was deep and far too measured, and he felt tense behind me. He's going to get up and leave the bedroom. He's going to roll over and tell you that he doesn't want you here. He's going to say something shitty so that you'll leave. I came up with one terrible imagined eventuality after another, my nerves getting the better of me, but none of those things transpired. Fisher's hand was still underneath my shirt, but it had half closed, relaxing in his sleep. The material I'd used to bind my chest had come loose and risen up in the night, and his knuckles were brushing the underside of my left breast. Very slowly, but with obvious intent, Fisher opened his hand against my skin again, pressing his palm against my rib cage. I fastened my lip between my teeth, suddenly panicked, my heart rate kicking up as he ran the tips of his fingers along the underside of my breast, barely making contact at all. It was a question. Is this something you want? I could choose how I answered. If I rounded my shoulders and moved away from him, I knew he'd remove his hand and let me go. We'd both get up and get on with our day, and that would be it. A door between us would close. Or, fuck it. I didn't want the door to close. Letting out a shaky breath, I arched my back, grinding my ass up against Fisher's cock.
Gods and sinners, he was so fucking hard. He let out a rough groan, his breath sweeping over my neck, causing my skin to break out in goosebumps.
His fingers pressed hard against my ribs, and I let my eyes fall closed, relishing the flood of anticipation over what was about to happen. As if there were some unspoken contract between us, neither of us broke the silence. He moved slowly, though, as if giving me time to change my mind. Rocking his hips forward, he showed me just how hard his cock was and what he intended on doing with it. I already knew what it felt like to have him slide inside me, but this was nothing like when we'd fucked the other day. This promised more. The tension building between us was infused with a different kind of energy. I felt it traveling a millimeter over the surface of my skin, everywhere, all at once, burning hot where his hands moved over my abdomen. My spine flexed as I arched against him, and a thrill of heat rocked me to my core when Fisher rested his forehead against the back of my head and groaned. I wanted him, more than I wanted to go home. Gods and martyrs! What kind of sister did that make me? Hayden needed me. Elroy did too. But in the moment, with the smell of him drowning out the entire fucking world and robbing me of all common sense, I wasn't capable of feeling bad about that. There would be time for guilt aplenty later. But for now? Fisher's nose grazed my ear, and a sigh worked its way out of me. How to explain the feeling of a male like Kingfisher breathing heavily into your ear? It wasn't easily done. First, there was the shiver. It started on my neck and spread outward, prickling up the back of my head, trailing a hot-cold pathway down my spine, hitting each vertebra as it went like a skipping stone. It turned into something else once it hit my sacrum. It became heavy. A ball of ache forming in my stomach, building, sinking lower, drumming at the apex of my thighs so that I had to press my legs together to contain it. The shiver, the ache. Then, the want. It raged so hot that it created a vortex of energy, lust, and need that spun around inside me so fast that I felt like I had to jump up from the bed and scream or fucking hit something. Now. Desire pounded in my blood. As if Fisher could hear it beckoning to him, he grabbed my breast, moving quickly at last, finally giving up all pretense that this might not be happening. Rolling my nipple, he drove his hips upward so hard that I felt the swollen head of his erection in the small of my back. A sharp lash of pain relayed between both of my breasts, rocketing down between my legs, and it felt for all the God-scursed world like he was teasing my clit at the same time as the sensitive bud of my nipple. I wanted to beg him to sink himself inside me, but I didn't want to speak. There were other words that would need to be said first if we broke our silence now. What happened last night had been awful, for him and for me. It had irrevocably altered the dynamic between us, and I didn't think either of us were ready to face that yet. So I sealed my lips shut, and I leaned back into him as he worked his other arm underneath me and fully caged me in both arms. Kneading the flesh of my breast with one hand, he roughly yanked the button at my waistband open, sliding his other hand down into the front of my pants. When he coaxed me open and dipped his fingers between my slick folds, he discovered how wet I was and growled deep. The sound of it was so masculine and predatory that I almost lost my fucking mind. Fuck me. Please, fuck me. Take me. Own me. Kingfisher's teeth nipped at my earlobe as he started to rub the swollen bundle of nerves between my legs, and my mind fragmented in an instant. His mouth, his hands, his cock. They were the only things that mattered. He knew how to touch me, how to work me into a frenzy. The way he stroked my clit, finding the perfect pressure and the perfect motion, spoke of many hours spent familiarizing himself with the female body. Time well spent as far as I was concerned. I was reaping the benefits of that experience now and then some. Shamelessly, I ground myself against him, taking what I wanted from the contact, riding his hand as he rubbed me. Fuck me with your fingers, choke me, hold me down and ride me until I scream. Fisher made an animal, desperate noise into the crook of my neck, as if he could read my mind and knew all of the filthy things I wanted him to do to me. As if he wanted to do them to me too. He snarled as he ripped his arm out from underneath my shirt and closed his hand around my throat. I'll make you beg, little Osha. I'll fill every one of those pretty little holes. I'll fuck you so hard, you'll never want another male ever again. I'd imagined the words, fabricated them out of thin air, and somehow played them aloud in my own head in his voice. Fisher's body was openly promising these things to me, though, and I didn't want to wait any longer. He pulled me even closer, grip tightening around my throat, his thumb digging into my jaw, and I allowed my head to rock back. He buried his face into the crook of my neck, groaning, and the thought rose to my mind unbidden. Dangerous. Bite me. Fisher drove his fingers up inside me, releasing a strained huff, hand tightening around my throat. He gave me a little shake that seemed almost like a reprimand. I was so shaken by the sensation of his fingers thrusting up inside me, probing my wet heat, that for a blinding second, I couldn't think around the spike of pleasure. Gods, we were still fucking clothed. Fisher was shirtless, but he was still wearing his pants, and I was wearing everything. Suddenly, I needed us to be naked. I wanted to feel his body on mine. I wanted to feel him fucking everywhere. I grabbed hold of my shirt, ready to try and somehow get it off without Kingfisher having to stop what he was doing. But then I felt a rush along the length of my body, and just like that, my clothes were in shreds, falling away from my torso, my arms, and my legs. Fisher's pants were just gone. I'd gotten what I'd so desperately wanted. Our bodies met everywhere. Our legs tangled together, our skin clammy with heat. Fisher renewed his attentions, pulsing his fingers in and out of my slit, rubbing my clit at the same time with the heel of his palm, working me into a frenzy. I could barely breathe. My head spun as he buried his face into my hair again, releasing another strained groan. Fuck me. Please. Gods, please just fuck me. I need. The sound of Fisher's agitated cry bounced loudly around the small bedroom. He moved fast, drawing his fingers out of me just in time to make room for his rigid cock. Unlike the last time we were together, he didn't slam himself up inside of me immediately. This time, I felt the swell of his head pressing against me, then the overwhelming ground-shattering moment when he slid past my entrance and began to push up. Oh, my fucking gods, he was so fucking deep. Every warrior in Inir will smell me on you. Fisher's voice rumbled in my mind. I'm going to make you hoarse from screaming my fucking name. I'm going to mark you in every way imaginable, so that everyone knows you're fucking mine. Holy shit. Was that? I couldn't. He set up a merciless pace, thrusting himself up inside me, pounding himself home. His hand was still between my legs, his fingers working over my clit as he fucked me. He encompassed me wholly, fully, truly. I was locked in his embrace, thoroughly wrapped up in him, shaking every time he impaled me on his cock. But still, there was one more thing. Bite me, Fisher. It came as a breathless thought.